Ah ouais?
Ouais, bon, ça.
C'est tout circuler?
Du coup, ouais, je fais tout ça maintenant. Je fais que les gros maintenant. Pas les gros. Les mini, les plus, c'est cool quand même. J'en ai marre des 200 balles. We get everyone down there, we don't ask, we just get one or two of them. Okay. Brandon, you got one, yeah. When do you get to them? When do you get to Black Castle? Yeah, I'm going to take the show. There you are, that's oh, yeah. When you pick the small over that? Well, I think the kick because there's a lot of people in the casino. So don't mind them. You can get a bit of the casino. Start off with this lovely board, two kids to take the rest of them off. The game of life. Follows their like, follows them two as they go around the monopoly board. She's like, one of the characters is like, buy them and not money. Like, one out of the target, one's can't get the ball, everything we got there. Field shots, try stuff. How many days to enter? 16. 16. I bet we can't let it be over 25. He's took me unders.
We better start then. We've been here, sat here, waiting away. We've been sat here. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to day 2 in Blackpool. 92 through, 106 in total. So 4, 92, 93, 14 buy-ins. Good morning.
Does that not say 108 top right?
108. Oh yeah, it says 106 on mine. Oh yeah, 108. 108, that's 16 pounds. Morning.
Morning.
Sleep well?
I did.
Good
I
lad.
got a few, good 10, 11 hours last night.
Beautiful.
Like me.
Beautiful. Good old Jamie Nixon jumping in, it was really good. So there we go. Bradshaw still cheap leader. 109,000. Tim Chung, 181. Hoodie last night, 153. A few others were short stacks. Andrew Abernathy, MC, Hammer, and then Chrissy. So 108 out of 299. Where was the extra one? You could have flicked it in just for.
Oh, what? Not played. Just burnt 12.50. Yeah. Just say like. Actually, I might as well, and then not done the treble this afternoon, and then it would have weighed itself out, right?
I have got the absolute belting value treble today. Unbelievable value. You've never seen anything like it. Can't believe it.
And it started.
Can't believe
We've
it.
been on
and
air
I'm
1
pretty
minute.
Sure you might as well say, Tower, have it now. Morning, welcome to day 208 out of 299. Playing 10 levels of poker, and we'll run through the players as they play this event. First feature table, we've got Alan. And if anybody can pronounce Alan's surname, please pass it on to us. Because I can't even start. Let me just show you the names. Let me just show you. In C1, Alan Victor's in 2, Ricker's in 3, Bouse is in 4, Brian Clark or Weebrick is in 6, Lewis Cowell, who was on our table last night, in 7, Anthony is in 8, and Trevor Reardon is in 9. So there we go, all the way through. But pronunciations sometimes I'm pretty good at, but not that one. Alan, I don't know where he's from, and obviously I don't know where the surname originates from.
It seems Polish. Seems very Polish. Lots of
But
Zs.
he watches the stream all the time.
He does.
He's in the chat on a regular basis, but today he's on the feature table. Victor was on in fact, Victor was sat on seat number 2 yesterday. Ricker in seat number 3. Sat next to Bousey. With his standard. Oh, what's happening there?
Table break.
Table break already. We've got Martin Kavanagh coming in. One of the Welsh boys. Good old Martin, good to see him back playing. He used to play everything the first 4 or 5 years. And then took a few years away from playing the big tournaments.
It was funny with Martin the other day, so I'm just on my break. I've come out of the loo. He's there. He goes, Jade, come here. He goes, come here. He goes, shows me. He's got a £25 food voucher for the IRL. He goes, you allowed that? You allowed that? He's like he's giving me he's trying to sneak me this £25 IRL voucher for food. I'm like, I'm not allowed it. I'm staff, mate. He's like, you sure? But he was like, come here. Look, I got this for you. I got this little £25 IRL voucher. It was quite funny actually the way he pulled me. I was like, whoa, what's he got here for me?
You know, like back in the old days. Yeah. Anyway, if you're my age. Who remembers their auntie, the favourite auntie in the world, when you used to get a £1 or a 5, because we used to have £1 notes.
Yeah.
You probably don't remember.
I don't remember £1 notes.
We used to have £1 notes. £1 notes or £5. When it was your birthday, she used to go, that's for you.
Yeah. I mean, Nan used to do that all the time.
Like as if it was a secret that you had a bit of
yeah.
Oh,
it made me chuckle, it did.
The old 25, come here.
Yeah. It's a £25 dinner voucher from the high roller. It's quite funny.
I love it. Love it. So 108 playing day 2. Victor, is he French? Let us know in the chat. Is Victor French? It's true. Yeah, don't tell your mum I'm giving you this £10.
Yeah, honestly, I used to get it all the time from my nan. All the time.
Brilliant. You gotta love your favourite auntie and uncle.
Yeah. So Martin, blind on blind, nice one to move in with just 15, gets it through. Good to see Weebrook playing as well.
It is 2008 champ. And his son, Mikey, 2011 champion Bolton at Bolton. PK, just the hardest worker there is.
Yeah.
You know,
He did finish runner-up in that free roll once, PK.
he did actually. He did.
Couple of fives for Victor. Do expect him to open. Afternoon, everyone tuning in. Afternoon, John Brown.
Good afternoon.
Oh, Bousey. How does he do it? He just turns up today, lesson starting stack, sits down, first orbit, finds queens, and he's going to be getting called because for 11, once Victor invests 2, pair just got too much equity to fold versus shoving range when it's this size of a jam. So would be calling here as Victor. See what Victor comes with though. Going to ask for a count, but for 11 here I'd certainly call pocket fives. MP versus LP. Bousey will have some deuces through fours, a lot of hands we flip against, maybe some like ace-5, ace-4 suited.
12 to call for Victor.
There's the call.
Ace 7-9 clean for Bousey. And as we can see, only one of the fives available.
Running 6-8 available, but 7 on the turn. Leaves Bousey fading the case 5. To 3 hearts.
There we go for Bousey.
On the river, not much Victor can do.
Absolutely.
Got to call 5s for 11 when we got 2 invested. And Bousey back to 32k. I was actually going to say, when I looked at the chips this morning, and Bousey was right down there at the bottom of the pack, I was going to say, what price do you reckon Bousey is to make the money from here?
Really?
Because he still probably would have been about even money, even with his
15k.
yeah, even with his 10, 11 big blinds. He just always has a knack of getting over the line.
Give the eliminated players during the day. With 18 buy-ins as well, at 17 bigs. And only get some action during the first hour's play.
Alan. Viewer Rungard finds the aces. Makes it 2.5. Can't do anything with 10-8 suited off a 17 for Martin. Has to hit the mark. Brian with the King Queen on the button here. Both options available, Tower. Nice one to go for a free bet at 40 effective as a bluff. Does take the free bet route.
He's not afraid either.
It's a nice combo. It's a nice little play from Brian. Good hand to use. Unfortunately, going to be some bad news coming in. Alan should be 4-betting here. Don't want to be 4-betting all in. Want to choose a not all in size as Alan. Try and keep some of Brian's range in. And then facing the 4-bet. Now Weebrick knows what he's doing, straight in the muck.
He does indeed.
It's a tidy little find there from Brian. Unfortunately, just running into top end of range. I had a right touch this morning, Tower. So I woke up, got ready, got out of the shower, I'm just saying, I'm getting changed and the penny drops. I'm like, oh no, me FPL.
How long have you got?
I go to myself, oh no, I've missed the deadline again. So I go on the app, I look at my team thinking, who I got this weekend. The deadline's only at 2 today because there's no quarter.
Lucky man.
So I had a quick 15 minutes to sort my team out and I'm ready to go for the weekend. So
You've got another hour and a half now.
I know. It was very lucky. I didn't actually realise there was no early kick-off today.
Did the Bad Bean jackpot get confirmed last night? No. All right, okay. But there was a claim for the Bad Bean jackpot last night in Coventry. What's that?
Oh.
No way. Pork pies? We've had a delivery.
We'll be having them, Tower.
Don't you like pork pies?
I don't like pork pies.
I don't think I can eat 4.
I think you can.
Well, I could, but then PK get upset.
This has got to be an eclair in here, right?
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. I know it's early stages and nothing's really happening with the Ace 8 and Ace 10, but PK's wife's just coming, Rebecca, and they've just celebrated 10 years together. So she brought him in some goodies, and he's sharing them with the team.
The wedding weren't 10 years ago, was it?
No, they've been together 10
Oh,
years.
just been together, okay.
Been together 10 years. Look at this.
This is nice.
This is how he gets treated every day, by the way. There's something in the box. Look at that. How posh is that eclair?
Be having that with a cup of tea in a bit.
Where's it from? Look at that.
This looks like Michelin star, look at it.
Oh, this is amazing. I tell you what, Rebecca could come back again. They look beautiful. Do you want to name the place where they come from to give them a plug? Because they look amazing.
Is it Bura Patisserie? I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. Maybe we need to get Victor in here so he can pronounce it for us.
It's the Bureau Patisserie in St Anne's.
Okay.
It is voted. They won. They were on. What's that? Bake Off thing.
The Great British Bake Off.
They won it.
How can you win it?
They won it.
I thought it was like an individual show, the Great British Bake Off.
Well, he won it and then opened the shop.
Right. Okay.
That's us sorted for the day. Back to the action.
There will be a treble. That'll be released at 1:30. Kev's gone with Strand Larson for Wolves this weekend.
Who?
Bloke that plays for Wolves. Scored last game.
To do what?
FPL.
Oh, FPL. Oh, I see. Not talking about food. When you get a delivery, Annette, when you get a delivery, you have to thank the people that bring in the delivery, and it is the greatest bakery in St Anne's, and it's only about 2 miles away, about 1.5 miles away, and it is phenomenal. They won that British Bake Off thing.
Oh dear, this could be.
Oh, Ricker and Bousey. Bousey's just doubled to 27 as well.
The only thing that might save Bousey here is the fact we're at like 23, 24. If we had 20, I'd certainly just play jam as Bousey, but at 24, he is actually just going to land on flat, so there we go. Now Lewis with the king, queen of spades. Decision of his own. Don't think we're going to do much squeezing here. Maybe just slightly too shallow at 45. I think we're definitely going to continue and form a call. But he's going to go for the squeeze.
3 bets to 8,000. I like Lewis's game. He impressed yesterday, I thought.
Yeah, like king queen suited one that does get into the 3-bet range, but generally it's like when we go fairly deep, 50, 60, 70, 80, etc. BBs. Like as soon as you get shallower, like starts 3-betting less, simply because if we get 4-bet sent on, like it's just a disaster because we've got a hand with beautiful playability, flops well, flops a lot of draws, we got position as well, so may just be on the cusp, but with stack depth for Lewis. Or maybe he's just more inclined to squeeze because he feels like Bousey never has any traps off of this stack depth. That could be the idea as well. Maybe he feels like we want to be squeezing more often now because of the dead flat from Bousey. It does get the bad news from Rich, and going to have to fold. We're met by the jam, and that one's frustrating. And we could have potentially sim free with a beautiful looking candidate. Now we're going to have to dish it into the muck.
Afternoon, Damien D. Poker.
Is that all you and Jamie spoke about yesterday when I was gone? Annette says is food.
We analysed steak bakes and all sorts. We did really, really well. We did. Now he's talking about his trip to Malta. And one of the things in Malta is they do have some fantastic little cafe bars and restaurants and stuff like that, and everywhere. And everybody who busts out just literally says, "Oh, meet you at Cafe such and such, or meet you at this place." So he was talking about his Malta trip and his runner-up in the high roller. And he mentioned food a couple of times. Nice steady last session it was.
King Jack of diamonds for Lewis, going to get another go with a suited Broadway. This time as the opener. Raises to 2.5k. Doesn't take for Lewis. Ace 4 diamonds for Brian makes it 2,400 from +2. All the way around to Rich in the big. Oh wow, just finds aces.
As you do.
A couple of ladies, and 2 hands later finds the boots in the big. And starts the hand effective 35 with Brian. He's going to start with 3-bet. 8k on the money for size. Does Weaver want to come in with the call here? He does want to have a look with the ace four of diamonds. When we open EP and big blind does go for the free bet usually. Top end in terms of value, maybe we'll find a smidge of bluffs, but a lot of the time weighted towards like the top 10-15% of hands when we are value raising as rich. But Weebrick flops the nut flush straw. Is he gonna get the aces cracker here? Rich for the check. Over to Brian, 2x pot behind, going to go for 11k. Now that we've put this 11 in no tower, we can't fold.
I'm definitely not folding the ace four of diamonds.
If Rich does just set us in here, I'm not going to be able to fold, and I think out of position Rich will do exactly that. Brian can still have some potential 10s, jacks that don't elect a 4-bet rip. And a hand like this as well. So is it going to be again the Brian Clark winning this event 16 years ago? Can he find a diamond?
Two of spades, not good. Needing a diamond. The Weebrick. It is not, it's the 10 of hearts. So Brian Weebrick Clark, former champion here in Blackpool, unfortunately busted out with ace four of diamonds on a flush board. Very unlucky for Brian. Ricker up to chip lead, 121,000, over 100 big blinds. Unlucky indeed. And with Weebrick going out.
Oh, you know, I have a cushion, don't you? There we go.
As if you went for cups of tea. I've got one with sweetener. I've got one strong tea. One strong. The water's on the way in just a moment. Anyone orders a tea with sweetener?
Might have been Brian, he just can't.
So down to 99 from the 108. Phil Clark, Andrew Abernathy, Ryan Spittles. Saw Ryan Spittles, aces against kings.
What did he have?
Aces against kings. They didn't win.
When was it flop?
It was all in pre.
No, when did King come?
Turn.
Turn.
Steve Roberts, Chris Johnson, and Adam Wilkinson, and also Chrissy Taylor and the short stack MC Hammer.
Tricky Trev with the old Queen 10 squeeze against an EP open and an EP flat. Unfazed by what should be fairly snug ranges. I'd say that we're up against ace 9 off and pocket fours. This will work for Trev. Nicely done. It should work. But Anthony's got one that should fold pre-really tower as well. When +1 opens and we're +2, pocket fours now. Day 2, 33% of the field left. Like 4 should just go into the muck for Anthony when Lewis opens, but does want to have a look here now that Trev has squeezed and we're closing the action. Wants to go set mine in.
Off we go. King 7 deuce.
Or we get to go really small on as Trev on the King 7 deuce. Rainbow, not a single draw out there. Still going to have all this ace king, king queen maybe as a bluff, aces in there. Obviously top set for value. This is one of the problems as Anthony, like pretty confident we should just fold versus Lewis's open. But once Trev free bets, don't flop a set very often. 1 and 8.5 times, and the other 7.5 times, we sort of don't really know what we're up to, where we're at. Trev can have better pocket pairs, he can have ace king. Difficult to play these ones out of position, the times we don't flop a set, and a lot of the time we can just get bluffed off the best of it, as Anthony does there. Nice play from Trev.
Early stages, day 208. We're down to 99. 299 runners for the main event. Great turnout in Blackpool. £314,000 has been collected. We'll give you the prizes when we get the number. It's probably about, what, 21%?
Showers, buddy, or something like that. Go on, get out of here.
We're looking at around about 60,000, 62,000 first prize. That right? Not very good at maths.
Oh, you added up the day 2 binds perfectly this morning.
The second time. You've had some sleep, you haven't you?
Yeah,
You're on form this morning, are you?
A7 for Alan. Opens to 2.5k. Martin, potential one to shove here. Could have gone with shove, but decides to just flat off a 13 with the king jack off from the big blind. I think maybe we are more inclined to shove it from button or small when we're in the big. Maybe some more flatting going on. It does flop best on the king 6-3, 2 spades. Does play and flow, checks it over to Alan, and with ace of spades in hand, feel like fine for Alan to have a little stab. Maybe kind of an irrelevant blocker though, because when we open from LP, do expect Martin to shove a lot of his ace-x, especially if he's got like an ace-x of spades, a suited ace-x, expect that to just go in pre. And now Martin with a jam with the king jack, 16.5, just shy off. Like that, we're going to see Alan call the a7 here. Do be some stuff, some flush draws, some 4-5. I'd be surprised if this was flicked in from Alan. Does let it go.
Did I remember to add on a little bit like usual? Yeah. You have to, Gully. Always be optimistic. Adam Wilkinson busted out. Christy Taylor, MC Emily said, Emma Wolfrey's just bust. Damn. He's on to 99. Good news, Stephen M says the sound is much better today. Thank you very much for confirming that.
Blind and blind here. Lewis thinking about taking the 9-6 off against the limp from Martin. He's going to get aggressive. It probably will work.
How many get the money? Not too sure yet, Stu. It's around about 12% to 299. Jay can work that one out for us.
I reckon probably be about 33, I reckon, Tower.
33, we reckon. We'll find out when we get to the payouts.
Probably played in like 5 months after 4 or 5 years. He's having like
Is the treble out yet? No, it's not. Round about 1:30, we will get the treble. I actually think it's the best value treble for informed teams at this moment in time, and they might as well pay us now.
I'm actually really looking forward to the treble today.
Are you?
Yeah, because at 1:30, when you do the treble, I'll go get the teas, and I've got a lovely eclair here to eat with my cup of tea at 1:30, so I actually can't wait for it to come out today.
Afternoon, Simon. Simon Higgins says, afternoon, congrats on a great turnout. Sorry couldn't join you this week. How did you find out about EPT Prague being the last one? I think it's insider information, it hasn't been announced. Who was I talking to last week? Somebody who plays regular on the EPT tour on a regular basis. In fact, it might have been somebody in Dublin.
Leo?
Maybe. Maybe. Might have been one of the floor. I can't remember, we were just in a group of people chatting, you know, over a pint of Guinness, as you do in Ireland. They did say, and then who was in the chat confirming it this week, saying he was going to Switzerland or somewhere?
Oh, that was Chevlin, Jamie Walden in the chat, I think, said it was going to...
Jamie Walden said it was going to some...
Lugano in Switzerland.
There we go, somewhere new. Like I said, it's just what we were chatting about, and it did seem to get confirmed that it was going to be the last one at the beautiful city of Prague. I might see what it's like for flights. I might go myself. Might take a trip over for a few days.
It's only 2.5 hours from Krakow, so in the car apparently.
All right. Oh, you can nip there for a day trip when you're over there with the fam.
Potentially. Check here, Rich and Anthony gonna chop this up both with an ace. Adam Rich, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Smiter. Who says it's 68,000 for the win if it's 12.5%. There you go. Normally 12.5% of the field gets paid. Afternoon, Pesky. Well, we knew a seafood would find the value. It's €1 from the airport to the Hilton in Prague.
The Hilton's, the Hilton's in the airport, by the way.
The Hilton. Love it. It's on the app, Stephen Lee. Thank you very much. Well, we'll get the ticker scrolling across, and then we'll get the payouts as well on the screen. Thanks for that. And a C4 Stone bubbled the package on Thursday for 3,100. Unlucky C4. I'm sure you'll try again. Is Jamie Dale still in, the guy that won the high roller? Yes, he is. He made day 2. Pretty short. Back to the tables. Ricky Razor's 2.5 with the 5s. Lewis, how big do we make it? 8?
Yeah, around that 7.5, 8 seems good. 40 effective, just around 3x tower. Yep, 7.5 for Lewis. And as Rich here, my line for pairs is probably going to be 7s, dependent on opponent as well sometimes, but I don't think 5s is going to get in the form of a continue here. Does let it go as Rich, good fold.
Have we ever had a eye roller and the main event winner in the same week?
I don't.
We've had a mini and a main, haven't we?
Yeah, I haven't been in a main.
We've had a mini and a main. Eye roller, I don't think we have.
Victor with the 10s. Raises to 2,400. Ace-8 for Trev in the small blind. Lets it go. And Alan in the big here. Feel like facing gun. Just going to play cool here as Alan. Unless he has some ideas. 20 effective, King Queen. Some good blockers. Like versus MP versus LP. Definitely merit for jamming. Feel like versus the gun range. Flat is the way to proceed here as Alan. Gets a nice flop for Victor. There'll be some 5x in there for sure from the big blind, but better to see like a 5-5-4 and like a 10-10-4. Not going to defend like much offsuit 5x from the big versus gun open. It's more suited variety we're worried about. Victor will continue. It should be in the hand. 2k, 30%.
Folding round. Martin Cabinet, nice to be seeing the tables again. Making a day 2. Lewis, 53k opens. Is that 7?
2.5.
Oh, sorry, 2.5. There's me looking at the thing. No. 2.5. The reds are 5 years. The ones is riffling. Every day I'm riffling.
Seven, 4 deuce. Not much going on for either here. Lewis does have betting lead. Let's check over to Trev. We'll do a fair amount of checks over to in position play up. Trev with just Queen 9 of clubs here. Looks like he's going to start putting some chips in the middle, and that will be end of hand. Lewis can't do anything with Jack 10.
50,000 with a blind at 12, so still over 40 bigs for Lewis.
Who sung this towel in the background? It's one I
can't
know.
hear it. I know you're nodding away, and I'm thinking what you're nodding to, and I'm like,
I've not heard it
I don't
in
think I can hear it.
ages.
Let me just try and listen. I need to open the door.
Thinking about your love.
Thinking about your love forever and always. Luther.
Kenny Thomas.
Kenny Thomas
From Enfield.
from Enfield. Thinking about your love today and always. Kenny Thomas. Some shout that. Kenny of the Thomas. Lewis 3 bets with Ace King. Martin's got the same, so this is going to pile this in, and then we're going to call, and then we're going to chop it up. There we go. Snap call. Chop it up. Ace King, I've got Ace King. Yeah, me too. Shall we chop it up now? Yes, please.
What about Barsey and Rick are laughing out there together?
I can't hear the words they're saying. They're whispering to each other in some foreign language.
Or just the 3-year-old for Lewis backdoor clubs available. Seven of spades.
We're gonna chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up?
What's the ratio with what you've got there? Yeah, you just go You'll be going out, you'll be with yours now, probably. He's not happy. Oh, you would have been.
Seems slightly too loose for Martin to open this from gun. Thinking about it though. Lewis, 6-7 suited. Going to get in the mix from +1. Seems slightly low down, but to be fair, the way this table has been playing, haven't really been seeing too much free betting going on other than with the goods. So if Lewis has deducted that it's a table that maybe isn't going to be free betting too much without an actual hand, then go ahead and open the suited connector even from EP, having a fair few on the table covered. He does get it through, raise and take.
He has been active, playing well. Young Lewis, Stuart Lewis Cowell.
This 5 suited for Alan. Rich here with the Queen Jack of clubs on the button. Fairly close one at 40 odd effective. Maybe we lean more towards flat. Alan does have one of these stacks that could comfortably 4-bet rip. And then we just have to relinquish such a beautiful hand with good playability. And Alan actually has a hand that probably should 4-bet rip here, tower. Rich has actually gone for the 3-bet here, and I'd love Alan to find this for 40.
Can he find it?
It's like the nut hand to choose as our bluff ace-5 suited. I'd love him to find it, tower. I don't know if he will or not, but LP versus LP, when we're out of position, this is like the one that we love to 4-bet as our bluff.
Just a call.
Yeah, it's just going to land on call.
Yes, call.
And look at this for a flop for Rich.
Oh, Ricky with the flush draw. The straight flush draw. Top pair for Alan. Action incoming.
Yeah, Alan should be checking. Shouldn't have any leads here. Check over to the pre-flop 3-better. And Rich, look at this. He's a 2 to 3. He's a 1 in 3 shot here, Alan, against Queen High with top pair. 31%, plays 69%, and Alan actually has the best of it in form of hand. But equity-wise, Rich will win this 2 out of 3 times with his gut shot, double gut shot, and club draw. So it continues for 12k, and I feel like on all turns, other than an ace, we're going to see Rich jam. Actually, queens and jacks, maybe he checks as well. I feel like this is just going to be a jam always now from Rich, and just run this equity. Really put some ace-x in the blender. We have ace-king for value, we have ace-queen, we have pocket tens. All hands that we could potentially have for value here. And like Alan as well, like ace-queen should probably 4-bet rip pre, ace-king should 4-bet rip pre, so Alan's probably capped here at like ace-jack at best. He can have ace-10 for sure, could have ace-10 that went with call and is trapping, but other than that, it's really difficult for Alan to have like many snaps here, tower. Maybe trapped aces could be 1-3 combos, but other than that, it's going to be a lot of just ace-x 1-pair hands, maybe something like king 10, jack 10 suited, queen 10 suited for a pair of tens. But Rich just running it here with his equity and trying to get the ace-x out of there, and does exactly that. Very nice from Rich, gets the ace to fold.
Really good.
I would have loved to have seen the jam pre from Alan.
Scrolling across the bottom, the prize pool from Blackpool, and £68,580 to the winner sometime tomorrow evening.
And the winner also gets a UK Open seat worth 1,500 quid.
How do you know that?
Just know these things. I know I didn't look on my phone or anything, did I, Tower? Just know it.
Is that pulled up by you?
Nah, just...
Very nice indeed.
Got one of them like Tesla telelink things with your head, you know, the telepathy. Is that what it's called? Not telekinesis, the one that's mind reading. What's the technical name for it?
Telepathic. Telepathy.
Yeah, it is telepathy.
Telepathy. Are you telepathic? Could be. I like it. Min cash, £2,330 for 38th. Unfortunately, it won't be Paul McCauley. Or J.O. Is that Boz? Or CC, the Weebury, Chris Wood, Anthony Poole, Abdul Kadir Ahmed busting out, Terry Etham's out, Reece King, Emma Wolfrey. There's a lot of GDPRs this week for some strange, bizarre reason. It shouldn't still be an issue, but still seems to be, obviously. We still don't understand it, but there we go. Players busting out on a regular basis.
So there's the price, but we can pull that up whenever you need, guys. Just ask in the chat box. But UK Open seat added for the winner as well for the UK Open next year, usually around March time. We'll have full schedule of what's occurring in 2025, probably at the grand final in Luton. It's blind and blind Lewis with the Jack 9 in the small. Definite continue. I think complete could be in order. It has been aggro to start the day. Lewis may continue with his strat and just pump it up, but I feel like one that does complete more often than not. I guess we are covering stack. I know we're not even covering stack of Anthony. He's hiding his reds in his right hand. Ace deuce suited will be coming in with call. Now Lewis out of position with the Jack 9.
10 out flop, 10, 7, 6.
Does flop this gut shot, overcard to the board as Lewis. However, as the raiser, maybe a slightly better board for Anthony as the call up. Like, we tend to just like complete stuff like 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 10, 9, all this type of stuff. Well, saying that, he has raised the Jack 9 here as Lewis, so maybe we'll have some of the middling offsuit, even middling suited stuff that connects with this board. Does go with a bet with his gut shot overcard. 4 to 1 on our money for Anthony. Doesn't take his price to call with ace high. Goes for a little fruity raise here on the 10, 7, 6.
I keep for Anthony. Lewis making a call.
Yeah, not just call into his gut shot, call into maybe when it goes check, check, turn, have some moves on later street. Like, we're still going to have...
Or just get there.
Or just get there. Like, we're still going to have over pairs in range. We're still going to have 10x in range. Like, it's not a call to just ping off the 8 like you did. At times that turn goes check, check. Let's sound like a 4, for example. We can have some river leads. Anthony just barreling away here, Tower.
Surely ace deuce. With a board like that, it's only going to be putting the handbrake on.
Yeah, agreed. Not really the combo we want to choose, I don't think. Like in general as well, like blind on blind, when we have the ace highs, like a lot of players structured towards getting to showdown tower and showing down that ace high. Like, generally we like to keep the pot small with ace high. Now it's just going to go check, check. Lewis knows a 9 has to value bet.
So Lewis out there on the button. Small blind, big blind, cool. King 3, raising 2.5. Jeff says, come on then. Let's see a flop.
possibilities for Anthony.
Yeah, Trev for the gutter.
One that could stab for Trev for sure. Fold out stuff like Queen 4, Queen 5, Queen 6, some King highs as well. Let's choose to check back.
Again, we go check. Goal from Anthony on the turn. Check mark with the 3. And as Trevor throws in a sizey river bet. I think Anthony Paul's taking this. Can we find a nice bet of 5.5 maybe? You know, he's given up as Trev. The 3 is going to be good. GUKPT takes it, but he decided against it. Trev Reardon 37 bigs. John Bousfield on 15. Mark Kavanagh on 20. 2 minutes left of the first level of the day. We're down to 92. 92. Mitch Johnson and Paul McCall are the last 2 out. Blinds up in 1 minute. And then Jill will win for the tees.
Yes, I will.
No idea why.
To be fair.
To be fair,
What one are you having?
I don't know. I've not seen.
Well, we've got a box of 3 mini ones,
Right.
and we've got the Eclair thingy majiggy.
Yeah. You choose first. I'll let you.
But you know what I'm going to choose.
I was up for breakfast this morning,
Okay.
so I was all right.
I'll have the long one.
The long
I'll
chocolate.
give you. I'll tell you what.
The poshest eclair you've
Yeah.
ever seen.
I'll have one, and you can have 3.
Really?
Yeah, look, there's 3 in there.
They're actually. Oh, they're chindinky, aren't they? Yeah, look at the lemon meringue. Oh my.
They actually look really nice. They just going to jump back to this just in case this doesn't get through. Bousey shoves the ace queen. They remind me of when me and Alice went to the Rosebery in London that time for tea.
Oh yeah.
They're
How
very
much was a cup of tea?
150 quid, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That was it was a one-off experience, and that was per person as well. It was 149 quid each. I remember. I'll never forget that for a cup of tea. But they remind me a lot of the pastries we had in there, so they look really nice.
I'll take you a nice posh cup of tea, Alice. Okay. Be about a tenner. What's the bill, please? £300. What? I'm not paying for his. Oh dear.
But just the way they come over, like it's like you're at some Michelin-star restaurant. This tea is found in the forest of chilies, and like it's in the forest of chili. Oh, it's just like they just explain where it's come from, how it's made, all that. It's the experience you pay for. There's Trev going to be able to free bet the jacks.
Somewhere in Knightsbridge. Was it Knightsbridge?
Kensington.
Kensington.
The Rosebery in Kensington. Awkward one for Lewis here, because when it's LP versus LP, it gets a lot more complicated with the ace-10 off. If we open EP, we get free bet, easy fold, but when it's hijack versus button here, potential to continue for Lewis in both forms, in form of call, in form of 4-bet. Both options could be available, but it's going to make a very good fold up against the jacks of Trev.
Tell you what, first time I've seen this young lad on the left-hand side with the iPad in his, one of the valets. Works his socks off, that kid.
Does he?
Works his socks off. So the blind's up. Blinds are now 8-16. So they're not 12, they are 16 now. 8-16 of the blinds. Towers Treble's on its way in 5 minutes' time. After the flop, Lewis. Initial raise to 3.2. Now the blinds are 1600. Flopping top pair. And an open ender. Trev with the unders. Lewis just pinging it on the turn. Don't think he's getting a dime out of Trevor though, that's the problem. Even a click, even just a 1 BB is probably too much.
Yep, straight out of the way, it's Trev.
Blinds 8-16.
Yeah, you got sandwiches, you got pastries. It weren't just one cup of tea and that was it. It was like a pot of tea, and it was obviously, if you want another pot, you want to try something different, you can try it different. They had like 100 different teas you could choose from.
I would have tried at least 3.
Yeah. I'd hate to work there though, because it must be a tough job, because obviously you ask about a tea and they don't even read off anything, they just know. The bloke that works there, he's like, oh, this one's from here, this one's from here, this one does this one does this. Like, but the pastries were probably the best I've ever had, I'll be honest, they were delicious.
Don't try and defend the price if you give me a Yorkshire. Yorkshire any day of the week. Ooh, Yorkshire tea. I'm not a connoisseur of tea, I must admit. I like drinking it, but it's not being funny, but if you give me PG chips or Yorkshire tea, I don't think you can tell the difference. Oh no, I could tell you that it was Earl Grey. Rich, Ulrika on the small, putting Bouncy in. Not a lot we can do in the April.
So after this hand, guys, I'm gonna
Why? What are you?
I'm gonna disappear for
just
5.
glue yourself to the chair for 10
I'm
minutes.
gonna disappear
I've
for
got
5.
a great explanation.
I'm off to
Why?
I'm off to the Rosebery in Kensington to pick up the tea for me and Tower.
I've got the best 11-to-1 treble
Oh no.
you can ever have
Oh no.
in football. It's amazing. I don't even know why it's 11-to-1.
Because you're backing it, that's why it's 11 to
I can't
1.
believe it. 11-1 Towers treble. Where are the announcement at 5 o'clock? Ladies and gentlemen.
Ace Jack for Anthony raises to 32 from +1.
Just a bet. I just can't understand it. Really can't understand it. Just really can't.
Let's raise and take. Right, guys, I'll be 5. I'm going to get the teas. No football talk when I come back, please.
I have no idea what you mean. I have no idea what you mean. See, this is the part of the show when he goes for the teas and I will always say, yeah, great, well done, you go and get the teas and all that. Just because the best value, I just can't believe it. Honestly, 11-1 treble. Towers treble. We know Saturday afternoons. We know what it's all about. Saturday afternoons, we have a little bit of punt on the 3 o'clock football. We obviously concentrate on the poker as well. But it's Saturday, we have to do it. And last year in Blackpool, it came in again. And we got the T-shirt off Carl. We got the T-shirt with the treble on it. So that was good. But this week, I have no idea why this treble is. No idea why this treble is 11-1. The treble today is Brentford at home to Bournemouth. And I have no idea why Brentford have played 5 games at home this year and they've won 4 and they've drawn 1 and Bournemouth haven't won away. I don't understand why Brentford are 6-4. Brentford are absolutely massive. They're the biggest price on the coupon. It's just an enormous price. I don't understand it. Best home form there is. Second, top of the league in the Championship. Who are they? Sunderland. Top of the league. They're at home. They're odds against. I've no idea why. They are top of the league and they're playing Coventry, who for some unknown reason have just got rid of Mark Robbins, and I actually think that's going to have an adverse effect. Most people say, yeah, but they've got no manager, they're going to play better. Sunderland are top. Coventry are 17th in the league. 17th. So Coventry are going to get stuffed by Sunderland. And the third team on the list, as you can see right there, is the MK Dons against Swindon. And the MK Dons, 8th in the league. Playing well at home, not had a bad season. They're playing Swindon, who at this moment in time are currently 22nd. I have no idea why MK Dons are 21-20. 8th, won the last 3 against Swindon, who are 22nd and haven't won in 4. I don't understand it. It's the best valued treble there is. That's the 24 calendar, that's nearly the end of the year. I just don't understand it. I really don't understand why that is. So there we go. It's massive. It is massive. Brentford, Sunderland and MK Dons. And if you've got a bogey team, you have to beat them eventually, and today's the day. I actually did look at Port Vale, as somebody posted earlier on, but I just saw the value. I thought MK Dons at home, Port Vale are playing away. Get on the MK Dons, 8th against 22nd. What can go wrong? Great value. Towers treble. There it is. Brentford, Sunderland, MK Dons. Grosvenor Sport. Get yourself on. Nailed. Absolutely nailed them. So there we go. treble on, treble explained. Doesn't matter, you probably only beat them like twice. You only probably only played them twice since 2007.
After level 4. No, after level 4. I have a long one. I have like a full day for dinner.
The best tea is rich tea. The old rich tea biscuits. So this is going to be chopped up. Victor and Rika. There we go, the treble's on. The treble's on. Oh, it's beautiful, look at that. 12.1 on Ladbrokes, says Chris Booth. The Jones family, times 4. Does that mean there's 4 people in the Joneses family? I like that. Good afternoon. $86 out of the 108 that started today, so we lost 22 in an hour and 15 minutes. Look at that.
The fullest cup.
That is the fullest cup you've ever had to wait to be made.
Very true.
I love it. Is Adam Wilkinson still in? No, he busted out about an hour ago. One of the first out today. 20 minutes in. Adam Wilkinson. if it comes in, Chris Bull's going to treat us to a cup of tea.
Oh, lovely. Thanks, Chris. Is it in the tab?
What in what tab?
The treble tab.
Look,
Where's the treble tab gone? Brentford. You put a Prem team in.
I have.
Brentford are playing Bournemouth. You know that.
Yeah.
You know Bournemouth. Their last 3 games, they've drawn against. They beat City. They beat Arsenal. And you put them in against Brentford.
You know Brentford have played 5 games this year at home and won 4 and drawn 1.
Look at the form Bournemouth are on.
They're not on it.
Okay.
Sunderland top of the league, playing 17th.
Okay.
MK Dons 8th against 22nd.
All right.
All odds against. 12.1 to treble is the best price we've got. It's amazing. I can't believe the value. I just think they should pay us now. So the treble is there. Towers treble is on. Brentford, Sunderland, MK Dons. 11 to 1 we got. Somebody's got 12s. Somebody's got 9s. The Towers treble is on, says Ian Needleman. How are we doing, Ian? Hope you're having a good Saturday. You normally like a little punt yourself. Down to 81. Kevin Frame just busting out. I think Kev Frame was a day too behind, wasn't he? Because he was in the chat yesterday, wasn't
I haven't seen Kevin week.
he? No, I think Kevin was a day too behind. So we'll be down for the cup as well, Saturday and Sunday. James McLean, oh Jim. They call him Big Jim McLean for a reason. Mo Koresh is out. Oh, he was active. Dan Gornley, Chris Cunliffe, Aaron Fletcher, Rob Duras and Mitch Johnson, which means we're down to 81. There you go, 10.2 and 10.5. There we go. Everybody's gonna see that it's coming in. It's coming in price. Not going out.
I actually like MK and Sunderland. I'm just not sure about Brentford.
We're down to 81. 40 minutes to go until the end of this session. Cup starting at 2 o'clock. Or is it 2:30 on a Saturday now? I think it's 2:30. Might have got that wrong. Either 2 or 2:30.
We can check.
Oh, of course we can. We can just press buttons.
2:30.
2:30. And there was a claim yesterday, as you see in the background, the
Yeah.
bad beat jackpot. There was a claim, it's not been confirmed yet, but if you were playing round about 9:20, you could be in with, in fact, a lot of people didn't even play. So you could be in line for the jackpot. The national bad beat jackpot could have gone in Coventry last night. There was a claim.
I heard it was Ben that won it.
Ben Marriott. Really?
just because of how good he was running. And to be
Oh
fair,
yeah, that's true.
Ben always plays usually on the Friday night
right,
at Coventry. He's one of like the
It could have been on the table.
regular grinders.
It could have been on the table.
You get a bigger cut if you're on the table, don't you?
You do, yeah. You get an even bigger cut if you lost the hand. You get a lot. Been a decent start to today. Hi Zuma.
How you doing, Zuma?
Stuart, WW. Who's that? Wickham Wanderers?
Could be.
Stuart, WW. They have a good chance today. The days, I tell the likes of James Aikenhead, Jake Cody, Sam Trickett, Toby Lewis, Praz, Chaz and Sonny Chatter, the Vincent doubles, and obviously many more to mention. The good old days. You're not wrong, Stuart. They were the early days. 2006, 2007. Chaz and Sonny Chatter won the last Northern Lights in Blackpool in 2006. In 2007 they had a vision and called it the GUKPT. Praz then went on to win the first one. Toby Lewis got himself a bracelet, final table of the World Series, and now lives in Las Vegas. Sam Trickett lives in Macau, he came heads up in the big one, didn't he? The
one drop. That was about
for 10 million.
10 years ago now, that
For
one.
10 million. Jake Cody, the youngest person to do the
Triple Crown.
Triple Crown of the EPT, the WPT and a bracelet. James Aikenhead, 2 final tables of the World Series in the same year in 2009. They weren't bad players back in the day. Good remembering the names there, Stuart. There were some super names, and the Vincents, God bless him, Alan Vincent, what a character he was. Ben Vincent now lives in Dublin with got a full family, wife and 3 kids. Lives in Dublin, so we only see him when he comes over to the Irish Open, or we go over there. Who's the younger brother that played cricket a lot? Who's Ben's brother? Adam. Adam Vincent played cricket. There it is on the screen. Towers treble. There it is. Brentford, unbeaten at home. 1-4, drawn 1. Playing Bournemouth.
Who have just beat City and Arsenal.
Yeah, that's why they're at odds against. But they're playing at home, and Bournemouth's away form's terrible. Terrible, it is. Sunderland, top of the league, playing 17th Coventry City.
Who just had their manager sacked.
Who had the manager sacked. It's going to have an adverse effect because they shouldn't have sacked him. And the MK Dons, 8th against 22nd. Can't say much more than pay me now. In Holloway is old now. In his 60s now in Holloway. Yes. I look for value. I look for form. Brentford at home. I really like them. 12.83 on Willie Mills. There you go. Cheers, Zuma. I just like it. I really do.
Seven for Rich, been a great start to the day for him. Up to near 150. Lewis in the big blind. Oh, beautiful sight. Couple of ladies and quite interesting one here for Rich because we do like the prime ones A6 off. LP versus big blind for the 4-bet click as a bluff. Obviously not going to take it full frequency, but I wonder if Rich has got any ideas against Lewis, who obviously very competent, will find bluffs from the big blind against late position opens. That is just going to go for the snap fold with the A7.
Lewis is going to finish in the top 20.
Unlucky Lewis, mate. It was a good run.
Lewis is going to finish in the top 20.
Why'd you do it?
Because I like Lewis.
You like Lewis. If you like Lewis, you wouldn't say that if you like Lewis.
I think Lewis has been pretty impressive in the last twice I've seen him. But after all those names, I think the one that sticks out, absolutely every player knows, whoever played at GUKPT, the legend and the gentleman, Mr. Mickey Wernick. Mr. Conversations with him, absolutely. God bless old Mickey. Always remember when we used to do the videos before pre-live stream, walking around when Neil Channing used to offer the old insurance on the bubble and stuff like that, and just wandering around, and Mickey Wernick's in the bottom corner, and then we've got his video out looking on the bubble, and we're just looking around to get any action. And the ball flops come out, and Mickey Wernick's got, I think it's 10s against Ace King or something like that. And they're already on the turn. And I get the camera out, and PK's there, and he's got the camera out, I've got the microphone, and just stood next to Mickey Wernick. And said, there we go, only needs to fade an ace. Ace of diamonds on the river. Absolutely just knocked him out. He turned around to me and he went, we only needed to find an ice. And every time for a couple of years, he'd just say, we only needed to find an ice.
Take him to Bromley.
Absolutely, yeah, full on for me. Brilliant old Mickey. Got some stories. Played in all the big games around the world. Absolute legend he was. But it was so funny. And the nicest thing a couple of years ago, before he passed away.
Come to the Goliath.
He did. He came to the Goliath. We old Texas Johnny. And Dina said, we've got a surprise for you, Tower. And there he was, Mickey Wernick. Stoke 1, Millwall 1, come on the Potters.
Alan here. That we're going to call King Queen off at 17 once we open from EP and Martin wants to shove. Personally let this go. Can see he's in a flip situation, but I think fold should be in order for Alan here. See what he comes with. Let's let it go. Few more gone from the field, losing Anna Devlin, Jamie Bott, Ewan Jones,
No.
Paul Lewis, Candice has gone, and Danny Ryder,
Oh no.
latest players to bust. Free suit for Balsey. This is as good as it gets from the hijack tower. Should be in from him.
In he goes. Uh-oh. Martin Kavanagh with the 10s. Uh-oh.
Should let this go as Martin.
Knowing what? Knowing it's Bouncy?
Yeah, exactly that. The problem is we got here.
Yep.
John Balshill cashes every tournament he plays, and to cash every tournament you play,
You need to get lucky.
You can't bust. So we never win this as Martin. So we should just fold because Balsy has 100% cash rate. He cashes every tournament he plays. So Martin can never win, whether he's got aces or 10s. It's as simple as that, Tower. Just let it go. It's Balsy.
There you go.
There it is. This is
You've
it.
absolutely nailed it.
This is it. You don't call all ins when you've got them covered against the player that cashes every tournament. Can find a 10.
They can find a 10 tomorrow. He won't find it now.
Balsy with a double up to 33. So if you're playing these tournaments,
Yeah.
you're not in the money yet. Balsy goes all in and you got him covered. Whether you got aces, just let it go. Because he's a man that always cashes, so... Balsy cashing keeps the world going around, so you gotta just bear that in mind.
We are down to 75. 6 out since the last time we checked.
Yeah, Arian Kashani, latest bust out.
Ouch. Ouchie, ouch.
Rich does get to open fours even from +1, having everyone covered at the table. Yeah, one that seems fairly loose for Anthony. Ace-9 off here, Tower. Like, much better to 3-bet here as Anthony then play flat against +1 from a player that has us covered. Like, just going to be in a dominated spot a fair amount of the time versus Rich's opening range. I guess we have position. I think one that just wants to fold and then may have a sliver of 3-betting going on versus +1, if any. But now he's involved. That keeps... Is that right? Is Trevin with 6-3 here, Tower, from the small?
Is it? No, can't we? Is he? No, he's not called. We just got to catch up. We just got to catch up. Yeah. We just need the action tracker to catch up the street behind in a minute.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Come on. Sorry about this, guys.
Yeah, we will wait for the graphic to catch up. It does look like Rich has C-bet this board and Ace-9. Probably just going to get out of here, just 2 overcalled. So I do have this 9 of spades working, but facing half. I'm going to struggle to continue as Anthony, but it's going to take one off. It will float against half pot.
8 of spades turn.
And if we are floating this hand, one of the best cards for us to potentially see as Anthony. You can see a lot of checks from Rich. Here now, Tower. If we see a bet here from Rich on the turn, we're probably going to see a triple, turning the 4s into a bluff. But I feel like he is going to do a lot of checking once this flush draw completes. even stuff like 8-9 suited getting there as well in the form of top pair. So let's check it over to Anthony on the 8 of spades turn, and then we're floating ace-9 on the 7-5-3. Obviously got some ideas in mind and goes for the 7.5k. Something quite interesting here, Tower, that you see a lot in a live setting. Anthony has basically picked out a red chip and then his greens and his yellow and left himself with a stack of reds behind.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time in this situation, obviously only a small sample size, but when someone sort of puts all their small chips in and leaves themselves with their big chips in, very rare they're like nutted, they're like top end of the range, they're usually like middle to bottom. It usually like signifies that they potentially got a hand that's okay, but they don't want to, they want to save their big chips back as like a recreational. And not thinking about sizing, just thinking I'm going to put all my small chips in, leave myself with just my big chips, the reds, but does work on that occasion for Anthony. So the float and the bet gets rich off the best hand. Mark Hodgkin says the treble's only value if it comes in low. That is true.
It is true, but I've gone for value. We could easily back a 1-3, 1-2 and 1-4 and get an even money treble.
To be fair, I reckon if we done today 11 times, that treble would come in more than once.
Which one?
The one you've done today, that's what I'm saying. If,
Oh,
let's say we got to repeat today,
Yeah.
11 times for your 11-1 treble. I reckon it would come in more than once. I reckon that 2 or 3 times. So therefore, it's value.
Indeed it is.
Martin with the effective send with the King Jack gets it through.
175. 38 get the money, so we need to lose half the field from now.
And going on first break in 20 minutes time. King Jack for Lewis, should see open. That's coming in for open. 32. And Anthony here, Ace Jack in the hijack. Either or. What are we here? We're at like 37, 38. So call going to be fine for Anthony. Free bet going to be fine. Does land on call. And Trev got a lovely spot with 26, 27 bigs. And once it goes open call here, I feel like fine to jam for Trev. If it was just open from Lewis, maybe one that does want a free bet, not all in. But once there's this dead flat here from Anthony, seems like a spot we just want to be moving in, as he does. Yeah, so awkward one for Anthony here, but do we think that Trev's going to send stuff like ace 10, ace 9, 4, 27? Probably not. We're basically hoping to see 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s. As Anthony, if we call there may be like some suited Broadway squeezing going on, something like King Jack suited that we could dominate. But I doubt we're going to see Anthony call here with the Ace Jack. Gone open from Lewis, we flat, Trev squeeze jams. He may have some Ace 10 in here. and maybe some like ace-10 suited that we dominate as Trev. It's actually a tough one for Anthony because it was a low jack open. It's not like it's gun open flat and then a jam. MP open from Lewis, LP flat from Anthony, and Trev wants the jam, so there are some potential hands that could be in there that would dominate, but it's a large proportion of Anthony's stack to be putting in, around 80% of our stack, to call this one off. So a real annoying spot for Anthony. But it can't be too far out, because ace-queen I'd definitely call here. So when you sort of have that line of the hand you definitely call and you go to the next pip down, which is the ace-jack, it can't be too far off here for Anthony. And wouldn't fault him whatever decision he made here. It's a real sucky spot to be in with the ace-jack offsuit. Maybe he doesn't think Trev is going to have some ace-10, ace-9, but he is going to call it off and sees the bad news. You can't fault him for it. Trev may start shoving light up once we flat, may have some lighter squeeze jams. Maybe feels like one of the best hands he can have as Anthony in this spot because he 3-bets ace-queen, ace-king, etc. But here we go. Trev Reardon at risk, but holding at the moment. Really nice flop to see. To the turn, 7 of diamonds, so looking nice and clean for Trev Reardon. 1 jack is dead, so just 2 outs in the deck to fade. Fade he does. 6 of clubs on the river. Big double up for Trev Reardon, up to 91k. Unfortunate for Anthony, yeah, that's a real grim spot, to be fair to the lad. Really tough to know what to do there, but as I say, if we are definitely calling ace-queen, ace-jack, may just get in there, and even if it doesn't, it's like probably like break even. If it is losing, I'm guessing it's only losing minuscule, so unfortunate for Anthony. Nice hole for Trev. Jack ace suited for Trev. Got some working chips now. After that nice big double up. North of 50 bigs, Jack 8 suited opens, makes it 3.5. All in for Victor here, Tal. This is a pretty clean one. We've got 13 bigs, we've got ace jack against an LP open. Fist pump jam on the button. Will be working. Even Trev can't call off Jack 8 suited, lets it go. Murph comes to the table.
Big Murph. From the Manchester area. Just under 15 to go until the end of the first session. Down to 72 from 108.
Did you and Jamie do any giveaways last hour yesterday?
No.
No? Okay.
No. No, I couldn't find your spreadsheet, so I didn't know how many tickets you got left. So I didn't know what we were on. So you'll have to tell everybody what we've got for this next session, because I don't know.
Rich on the button, A9 off. And a lovely spot to jam for Martin here, Tower. Once again, button open, going to be really wide, probably like 50-60% of deck that Rich is going to open. So we just get so many folds here as Martin, with good removal, does take it.
To 87. Kings on the button.
Praying for action here as Balsy. Going to get some from Murph. Looks like wants to defend 6-4.
Yep. Ace. Always an ace. Always an ace. Yeah, coming on for one. Three of hearts turn.
There'll be some chip counts when we come back after the break, hopefully, Will.
All chip counts on the way. And we return.
One thing that's actually really nice here for Balsy Tower, on first glance, ace high board, oh no, we've got kings. When we start the hand with our stack, like Murph will send us in with ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, suited ace x. And so we actually eradicate a lot of the ace x from Murph's range because of the stack depth that we open pre. Like when he has a lot of these better ace x, even some middling ace x, he may just set us in. So he is going to be a lot more weighted towards a queen or a 6 here rather than the ace x. We'll also have some jack 10, potentially king jack type stuff. But river going check, check. Balsy taking that one, and we're heading over to an outer table, guys.
Go on then, who is it? What's happening?
And it's
the Brommers.
Adam Bromley.
I did not see Adam Bromley this week either.
Against the Frenchman, Ewan Trevedy. I haven't seen him in a while either. Old Ewan. And Ewan with 9s, Adam with 8s. Gonna need help.
Not seen Adam for a while. King, queen, 6. No help for the 8s. No help for the 8s. Ah, not to be for Adam Bromley. Taps the table. Unfortunately, out the door, Mr. Bromley. Out he goes. The boss. Still going on nicely. Ewan Trevedy, very nice indeed.
The computer should be analysing his hands as in deducting chips. Yeah, well, that's what you're doing.
Victor, king 10 from low jack. And just the cusp that wants to open, like we'd fold king 9 off. king 10 off. He's going to attempt to steal here. Makes it 3.5k. All the way around to Lewis with the ace 5 off here. So, interesting spot for Lewis here at this stack depth. Maybe slightly too much Invicta to do anything aggressive. It's just going to land on call.
King 7 deuce, 2 spades. Victor takes the lead.
Treble side of your screens. So king 7 deuce. Should be fairly small size here from Victor. Don't need to go large. Does come with small, 30%er. An interesting one for Lewis. We do have the ace of spades here. So potential to take 1 off. We're also ahead of hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, 8 9 suited, stuff that would open from MP. So it's kind of a close one. Ace 5 off with no spade, I'd probably fold. Ace 5 with the ace of spades seems fairly close tower for Lewis here. That is going to take 1 off with the call.
Three of hearts on the turn.
And now Victor just wanting to go bet here. Like King Queen sets us in pre at this stack depth. Ace King sets us in pre at this stack depth. King Jack's kind of close. Maybe King Jack suited is one that likes to call on the big, and King Jack off might have some free bet shoves against our stack depth. So with a king here, although it being 4th nut kick up, we should be fairly comfortable going bet as Victor. We got Lewis picking up the wheel draw, but facing just around 45% on the turn. It's difficult to continue now as Lewis does get out the way. Yeah, Perry, I agree. Saying about the king's hand with Balsi, could have potentially gone for a street on the river. Totally agree with that. Looks a lot like Murph has a queen. But we're heading out again, guys. We've got another situation occurring on the outer table. Dean Lyle against Andy Bradshaw. Counterfeit outs there. Fading aces and jacks and kings.
Oh no!
Oh, that's terrible.
Really?
Get out of
here!
here!
No boat on the water chop.
So James Jones, all the family's watching.
So Dean Lyle exits the field. Andy Bradshaw taking him out. And this table that we are looking at now, guys, this will be the table that will be joining us after break.
The Brad on fire.
And there are the full counts for that table. Whoa! 273k for Bradshaw.
He's been at it.
Mandara's there. Tim Slater there. Davenport, Zheng, James Jones, who won Leeds last year. It's going to be, it was this year actually, won Leeds, wasn't it? It was this year, yeah. So, what a cracker we got coming up for the football session, as we call it, on Saturday.
Look at that stack, 273,000.
So that is the table that we just saw. That will be coming over after the break. 5 minutes until we hit that 15-minute break. How you doing, JK? Johnny Kelly in the chat, welcome.
Oi, oi. How are you? When are we going to see you next? You retired?
So, pretty standard stuff here. Lewis jams. Anthony calls ace 5, but it's not the flop Anthony is looking for. So, down to an ace, or he will exit just before the break. Oh, just finds it on the turn. You think you're out, you think you're down to 3 outs. Gets there, fading kings and 9s. Does exactly that. 6 of diamonds, river. Anthony keeps himself alive, double up through Lewis.
Keep yourself alive. Keep yourself alive.
Brentford, Sunderland, MK Dons, 3 o'clock kickoff, so in 40 minutes' time, we'll be sweating the treble.
Did everybody fall into the trap yesterday?
What trap?
This trap.
What? The template that me and you made for no reason, just so people would stop asking questions.
Social media has been amazing today.
Yep.
Been absolutely amazing. Nobody said a word. It worked.
Yeah, it's worked.
We're back. If you didn't see the announcement yesterday, it has been announced. Goliath back in Coventry, back at the CBS Arena, back at £200 buy-in, and back the same weekend, the 24th of July till the 3rd of August, and the team are back as well. Cannot wait for Goliath yet again.
Am I going to see you plastered all over the building again like this year? Will you be on the menus, the carpet, the floor, the ceiling? You're everywhere.
People are treading all over me and everything.
You're everywhere. I went to order my food. I couldn't even order a burger without Tower staring me in the face. You're on the menu, just everywhere. The schedule.
Holiday at the minute, says Johnny, will be next year sometime. Nice one, Johnny Kelly. Always good to see you around the tables. Enjoy the all.
A nice little jam from Martin. 16-17, sends ace-9 off from LP, gets it through. Likely to be last hand of the session, unless we don't go post.
Thought you were holding it at the Etihad. The only chance of it ever being full. We had all sorts going on. Anfield Arena, Chevrolet, Liverpool Arena, Manchester Arena, Old Trafford, NEC. Oh, it's funny. Ali Vic, he's been on the feature table for 2 hours. We are changing tables probably after this hand. We're down to the final 50 seconds, so this should be the final. It might not be if we get a fold.
I don't think we will. I think Alan probably going to continue here. Reduced fold equity off of 9, but we still have some, but he's just going to go land on call.
Yeah.
C3, which means unless this is a very quick check bet fold,
It's definitely the last hand.
it will be the last hand of the session.
I need me cake. You want yours?
I haven't.
Oh, yeah. You still got it left?
I've got a little bit left.
Right, swap. Any swaps around?
No swaps.
No swaps.
So it seems like a nice continue from Murph, but he's going to check back. To be fair, at this stack depth, when we do want to realise equity, because if we bet and we get jammed on, we just got to fold the 9 high, whereas we've got some nice backdoor stuff going on, so checking back, trying to realise that, and does snag this 7 on the turn. Alan feels like his 3 is best once, and he checks back, but now he's just going to set him in, and it's a call from Alan.
Call from Alan with a 3. Are we going to lose one last hand?
Potential.
Ooh, the Murph with 9-7. As everybody departs. Weren't expecting this. In they go, the river. He's a 10, so we do lose Alan.
Alan C.
Alan
Exits.
C. Unlucky Alan. Murph gets a nice pot at the end of the session. See you in 15, new table. We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UKSPC, run by Krosner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker.
Yeah.
And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there.
Yeah.
We played a tournament together, and we ended up dropping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it.
The UKSBC had got some great names,
Yeah.
and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UKSPC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner. These people I talk to every day still.
Yeah. Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 cashes.
Yeah, well, I
on the mob.
wasn't playing. I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously.
Yeah. Did it help the lockdown?
Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor.
Yeah.
So that industry was just wiped out, obviously.
Yeah.
And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there.
Yeah. 2021, obviously, biggest score ever.
Yeah.
At the minute, 165,000 GUKPT.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can you remember it all?
Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. I kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to Das, ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time. Oi, oi.
Oh.
Never easy.
Any
10,
4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was
4
before.
out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double a 4 out of 5. There'll be a cheer. Oh my word! The crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first series, first season?
Both. It was the first ever like GUKPT series I played, and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, like, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river. And getting it in something like ace-5 off versus Jack, so Jack Hardcastle and winning. And kind of those 2 hands are the ones that kind of stick in my mind of like.
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. Kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah. Obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was playing chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in a 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were like friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other like, "Oh my god, there's like 100 odd people left. We actually need to like book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there."
I was going to say, when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it?
So my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. And then we got...
Obviously what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a good first time, yeah.
It doesn't get much better as an experience. Obviously flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail. You all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FD.
Amazing.
That would be. You had a couple of final tables as well.
Yeah, not quite WSOP final tables, but a few final tables here and there. And
We could
other
do
tournaments,
with you and Nicholas on that. I'd be
Yeah,
there.
that'd be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas. That's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks. So
Sweet.
can play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the You had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
I had the hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of gotta make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it.
you obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason. Just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022. What was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I never final tabled a bracelet event.
No, all right, okay.
Final tabled a load of GUKPT stuff, which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live.
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
But you do play a lot.
Yeah,
online.
no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GUKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022 we did final table at GUKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand, lost a flip, and I was out.
Yeah. And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
You needs help. Can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 at this. Six of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought Ewan McNicholas, this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. 20 last year. Obviously last year we get to Vegas. 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of caches, but I pretty much only had min caches throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min caches, so I just played a lot. I had a bad summer.
A bad summer and 16 caches.
Yeah, well,
good job we had 16
money,
caches if you were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we've watched a lot of, they always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers.
Ah,
What
well.
is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually your final tables have. Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GUKPT high rollers, it's kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good.
Yeah.
There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid.
Yeah.
And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well. So you just got to win some all-ins.
Yeah.
They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Yeah. Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 buy-ins, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing.
Yeah.
Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max day regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all-in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online? Do you think this is my kind of game?
Yeah.
What do you normally stick to?
Plan that out. Well, it depends on playing cash or tournaments. I don't normally mix them up, but if I'm playing cash, I'll just play probably 4 tables of whatever's running, and then play tournaments. I just look for the good tournaments, open the lobbies, and then reg them whenever I got space.
Yeah. And is that the same live? Do we have a calendar? Do we look and think, I'm going there?
Yeah.
I'm going there.
Yeah. Kind of a month in advance or so. I look, see what's on for the next month, and then plan it out, book some hotels, or so I live in London now, so coming here to the Vic's great. I can walk here now, which is great.
Favourite comp of the year if it's not Vegas?
So like you said, I love the high rollers here. Yeah. They're great fun. It kind of doesn't matter which casino it's in, as long as the structures are just good, not too long, not too short, over in 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, nice group of people, and I run pretty good on them.
Nice one. You just said you're going to Vegas in 2 days.
Yeah.
What's the plan? What's the schedule? Have we got one?
A loose one. I've got a spreadsheet with all the tournaments that are on.
Yeah.
I'll play every day probably. I'll probably have 2 days off over the summer, and then
2 days off.
Probably. Playing poker's always a day off, really.
You're there to play. You're not there to sunbathe.
Yeah.
I don't suppose.
Yeah, and some days you finish early.
So Vegas, obviously, the ultimate thing would be a bracelet.
Yep. That would be fun.
If not, would you feel really happy if one of your friends did?
Andy Bradshaw in the building. There he is. After dinner, we'll get a full chip count from the remaining 70.
I don't think we'll get to the money this session, so as it gets close,
Yeah.
I think we'll just be off.
So here we go. Looking forward to this session with the Bradders in full flow. Here the man.
Left the hat at home today, I see. Lovely looking turn to see for Zheng. Drills off the set, and now we're just going to get to go bet, bet, bet. However, Sam probably going to be letting go of the ace-4 once met by the double barrel.
$273,000 at this stage. Great run he could have.
It is Stu Rooney. Afternoon, gents. Have a great stream, and please let us know which 3 teams we are setting our money on fire today with.
Oh, not that one. That one. Brentford, Sunderland and MK Dons. 20 minutes to go till kick-off. Let's go get them. Looking forward to them. Let's go get them.
Going to be another open from Zheng, suited king. Yeah, great table we got here, Kev.
It certainly is.
It seems like a clean c-bet for Zheng here. Queen Jack 5 rainbow. Board we're going to have lots of bets on as the opener. I've got all the strongest hands. We've got some nice backdoors to go alongside our hand here, and Adam with some nice backdoors of his own. He's going to take one off just south of 30%. Wants to see a turn card. And this is just going to be the cleanest of double barrels you're ever going to get for Zheng here, Tower. We block King 10, this ace on the turn, like we're going to see that ace highs that now make top pair, and Adam in the big blind's going to have all this like pair of 5s, pair of jacks, stuff like Jack 8 suited, Jack 7 suited, that are all just going to insta-fold facing the barrel. So this one should be a nice clean double barrel from Zheng, and it's a snap fold from Adam. Nicely done.
Kev Blow just watched the footy. Stoke 1, Millwall 1.
Says oatcakes are go, Tower. Anything
Boom.
you need, Jay?
Yeah, cheese and bacon.
I know it sounds ridiculous, Kev, but we haven't got any bottles of water in the casino. So if you a big bottle of water, that wouldn't go amiss. If you can bring me in a big bottle of water.
What's wrong with ice, tap ice?
It's not the same.
What's wrong with Council Stella?
It's not the same. There's I'm actually not. I shouldn't really say this, but there's a video online of someone getting a little swab of under like a tap water, putting it on a little slide and then looking at it under a microscope. And ever since then, I'm just like,
Done you in, has it?
done me in. Ever since then, I'm like, okay.
I don't mind Council Stella.
Thanks, Kev. Cancel Stella. King Jack for Matt in the cut-off. Off of 30. Opens, makes it 4.
Queen 8 deuce. Bradshaw with the best of it. Looks like the NPL champ on the table as well, Matt Davenport.
Yeah, Matt's timing so good. Like a board you expect King Jack to see bet fairly high frequency, but Matt just finding the check behind here. Now probably where we are going to see some leading from Andy. That will probably be that. Third pot on the turn. Looks like Matt Davenport not going anywhere just yet. It's going to take one off with the King Jack. We are ahead of all this 5. There's loads of gutters out there to be fair. 5-6, 5-7, Jack 9, Jack 10, 5-3. There's a lot of stuff we are ahead of that could potentially start leading from the big. And it's a 9 of spades river, so not a good card to see from that, because now a lot of the bluffs completing as well with backdoor spades. If Andy started barreling them, that now gets there. If he's got something like Jack 10, Jack 9, 10-9, they all now jump in front of us. So we're only really ahead of the 5-3, the 6-5, the 6-3 here as Matt. So only a minimal amount of combos that we beat with the King Jack high. I'd be shocked if he did flick in the call here, but he's thinking about something. Well, there we go. He's actually going for raise tower. Forget call. Matt Davenport floating the turn and raises this river lead from Andy. And this is tough now for Andy, because just a bluff catcher. Like Matt's value here, going to probably start from 2 pair plus. He can have some stuff like 8-9 suited. That makes sense. 8-9 with check back flop, call turn, river 2 pair, go for value. Also got the backdoor spade draws himself, stuff like ace-x of spades, king-jack of spades, etc. And then also has the jack 10 in there. But I think jack 10's one that definitely c-bets flop on the queen 8 deuce with the gutter. A real tough spot here for Andy. We've got the king of spades though, which is really nice, but he is going to show it face up, folds face up, and Matt gets the job done with the king
nice
high.
Indeed, he won't be showing him king jack. We got one through, he's just told him. He's just told him. Would you tell somebody you got a bluff? Well, I suppose in half an hour's time, 20 minutes time, he'll get told.
I got one through.
Yeah, Matt just doing what he does best, finding ways to win the hands. A lot of people just snap full turn, but Matt with some other ideas. Sam, ace deuce of diamonds, opens 26 big blinds from cut-off. Andy Bradshaw on the hunt to get some chips back that he just lost. Ace jack in the small here. One that potentially could have 3-bet call here, Tower. When we're at 25 and LP opens, ace jack is fine to 3-bet call off, facing cut off, but has just landed on flat. The flat does have some merits. We do keep in the dominated ace-x, the dominated jack-x, stuff like king jack, queen jack, and the lower down ace-x holdings. And James is going to come in with jack 6 from the big.
Ten jack, jack, what a flop.
Whoa.
What a flop.
And fairly loose defend here from James, and it's potentially going to get him in a lot of trouble. Could be the end of James's tournament with the jack 6. James going for value straight off the bat. like a board that Sam can just see bet with a lot of hands. Like Andy can have 10x, he can have stuff like king queen, queen 9, 9 8, a lot of straight draws / gut shots out there. And Andy Bradshaw throws in the call, check in the dark. Over to James.
Oh, wow! What a full double on its way.
Filthy turn.
Look at this.
Just turns the boaters, James, just in case.
A full double on its way. Snap call.
Here's the all in, and there's the call from Andy Bradshaw, and he's not going to believe what he sees. 6 on the turn. How has that rolled off?
Jeez. Wow. Filthy, filthy turn.
Well, we can find an ace. We can find a 10 or a 6 to chop. Likely that James going to be getting the double plus more. He does.
Well, full double for James. Jones, the Nuglet up to 110. Bradshaw down to 208. Derek Brooks says, can I ask what the big announcement was, please? This was it, young man. The big announcement, the Goliath. 1.8 million last year, so we're expecting a 2 million estimated prize pool. It's back in Coventry, it's back at the CBS Arena, it's back at a £200 buy-in, and it's back the same weekends, the 24th until the 3rd of August, and it'll be back with Cardroom Direct and the live stream and the A-team, and we cannot wait. When do you think the satellites will start?
About Feb, March, I reckon. Usually a few months
March-ish?
before, yeah.
I don't think they ought to start them sooner. I've noticed, the only thing I said that is, the Irish Open satellites have already started for next year. And I know the Irish Open's April.
Yeah, it's 3 months.
So 4 months,
Yeah,
I
probably about 4 months.
suppose, yeah.
One thing I will say, how many people you think when we get to the Goliath in about 7 months' time, 8 months' time, go, oh, I've got to wait for my seat. I didn't register in a holding tank
Can
online.
you buy me today 1D, please, Tower?
Because if you watch the stream a lot, leading up to the Goliath, 3-4 months leading up to the Goliath, me and Tower do not shut up about getting in a holding tank. So when you turn up on the day, you can go straight to your table, your chips are there, you sit down and you play, and there's no waiting around. But it is incredible the amount of people we get coming to the chat and say, oh, I've got to wait, I've just got here, I've got to wait. So important, just be prepared, guys. Get yourself in the holding tanks early.
Yeah, indeed. Nice one, Derek. Good to see it. Good to see it. I know there's always been there were people saying it was going to be at the Liverpool Arena and Manchester Arena and Old Trafford and the NEC.
On the moon.
Yeah, just about. And also one of the best things for everybody as well, the same buying price.
Yeah.
The 200 worked so well last year. And the price pool just got bigger and bigger, so good stuff, Derek. It's on there. A lot of people booked their hotels yesterday when the announcement came out. A lot of the websites are doing cancellation, blah blah blah. But get yourself in, Derek, and we'll see you at Goliath, and hopefully before that. Folks, we've got plenty going on before the Goliath in July next year.
So Adam as the opener here. He's going to just continue range a lot of the time on this board. Ace 10-4. That will be that. Yeah, Mark says Qs were brilliant this year. No waiting on free buy-ins.
Yeah. Also, I think one of the good things as well is that he could have bought in on the app.
Yeah.
Because they gave him the option of putting money into the app for Coventry and the MPL events, and away he went. So it was good. We'll see you there, Derek. Look forward to it. It should be another cracker. That's all we can say.
King Jack for Ryan.
If I can. I'll make it.
Tim defence, ace 7 in the big. Nice board to c-bet on, Ryan. Like, the lower down the pair, the more c-bets we're going to have, just because Tim shouldn't really defend much offsuit 4x. Like, even king 4 off probably wants to fold pre, so maybe just the suited 4x combos in there. And Ryan continuing with the king jack. Tim making the call against small with ace high. It's the queen of spades on the turn. Now going to be decision point for Ryan here. Tim's calling range on the flop going to consist of 3x and 4x. It will have lots of 5-6, 5-7, 6-7, some ace highs. When we go that small side, still a lot of hands in there in Tim's range. We can start targeting some pocket pairs, some ace highs. And Ryan's going to do exactly that. Even the 3x, if Tim's defended like 6-3 suited, not going to be able to continue versus this double barrel. Nicely done from Ryan, gets the best hand to fold.
Yeah, we heard there was a claim in commentary. It's not been confirmed yet. As soon as it gets confirmed, PK will announce it on social media. It was about 9:20 apparently.
Peak time on a Friday night. Good luck with the treble, says Ian. Teams are coming out. Go, go, tower. We've never actually had one when it's just like 2-0 half time, 3-0 half time, 4-1 half time. It's never happened. I'd love today to be the day.
How many 4-1s at half time do you ever see?
Chelsea Brighton the other week.
All right, that's 1 in 500. That's 1 this year. Nice one.
Palmer got a first half hat-trick. King Queen suited for Andy Bradshaw. Not been the best start to the session for him, but back in the mix, and going to be another spot where we could potentially leak some chips here, because we should be calling King Queen suited. Hijack versus button facing this free bet. It does find the call. Oh no.
King deuce 7.
Did he walk under a ladder on break, Andy?
I tell you what, he must have. He must have.
Yeah, we're just doubling Zacheng up here, Tower. I can't see like maybe it rolls off an ace on the turn and we get away from it, but like 90% of the time Zacheng's just going to double hit. Well, there's some life.
5 of diamonds on the turn.
Andy now picking up flush draw to go alongside his top pair second nut kick up, and Zacheng now with like 90% pot may fancy just going with it here. Maybe with the ace of diamonds, this combo one we could go for 2 streets, bet. Definitely going to be betting here as Zacheng, just whether he goes for all in now for 90% pot or whether he feels like when we have the ace of diamonds as well, the hand doesn't need too much protection and we're just going to go for small. He's going to opt for the latter, so it does go small on the turn, setting up a river jam, 14 into 47, so around 30% again, and Andy Bradshaw with the king queen of diamonds, he's not going anywhere. Do expect to just see call. He's going to use a bank.
Yeah, just to put sugar in his tea. I'm just going to put sugar in my tea and I'm going to butter my toast. What have you got?
What's he saying? Okay, he says, I'm all in. There you go.
What have you got, he says?
So not going to play call, going to run it here because he's got the flush draw to go alongside it. Zacheng going to make the call with the ace king. And Andy is going to see that he needs to hit a queen or a diamond. So a bit of a sweat for Zecheng.
Let's not get it in, he says. I've changed my mind, let's not get it in, he says.
So is it Zecheng's turn to double up for Andy? Still a sweat, but an ace on the river.
Yep.
So Zecheng up to 134. Andy Bradshaw down to 144.
Wow. Bad start to the sesh.
But the thing is, it's like he's just ran bad.
Yeah.
He had the ace jack versus jack 6, jack jack flop 6 on the turn. He had the king queen versus the ace king here. It's just standard as can be. Maybe we can call turn, but never going to be a bad thing when we got top pair, second nut kicker and flush draw to set it in at that stack depth. So, and then he got bluffed by Matt Davenport in a difficult river situation. So it's just been one of them nightmare sessions so far.
Should just take a walk and have his coffee.
We're off. Good luck, everyone. We're off.
Come on!
Come on, Brentford.
Come on, Brentford!
I'm not worried about the other two.
Come on, Brentford! Come on, you Brentford!
Andy back involved, opens to 4K and Zecheng with ace queen.
Wow.
You gotta laugh.
King queen into ace queen now. What is happening here?
It's hard for me to recall 30 minutes when someone has just been on the wrong side of it every other hand, and Zecheng just going with flat on this occasion with the ace queen, which is fine. We'll do some free betting, we'll do some flatting, and does choose the flat. But if this comes queen Hightower,
Just wow. Well, ASI, no draws. But Bradshaw's going to be leading. Makes it 4.
having Zecheng no raising going on here, toe up with the ace queen. Should just be a call. Nice little combo to have with the queen of spades alongside it as well. There is the call. Five of hearts on the turn. So not the best card to see, but we've got Andy continuing to barrel from the looks of things. He's counting out chips, although it looks very small. Is that 4.5? About 8.5, little red hiding underneath, so not as small as the first 4, but still good for 40% on the turn. And once again, same scenario as the check. We're never raising this spot, never folding this spot, just going to be a pure call in position. Wow, has he gone for raise?
Yeah, made it 8.5.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest of fans, Tower. Just like how the ranges work, Andy's still going to have the ace king, he's still going to have 9s, 8s. And like the ace jack, ace 10, we get value from on the river anyway. So when he has some barrels, some jack 10, some queen 10, some queen jack, these are the ones I expect. I don't expect king, queen, king jack to barrel too much without the gut shot. But the times that he has these type of hands that are just drawing to a gut a lot of the time, that are bluffing, he's just got a little 8% equity. Like, he wins the hand 1 in 12 times. Like, we're fine taking that to the river. And then we sometimes induce the bluff on the river as well, and we make more money that way as the Cheng. But maybe it was a little exploit there. Maybe thinking that once Andy bets twice, he's not going to be folded into a raise. Could have been the idea. But he still has ace king in range, which is a key component in that spot. Swindon goal.
What?
Oh, are they playing one of ours in the treble?
Oh my god.
Great.
It'll end up 5-1, don't worry.
Great. Do we ever start well? Ever?
Ever. Ever. Oh my god. Oh my God.
10 seconds.
Just oh my God. Just wow, why? Don't spoil that afternoon, will you?
Got a bit of action again here. Loving this feature table. The first 30 minutes has flown by. 2-2-3. Rainbow. We got top pair for Matt. We got over pair for Sam. We got over pair for James. We got wheel draw, backdoor, flush draw for Andy Bradshaw. It is all going on four-way on the deuce, 3. So James wants original opener checks. Feels like sevens need protection. Agree. So does fire for 5k, half pot. Matt with ace-3 here. Great fold from him. Just letting the top pair go to 1-bet. Just recognising the situation. James will have all this 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks in there. And when there's 4 players going to the flop, people don't tend to bluff too much and bet ace high, etc. So Matt just with a great read on the situation. Good fold from him. And lovely looking turn for Andy Bradshaw here. Turns a nut flush draw to go alongside wheel draw. But James still with the best of it in the form of 7s. And for the king on the turn, it doesn't really affect anything in terms of Sam's range. He shouldn't have any king X at all. However, Andy Bradshaw may take one off with ace king. But other than that, can't really see too much king X in Andy's range either. So maybe ace king for Andy, no king X for Sam, unless he's got like king 3 suited.
Checked all the way around and the king pairs the board. The Jagger. James Jones. So Nuglets getting the best of it.
So now Sam going for some value on the river with the 6s, but he's going to value cut himself. I actually kind of like the value bet once the turn checks through. I guess we still got James that can have some 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, etc. But I think okay to go for this little small 40% on the end with the 7s. Target ace high, perhaps target 5s and 4s. Whoa, and he even got 7s to fold of James. James just snap folds the 7s. Must give Sam credit for a deuce. Didn't even think about it. So probably thought he was value betting there as Sam. But does get the 7s to fold. That's... I'm loving this table tower. I am loving it, but that's strange from James Jones. Has to give Sam credit for a deuce, but Sam can still have 4-5, he can have 4-6, he can have 5-6, he can have some ace-5, ace-4 as bluffs. But at least thought about it as James.
That's your on 120. Start of the session on 270.
Jam 3.
38, get the money, we're down to 59. We don't think it'll be this session, should be the next session when the money comes in.
James here opens ace queen from +1. Ryan with the ace king makes it 16.5. Just play call a lot of the time here as James Tower. Ryan hasn't been too active from what I've seen this session either. Just land on call, C3.
Rolling across the bottom. Payouts.
So James, pure check, got to play and float on the 8-6 boost over to Ryan. Still got all these strong over pairs in range as the 3-better. Does continue for 9k and I'd call once here as James for short tower, ace queen high. Still ahead of Ryan's bluff stuff like ace 10, king queen, king jack. All be in the bluff 3-bet range from time to time. And calls once.
3 of spades turn.
Now decision point for Ryan here because James will have stuff like 9s, 10s, jacks that don't want to 4-bet get in for 50 effective pre. We'll have all these overpairs in there. 7's a thing. Can have a set of 8s for top set. But against that small size as well, Ryan will be aware, like if he's got a Jack 10 suited, a Queen Jack suited, 3 to straight, 3 to flush hand, these should all continue as well versus quarter pot. Ryan with the check behind.
Well, there's a 3 on the river. Ryan with the check mark, C4.
Just got to check as James. Don't think there's any merit in betting here. Ryan will check back. We're off to an outer table, and it's pro on pro action.
What is happening here?
It's Ludo versus Jamie Nixon, all in pre. Aces versus Queens. Jamie at risk. Quick run out for us, but the aces holding. So Jamie Nixon doubling up through fellow team pro Ludo, and Jamie going to be up to 250k. And Ludo left with what looks around 50k. So we'll need a spin, although 50k still chunked 25 bigs at this stage. But Jamie Nixon with the big double up. We come to the feature, and the aces make an appearance. Randy Bradshaw.
The brothers with the aces. Beautiful. Can we get some chips back?
Probably not, because Sam's going to be folding a lot here, Tao. Although that looks tiny. Well, I don't think Sam's going to be folding 9-6 of diamonds for this price. 3 to 1 on our money with position. We're not going anywhere. I'm just expecting like a 9-9-6 flop or something. Oh, wow.
My days.
This is ridiculous. Like, you talk about bad sessions for someone, but this is getting ridiculous now.
It says have that. All of it.
All in the dark, and it's a king on the turn, so it's going to be a snap call from Sam.
And he can't believe it, what he's going to see.
And he's going to see the 9-6, and Andy is not going to believe his luck here. 2 pair against the aces, and this is just brutal for Mr. Bradshaw. But he can find a king, jack or ace. Counterfeit available.
Just wow. And it's not, it's a 10 and a 9-6, 2 pair on the flop. Bradshaw down at 58. Wow. Somebody's just shouted, it's making good TV. It was done for. Oh man.
What did he have when we come back?
273,000.
Making good TV.
Oh dear. What did he do at the break?
Is this deck rigged?
That was dirty as well.
Fair hand.
Sorry?
69, fair hand.
Can we start this table again?
8-6 of hearts for Andy. got to try and keep his head, but just seems like every spot someone's got something against him. And once again, James with the ace-king, legitimate holding, bumps it up to 3 BBs, and Andy with the call with the 8-6 of hearts. Does flop a dummy and gut shot. Other than that, not much else going on. I guess we do have the backdoor flush draw. James just going to be putting chips in on the king high board, and Andy Bradshaw beats him into the pot. Snap call in.
He is on Uber tilt.
Ace of spades turn. And just getting better and better for James. So he's going to, well, 14 fire again, but maybe thinking that he's going to have a lock on this a lot of the time. Trying to induce something from Andy, perhaps. Going to have to go for value now. Goes for the lot. And off we go again, Tower, out of table action.
Oh, we got this time.
And this time it is Stato who is all in and at risk against Dan Myers. Stato with a flop bow, and he's not got it locked up. Fading aces, sixes and fives.
9 on the
Double up for Stato. The cold deck there, flop trips versus flop bow. Taken from Dan Myers. Stato going to be back to around 120k. Queen 10 for Andy Bradshaw is all in over the hijack open from Sam and Zacheng.
Zacheng's going to get the rest of it. Bradshaw's had enough, you can tell.
Zacheng got a fair amount of it in the first place too, but now it's Zacheng, and the way that Andy's been playing here, I'm never folding as Zacheng. It's just, although it's 22 bigs, it's hijack open, button shove. Like ace queen got to go here for Zacheng. Going to use a bank. He's just basically weighing up here what's the avenue to take. Do we jam for 75 or 60 effective or Sam, or do we just play flat? And the thing is, if we flat anyway, it's over a third of Sam's stack. He's not going to fold, is he? Can't fold Zacheng. This does just go with call. It's Zacheng who got a fair amount of Andy's chips in the first place, and Andy Bradshaw, who was runaway chip leader in this tournament less than 40 minutes ago, could be out the door unless he can find a 10.
Yep. Eight, 9, 5.
Smidge of help.
Yep, 10s and jacks. 10s and jacks.
He is due one. He is due one.
He is, definitely is.
10s, jacks, 6s.
Come on, brothers, they're all rooting for you. Well, it's one of the worst, unluckiest sessions you've ever seen. And it's a deuce. And the chip leader in the room, 273,000, is now heading to the door.
You go back 6 years I've been doing this.
Yeah.
I cannot recall a 40 minutes of worse run than that. And in a 40-minute period.
Yeah. Every time he had something that was behind. Every time he had an hand, somebody had a better hand. Just so unlucky.
From the penthouse to the outhouse in one session.
Good shout, that dog.
We got some good news and we got some bad news. The good news is,
Yes.
Sunderland are 1 up.
Yes! Come on, the Sunderland.
The bad news is, as Jay said, and Jay's big worry of the day, Bournemouth are 1-0 up as well.
Also the same as me knocking him out, Matt.
1 up.
You know, you by the way,
Maybe.
you done the reverse, have you? Have you?
That's it, I don't mind.
Brentford are brilliant away at home, so they're going to come back. I can feel it.
That lasted him.
I can feel it in your bones.
And Matt Horsfield says, Towers treble going amazing, 2 losing low.
Oh, brilliant.
Thanks, Matt.
Excellent.
King Jack for Ryan under the gun. Sam with the free bet. Makes it 14. That should be that. Ryan with the King Jack. Just got to let this one go. Can't do anything. The fact he has an insta folded though is interesting. Does eventually let it go. Fun Guy Slot says, I'm never going to moan I'm running bad ever again.
Absolutely, especially watching that.
Zacheng got Bradders in the end.
Yeah, and he also took a chunk off him before that. You know, every time I go into the Premier League.
Yep,
Yep,
I think we all know.
yep.
Hey there, Richie Burner. Afternoon, fellas. First time tuning into this tourney. Hope all is well, all is good.
There you go. Early days Ian Needleman, you're absolutely right. We're all good, thank you very much. Hope you are too.
And we've got loads of giveaways to give away today, guys, as well. And we're going into the £50 tokens at some point today. It will be after dinner break, as we all need to be here to watch Towers treble come in.
Da, 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 da. Sorry, yep. Sunderland, Brentford and the MK Dons.
Is that George? Or is it Jorge?
George.
George with the jacks continues. Zacheng makes the call with the ace jack. Been a great session for Zacheng. Come in with like 45k tower and
Yep.
he's up to near 200 after a storm up. So now gets it checked over to him on the deuce turn. Like we expect ace queen, ace king to go better this stack depth. So unless our opponent has some traps, maybe an ace deuce of diamonds or hearts, we're always going to have the best of it, I feel like, here as a chain. So just going to go for some value on the turn. And the jacks of George are going to take one off. Although met with this ace here. Jack of spades not a good card to have because we block like the queen, jack of spades, all this stuff that Zacheng can have.
Oi, 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 Georgie boy.
How about the case jack on the end? And I said how well Zacheng had been running this session, and I've just talked him in a 1-outer for George. I don't think we ever want to lead here as George, but is going to go for the lead. Would have personally checked. And as Zacheng here, just jam tower, and George will snap. Have to jam as Zacheng. Flat would be a mistake.
Have to, John.
Have to. There's the all-in. And George is going to snap it off, and Zheng will see he has been one-outed on the river. George probably with a hand that should have or could have folded turn, so a bit hard done by there as Zheng. And some more bust outs around the field. I'm going to run you through a few names that you may not have heard already. We saw Dean Lyall, then Ian Bosley, Robbie Ball, David Thompson, Martin Kavanagh, Alan Chris, Oliver Braddock, Cal Morial, Chris Stuttard, Seb Young, Ron Musson, the Mad Turk, Josh Musson, Jamie O'Connor, Andy Bradshaw we saw, and oh no. You said someone last session was going to make the final table. Who was it?
I didn't.
You said, and I said, oh no, good games, X, Y, Z.
I said final 20.
Final 20. You thought Lewis Cow would make the final 20. As soon as you said that, even though he had chips, I said, good game, Lewis. And it is. Good game to Lewis Cow. Well done, Tower.
Must have been a really, really bad beat.
Well done to the Tower.
Must have been a Bradshaw run.
He's done it again. He's done it again.
Must have been a Bradshaw run, that's all I can say.
Lewis Cow out
Can't
as
believe
well.
it.
That leaves us with 56.
Wow. 18 off the money. Who's come to the table in CA? Is that Boz? No, it's not.
No, that's Zach's on, isn't it? George, yeah,
George.
pretty sure.
Yeah. George. Just saw the app. Up the posh, that means they're winning. Yeah, George Zach coming in with a one-outer. How are we doing, Russ? Hope you're well.
Tim checks back. Ryan actually with the check mark here with the pocket fours. However, I might go for a big bet with Matt's hand with the 10-5 blocking all the straights, blocking the 10-6, blocking the Jack 10, blocking the 5-6. I feel like Matt's hand's too good a candidate not to bluff here. Tower once it's checked down, a lot of ace highs, a lot of one pair stuff in there. And like we can still have some 9x that want to go for value, some 8x that want to go for value from the big blind. I just feel like this candidate's way too good to check and not go for bluffers, Matt.
Here he comes. Spot on.
And actually choosing a small size here, so the small size saying that we can still have some things like, wow, is Tim going to raise? Tim goes with raise, and now Ryan going to get out of there. What's Tim Slater up to? Now, this is actually really interesting for Matt. Obviously, we can't call 10-5, but any free bets going on, Tower? Because Tim should never check Jack any straight, freeway in position on the turn. So he never has a straight here. And we've got these straight blockers in there as well as Matt. Like, the best hand Tim could probably have is pocket threes. Is there any free bet ribs going on here from Matt Davenport? Imagine a jam. It looks really tidy spot to do it, Tower. No, doesn't take it.
Doesn't find it.
Does not take it. It's just when Tim checks back turn there, freeway, checks back flop, checks back turn. Like, he can't really have any strong hands other than specifically the rivered set pocket threes. Maybe the free bet might be then because we want to block threes, might be something like a 3 that blocks. Once it's checked all the way down, we get raised and then we go for the free bet bluff because Tim's basically saying there on the river, I've rivered a set of threes. because there's not any sets or any turn straights that he wants to check twice, three-way. These all want to start betting. So it's quite an interesting spot there for Matt. That's why he was in the tank with just 10 high for 20 seconds. He was genuinely thinking about the old 3-bet bluff.
Brentford have scored.
Oi, oi!
Oi, oi. Goal stands after VAR. Wow. VAR on our side. Woohoo! 1-1. Game on. Game on. Wowzers. Game on.
Was it Mbuemo? Looking for Mbuemo goals.
Wembo. Is he in your team?
Yeah,
Why?
because he's Brentford's best player.
Okay.
And he's I think he's third all season in FPL. He's the third highest scoring midfielder all season in
Well,
FPL.
you said they can't win.
They can't win, but it doesn't mean they can't. They lose 4-3. Mbuemo gets a hat trick. That's plenty of FPL points for me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Wissa.
Wissa.
He's been some player this season. To be fair, Wissa. Even coming back after the injury, straight back on it. So blind on blind here between Matt and Sam. Gut shot for Sam. Matt with top pair. Lead straight away. Get some value from the 10 high, and Sam just with 10 high here. Does he feel the need to start bluffing at this one? What are we targeting to fold from Matt? What hands does Matt want to bet flop with that could potentially check fold turn that we are behind to? It's not too much out there, to be fair, so it does check it behind. I'm going to be clear value bet here for Matt Tower. Like once Sam checks back, he may check back some stuff like 9-10, some 9x, maybe some Jack 10 that we can extract from. Oh, sorry, Matt didn't lead flop. Thank you, Jamie. That makes sense. I missed that. Went Sam bet, Matt call. Okay. And Matt actually finding the check again here. Like, the man is just an oracle sometimes. He just knows. Like, when his opponent's got a hand that has to bluff, he just somehow finds the check rather than going for value after check turn. And Matt Davenport with the King 5 gets maximum with that check on the river. Nicely done.
So Cheng Mao, 75 bigs, taking most of Andy Bradshaw's chips, who started the session with 273,000.
But you say that, Tara, and you go and you watch it back, like in the 40 minutes, other than maybe like when he lost 3 or 4 pots, and then you could tell potentially his head was going a bit with the 8-6 of hearts, blind on blind, maybe should have just folded flop versus James. But other than that, every other hand that he played seemed fine. The King Queen was just a caller against the Cheng. The aces versus 9-6 was grim. Got bluffed by Matt Davenport in a brutal spot. It was just one of those sessions.
Tim with the Deuce 3 gets out of the way, right next down Queen. Makes it 4.5. And lines of 1-2.
If I had it, I might have said that was a good. Yeah, if you did have it, that's a great line. That's especially for this man.
King 9 of clubs for Sam. Lands on call. George with the 10-7 suited, defended.
King 9 deuce. Top 2 for Sam.
It should be playing a few checks here as Ryan out of position to Sam on the button. Does exactly that. And Sam just the clearest day bet with the top 2 pair. Should lose George, but Ryan Mandara has to call queens. Just met with 1 overcard. We're not loving it as Ryan, but against quarter pot we need to call tower up. Like we block all this queen jack, queen 10 stabs that we are ahead of, which is annoying. And we also have the queen of hearts, also removal to some potential heart draws. Although queen 8 of hearts is like one that may not call pre or shouldn't call pre for Sam. But faced with double barrel though, we are going to have a nice fold, like a fairly easy fold with queens now because of the queens we have. Queens with the queen of hearts just blocking all these bluffs from Sam. Like Sam's bluffs should derive from like the cards in between the king and the 9 tower, like the jack 10, the queen jack, the queen 10. And when we hold 2 queens in our hand, it's less likely that he has these bluffs, so he's more weighted towards some king queen, king jack, king 10, pocket 9s, pocket deuces. These hands for value. So we do expect Ryan to let this go. We'll see what he comes with. 17 into 24, 3/4 pot from Sam. But he is going to call again.
He is calling.
That's been about like 120.
10 of diamonds river.
So Ryan must assign Sam some stuff like ace x of hearts here, ace 3, ace 5, ace 6, so on of hearts, which are obviously the flush draws. Can also have some jack 10 in there still. And then queen jack, queen 10, which we block though heavily. So I'm going to have a nice clean river bet here, because when Ryan is in the hijack as well, he can still have a king himself. He could check some ace king, king queen, king jack out of position, so he can still go for value against all these holdings. So Sam does go for the 3rd barrel, and Ryan in a predicament with the ladies. I'm actually quite shocked that he called turn versus 75% tower against that particular size, with these queens blocking a lot of the bluffs that should be in Sam's range. And we're not blocking any value as well. I think that's also a component to take into account. 50k on the end here from Sam. Does get out of there with ladies.
The chain chip leader, Sam. Second in chips, slyly. Sunderland 2-0.
What does that mean? It don't matter they're 2-0 up if Swindon are winning. We need an MK turnaround. It's like they might as well be 9-0 up Sunderland at the moment.
Sunderland 2-0. I'm taking it. All right.
All right.
Taking it.
All right.
I'm taking it as a positive. Sunderland 2-0. I did say they shouldn't have sacked my mate Mark Robbins.
Ace 10 for Tim. Opens from +2. James with the same hand in the big blind. Seems like defend.
Eight high flop, 8 deuce 3. That is good. So blinds up. Next hand, 1,000, 2,500. Blinds are up.
You want a cup of tea?
Yes,
We
please.
get some. Have you had your cakes yet?
No,
No.
no.
I've saved a sliver of mine.
PK's claimed one. He's claimed a really nice looking one in the bottom left hand corner.
Oh. What is that? Is that jam in the middle?
Looks like it, yeah. It looks like a nice little Victoria sponge with the jam on the outside.
Pushing him, brother. Bashing him up.
I'm going to trade him for a pork pie. Up the Posh. Posh are winning 2-0. Sunderland are winning 2-0. The other two are not winning.
Was you the shover?
Posh 3-0. Wow. What's that? Who are you playing? Rotherham United? Good day on a Saturday when Rotherham United can't lose. Problem is they lost yesterday.
Just heard him say that as well.
Look down at Tim Slater, looking down at the boots. Hi, Dave the Suit, how you doing? Nice to have you down on a Saturday. How's the horse racing going? You should come in on a Saturday afternoon and stick in a double or something like that. And Dave the Suit says, making you feel hungry. I'm not being funny, Dave, but we got brought in these from the Bureau. Well, we'll show you that. There we go. The Bouet Patisserie. Apparently they were on the cake bake-off malarkey thing, you know, they had a final day to won it, and they've opened up a shop in St Anne's in near Blackpool. Look at them! Look at them beauts! They're amazing! Brought in this morning, thank you very much indeed. That's a little lemon meringue in the bottom right-hand corner. Indeedy. But they've got a shop now in St Anne's, and it's so busy. They actually can't make enough cakes quick enough.
Spot then, gutted. First time I've seen him for 3 years.
You don't need aces, you just need 69.
Hey?
You don't need aces.
I know, you bust aces anyway, you do. Well, I'm not flatting them, playing them tricky against shots.
So we need an MK Don's goal for a bit of a sweat. That's what we need. Please. Thank you very much. That's all we need. Bit of a sweat for the MK Dons. Somebody said Wickham were a good bet today. I think they're winning that I heard. They were nice, Dave. I tell you, we've got some right trade-offs going off here. Is Simon Zach still in? Yes, he is. He's on the outer tables. At the dinner break. I think it's a 40. Is it a 40-minute dinner break next? After this level? I think it is. We'll get the full chip counts as we're getting close to the money. 53 still in. 38 getting the money. Twan Lee to the table with 180,000 in seat number 1. So into the next level. 40-minute break at the end of this level. Here come the teas. Jack for Sam.
I feel like egg and spoon, mate. She fills them up right to the brim. I'm not even joking.
The egg and spoon, mate. Hey, dear.
It's a proper full cup.
That is a cup. There you go. That's how they should have been like 6 years ago, but there you go, you're learning.
6 years ago.
And so an ex-Princess has been looking on their website, the Bureau Patisserie, and they do a banoffee cloud. Very nice indeed. Ten Jack. 4. We're going to get a bit of action between Ryan and Sam.
Strange defend. Once again, Jack 6 off. We saw James defend it earlier in the big as well. Seems fairly loose and potentially going to get Ryan in some bother here. Top pair versus top pair. Check call from Ryan. Great.
Yes, on the turn.
Yeah, great turn to see from Ryan here. It should go check now and potentially not going to pay a river bet. A low card would have been trouble, would have had to call another street, but seems like a turn that going to make us get away cheaply. Although Sam should do that, check back on this ace turn with his straight draw to go with his pair of jacks. It's a queen of clubs on the river and horrible to see for Ryan, because we don't really beat much now other than some like 9s, 8s, 7s, all this stuff. That's about it. So Ryan's actually thinking now whether he needs to turn this jack into a bluff with the jack of clubs, but decides against it. And Sam just going to take his showdown with the 2 pair as we head off to an outer table.
Off we go for more action.
And it's Ravi versus Joe O'Donnell here. On 10-9-5, Ravi with ace 10 against the jack 9 here. Spade draw picked up.
Ace 10 looking good and is.
7 of clubs on the river, so Joe O'Donnell exits the field. Just before him, we lost Jamie, Dale and Ludo.
Oh, so the high roller champ is out. Look at that stack for Ravi. Nice to see Paul McTaggart going along nicely as well. Peterborough 4, Cambridge 0. How bad must Cambridge be? How bad?
Okay, that's still in. Yeah. Still in again? Yeah. Oh, these streams on again?
I think the Posh were like 50 to 1 on, weren't they? Something like that.
So next hand. Folds to Tim. Couple of 5s on the button, makes it 6. And Ryan with the ace queen in the small blind. With the 3 bet here to 22k. And Tim with the jam. With the 5s, I love it from Tim. Ryan's only got 30, what has he got here? 32 behind, so starts the hand with around just shy of 40, 38 odd. So these are actually nice ones to use, like the middle in pocket pairs. When we open button and we get 3 bet from the blinds and we have one of these pairs, can just send them into the middle. And Ryan with ace queen hasn't called off yet. We are 14 spots off the money. Like in terms of chips here, ace queen would definitely be a call, but there are some small ICM ramifications. 14 off the money now, but I doubt we're going to see fold tower. We'll find out, but it seems like too good a hand to 3 bet fold button versus small, even for 38 effective. But now, there is the call.
The old slam dunk side call. He's got as good as he gets. You can see Ryan ace queen, Tim with the pocket 5s. Who flips best? clean as you like for the fives. Running diamonds maybe. 3 of diamonds would be a bit sweaty. Here's for the queen. Checking the stacks. And it pairs the jack, so the fives hold. Ace queen, no good for Ryan. Tim Slater up to near 200k.
Yeah, huge flip to hold in for Tim. Puts him comfortably in the mix now. And with that stack that Tim's got, unlikely that he won't make the money, but we've seen some ongoing so far this session. Even if you have got plenty of chips, things can occur at the poker table like they did with Andy, and you can be out the door before you know it.
As far as we're worried about, you went all in so fast.
A7 suited for James. Will open. It's that time of the tournament for Matt. Recognises probably about 90 minutes off the money, so just slowing things down, hoping for things to occur on outer tables, taking his full 30 before letting it go. Points are crucial for Matt. Sam defends the king queen of diamonds. Nice looking flop for James here. 10-5-3-1. We can have some bigger bets on. It does find third. And I'd personally be calling once here as Sam with the king queen of diamonds, as he does. Just king higher, but we've got this 3 to flush, 3 to straight, 2 clean overcards as well. And there is one of these turns we're looking for to pick up more equity. And speaking about more equity, how about the inconspicuous double gut shot of A7, any 6, any deuce now, making us as straight as James to go alongside our nut flush draw. So check from Sam. And James, with all this equity, is he going to barrel? It's kind of annoying stack size for James because, like, if we go big and we get jammed on, we have to call off, and a lot of the time going to be like flipping or slightly less. Does go for 22k, and Sam should be calling once we pick up this diamond draw to go with the 2 overs tower. Looking for kings, queens, or diamonds in our head.
It's a lovely turn card to see for Sam. Should keep him involved.
It is a fair size though, near 80%. That's why Sam is mulling this over. Like against B60 or less, seems really clear, just have to continue, but 80%, fairly chunky from James, and looks like Sam is going to relinquish against the big size. Lets it go. Nice little double barrel from James, although having the best of it. Oi, oi!
Oh, look at the cat box!
MK +4, 1-1, and it's on. It's on. Come on. The team beginning with B. I'm not going to say which one.
You're on the Dons. 44 minutes. 44 minutes of this session to go. We've got a sweat on. Ho, ho, ho.
And will be a 40-minute dinner break after this level, guys. Give the players a chance to get some food. The way things are going, I highly doubt we'll get to the money in the next 45 minutes, but I've seen stranger things happen. Do expect it to go first, level the next session, well, to hit the bubble. So Tim Slater with his newfound chips. King Queen opens from hijack. Raises to 55. And Matt just going to take his time, as is his right. And it's King 7-5, really nice looking flop for Tim. He's going to continue just north of third, seems good. Queen 9 out of there. Carl Lakeland's ready for the Towers treble was coming over the tannoy today. It would be great if in about an hour's time the champagne was being popped. Tens for James under the gun. Clear open. David Debonau's got the double. Brentford and Sunderland. Good luck, sir.
Imagine the tannoy and Towers Trellis coming again.
That's what I'm saying. We've got 10 still going to go on the river, aren't they?
Let's slow down a little. 52 left, we need 38 for the money.
Because if you've got ace jack, it's a strange thing to say.
Quick scroll of the money across the bottom.
Good reverse psychology, isn't it, really? Mind you, we are all liars. We listen to it. Yeah.
All right, ace queen.
You give a little tell who's massive.
Essentially all in here. Leaves himself some chips back.
Not that it mattered on the 9-6 flop, but that was a silly bet anyway. 5k, 22. What was that going to do? If you'd have got outjawed on the turn, so that bet, like, he would have deserved that. That's stupid.
So James sets Ryan in. Ryan could start the spin here. Just fade in sevens. Very nice flop. King 10-9. Some no additional outs for James. And 8 on the turn. Fun one. So now 6 is also working, as well as the 7. Jack no good will give Ryan a higher straight. 6 or 7 to fade. And Ryan rivers the nuts. Starts to spin. 7 cards straight.
Always this way. It was an extra swing.
rather the other race.
Rather the other one have gone. Nah, I think that was the right one. Give me a
10-9 of diamonds for Zheng. Kind of nice that Tim, the only player I think that's got us covered, he's on direct left +1, so he's not really going to be up to much. So I do get to open as Zheng, having most of the table covered, approaching the money.
14 spots off that money.
GUKPT champion. Might pack in playing poker to carry his trophies around for him.
Yeah, it's keen for Adam. 5,000 to call. In they go.
Yeah, no messing about for Adam. Just going to send for what is 23 on the nose.
That'll work.
I'm excited for this second half to kick off, Tower.
Yes.
We've got big sweats.
Dave De Bono's done a double on Brentford and Sunderland. So he's got a 1-1 and a 2-0 that's in.
Well, for the first time in a while, one of
Yes.
both teams to score. I've had a 5-fold, nothing major. 3 are in.
Are they?
They're 1-1.
Already?
And then one's 1-0, Norwich, Bristol Rovers, but West Ham, Everton is the one that's 0-0. I need 3 goals, that's it.
So
West Ham
that's all
goal,
we need.
an Everton goal, and a Norwich goal.
And that's all we need. We don't need much more. We don't ask for much.
And then we'll also take a Brentford goal and an MK Dons goal, if that's okay, please.
Okay. Like
For
it.
Towers treble.
We've got a sweat on the second half. As we head into the break.
Jack 10 for Ryan off of 7. In it goes again. Leaves himself some chips back. Baseline suited. For Matt here, it is only going to be effective 7 bigs off Ryan, but we do have the whole table behind us. Does let it go. I don't look at all the scores, Gully. I just have my favourites usually on my phone, with ones that I've done, and you can obviously check. I've got Derby, MK Dons, and Bournemouth. Them games, both teams to score, all 3 are in already. Derby are 1-1, Bournemouth's 1-1, and MK's obviously 1-1. This session has flown by. I can't believe we've only got 35 minutes left. I know Andy Bradshaw kept us entertained for the first 40 minutes because that was carnage, but
It did indeed.
34 minutes to go until 40-minute dinner break. I can tell you that we have lost another 2 players, Stephen Maccabee and George Chapman. So when that number updates, it should say 50. 12 spots off the money.
Hard to be a steal. That'd be nice.
To be a semi good at.
Jack 8 of diamonds for Adam. Shouldn't open this. 13 off the money from MP. Does let it go. Over to James. James winning GUKPT leads earlier this year for his first GUKPT title. raises to 6. Twan is just not the customer that you want on your direct left. Believe me when I say that. This man does get after it. And this is actually a tidy little free bet as well. Chooses King 5 suited, facing the cut-off open. Nice little candidate to get after it with. 13 off the money as the covering stack. Works for Twan.
Share it between you boys. It's a pedal strip.
Yeah.
Probably a good reason. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's back to George on the break. Quite interesting. Don't know whether it's good.
Got him off nowhere near Towers treble, he's big up. Fancy that.
You know it's not a good Saturday when you're relying on Towers treble to get you out of the hole.
On the table behind you, you ready?
Oh yeah, yeah.
51 players left, 13 off the money.
Don't like that.
There's a Cheng. Should be opening ace deuce suited here with the intention to call a jam from Ryan.
Potential dishonesty is all I'll say. Someone was telling me about who respected me.
Queen 10 for Ryan here. Like, even off of these stack depths tower, when we have no fold equity as Ryan, it's fine to call here. It's not a situation we need to jam or fold. Like, even off of these really shallow stack depths, because we have no perceived fold equity, it's actually fine to just flick in the defend and C3 and then make our decision on flops. And there is the call. So now Ryan just gets to go with like any gut shot, any pair, perfect, pair of tens.
Lovely flop for Zicheng, not flush draw. Top pair for Ryan, could have a bit of action. Ryan, everyone but one chip, in they go. Top pair for Ryan. Zicheng with the spade draw, but there's plenty of spades being folded. Look at that.
Should have a lot more than 39% here as a Cheng, but
half the deck's been folded.
Literally. Good turn for Ryan. Does bring in some chop outs for Zicheng. 8 would chop it. Spade or an ace would see Ryan bust.
It's a king of clubs, so Ryan gets back up to 45,000. I didn't even know the second half had started. What's happened here? Bournemouth. Blinking Bournemouth.
What are we going to do with you, Tower?
1 minute into the half.
What are we going to do with you? At least, someone tell me it was Semenyo, at least. At least give me some silver lining.
Who?
Semenyo. He's in the FPL.
He's kind of right. If I turn my hand face,
Well, that's it, guys. That is it.
Forget that, it's 2-2.
No, it's not.
It's 2-2. What's happening here? What a great game this is.
2-2.
Come on.
Oh, that's great. That
Ali
is.
Bang with the news.
you know when you make your mind up that you go with the hand.
Brentford 2-2, Stephen Lee. Now we're doing Spady, hope you're well. 2 apiece. What a game this is.
Didn't last too long, did it? We're back on. Come on.
Back on. It's like the second half hadn't even started
Exactly. Here we go again. George making it 6k with the ace king. And ace 3 off here from Matt facing LP open. starting the hand with 25.
We're about 70k. When you bet 15, I presume he's calling. And I looked at the board after and saw
I think the way that
130. I was fuming.
Matt's playing, he may let this go, towering with an ace, likely to be dominated. Points are just so crucial for Matt. Does choose to fold. Why are Brentford the best team at scoring when they kick off? They're like, how many times they scored from kick off this season?
Yeah.
They kick off.
We're 4 on the trot, weren't
Yeah.
in the first minute. Unbelievable.
Need to bring the old FIFA commentary back. You might even remember that from years ago when they every single time someone scored after you just scored. Well, they always say you're most vulnerable after just scoring. Used to be
Martin Tyler and Andy Gray or something?
yeah, used to be the most used line ever on the old FIFAs.
Wow. What a game. Game back on. Game back on.
King Jack for Tim. Raises the 6.
Oh, no. Now we're going to take you out. Yeah. You wish you lost when you had 7.
How you doing, Francis, mate? Good evening, sir.
Mr. Oberdon, how are you? I'm guessing we'll see you in Luton and Coventry for the final 2 live streams of 2024.
Six of spades on the turn. Give Sam the best hand. Maybe one where we do start having some small leads from the big. I think Tim going to have a lot of ace high, king high type stuff. It does choose to check it over to Tim. And I'd go for some small value here as Sam. Once it's gone check, 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 check versus the cut off. Try and get some heroes from some ace highs. Does go on the value hunt for 5k. And that will be that. Oh no, Smith for 2 goals, don't tell me that.
Oh no, is he in your team?
He's not in my team, but
Is he on your bench?
he's in like 70% of the league's teams.
Is he on your bench? Oh dear.
I'm terrible at this tower. I'm nearly bottom of the league now.
Oh dear. Mad as a wasp, 5-0. And they were 8-11. That's just on the cusp of my home team bets. That just on the cusp. We could have had a 5-0. Sheesh.
Should have a high roller and main one separate. Encourage the amateur players.
5-0. Imagine.
No blocks anymore. We used to have. That's been years since we've had the blocks.
7-8 years. No blog. About 7-8 years ago, Dan. You used to play in Blackpool. Do you not play anymore? I'm sure we're distant cousins, because there's not many heels around.
Rather than repeating all the other stuff like they did tonight, like Glasgow, Broadsmith.
Oh, smell that. Chlorine.
Chlorine, that's it. The sandcastle will just be closing soon, so they'll be cleaning it all. Cool, that is strong.
You got a bad run. Who could sustain
Fulham, goal disallowed.
Yes. That's
Lovely.
Good for somebody who's not got Smith Road.
AKA me. Matt with the continue. Adam flopping flush draw 2 overcards. Makes the call. And it's a 6 of hearts on turn. Interesting turn card. Matt now picking up flush draw. With the Queen 8 of hearts. Obviously needs to be thinking about Adam's calling range on flop. Versus Botany, we'll have stuff like ace high. We'll have some like king queen, king jack. Although these should probably get aggressive pre. So 10x, deuce x, pocket pairs should shove pre. So not actually much in there for Adam other than flush draws and 10x and maybe some suited deuce x like king deuce suited, ace deuce suited. So it does go for a check again as Adam, and maybe Matt feels like he needs the bluff of this now. Unblocking spades, which is nice. Because like Adam here is just always going to have now, I don't think he ever checks a 10, so he's just always going to have a flush draw on a deuce, I feel like. So maybe there could have been some potential for Matt to get him off of that. And the queen jack high going to be good for Adam.
Adam will just stack up.
Also, Matt may be thinking about his range, what he's trying to credibly represent, because his 10x should probably go bet, bet, bet. But he could still have some rivered 9x for value, some pocket pairs. Does think better of it. And I mentioned about 10 minutes ago how essential it is that Matt gets on the right side of the money for those points, top of the league at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he can get caught now. I think this all is. I think it's been an amazing 12 months for Matt Davenport, and I think it's just about cemented. But until we are concreting that.
I'm pretty sure Sinead's still in. I haven't seen her name on the bust out list
No,
already either.
yeah, Sinead's. No, Dan can never play the weekends anymore, but sure you will be back playing soon, then fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Close one for Zacheng here, whether to open or not with the freeze. Does open. Make it 5k.
No, I'm back to the action. I can't see. I dare look at the chat box. I dare look at the chat box.
Come on, the Brentford.
What's happening here? 3-2.
So who is it? We're waiting on MK.
Look at that. Even Doherty can't even. He's got shaky hands. The Brentford. You've got to wait for VAR though these days.
You have.
You have to wait 10 minutes for VAR just to make sure.
So true.
You can celebrate once, you celebrate again, then you get booed and then it's all banged off. We'll wait 10 seconds, shall we?
I remember the City Spurs one. Couldn't get tickets for it because I was watching it at home at Mum and Dad's. And when Sterling scored in the last minute, I just remember me and my old man falling to the floor like we'd just been shot. And then it went to VAR and it got chalked off and everyone was jumping up again. It can work the other way. It can work the other way. But I'll never forget the champ quarter final when Sterling scored and City were all going mad and then it got chalked off. Potter was on his knees. It was... You can hate VR, but you can love it as well in some situations.
Well, it's not been chalked off, it's 3-2. MK Dons are all over Swindon. We need a goal!
Ace 8 suited for Zacheng from +1 opens. Raises to 5. King 7 of hearts on that. Not much he's going to be doing. Not going to be getting out of line. Or is he going to be getting out of line? No, he's not.
No. No.
Sam plays cool here with King Jack. Might have been going for fold or 3-bet at this stage, especially as covering stack of Zacheng just. James in the big blind, King, Queen of spades here, off of 30, making the call.
Off we go. 8, ace, 9, all spades. Any flops about for the Nuglets?
Yeah, and he's probably going to get a nice full double as well, Tar, because we've got Zacheng with top and bottom with the ace 8. So James Jones, potential to win a biggie here, approaching the money. Could be small size from Zecheng on the mono board. Tend to have small sizes on these textures. Does go small. Shy of 30%. And James, right off the bat, goes for the raise here. With the King Queen of Spades. With this particular combo of the nut flush tower, I might have played flat. Like if we had King Deuce of Spades, I think it's going to be a much better raise because then Zecheng can have hands like King Queen, Queen Jack with the Queen of Spades. But obviously thinking that Zecheng going to have a lot of ace-x, just getting value from that. And it's the 6 of hearts on the turn. And I can't see how Zecheng ever gets the fold here, Tower, simply because we still beat some value, although minute. 8-9 is there for James that we are ahead of. And does go with this meaty 22k on the turn. I say meaty, it's just south of half. Zecheng can't go anywhere still with the ace-8 suited.
You think he just puts him in?
It's kind of a tricky one, Tower. Like there is 8-9 that we are beat for value. Like where are James bluffs going to come from? Like people don't tend to find too many on the mono boards. Like if he had something like Jack 10 with a spade this close to the money, he might just make the call. Zecheng never folding, he's just assessing whether to jam or call. I'm actually not sure what I'd do here or what would be correct. But it's just going to call. Does have the function of keeping some bluffs in if James does have something like, let's say, King X with the King of Spades.
Ace of Hearts on the river.
Oh! Zecheng, lad!
What an absolute river card that is.
And James, with the King Queen suited, just going to be jamming, I guess, Tower. And it's going to be good night, James Jones. What a brutal river card this is.
Wow.
He's going to use a bank. I'm going to come back to the chat box in a second as well.
What's happening in the chat? Oh, my word. There's going to be love bites and kisses and all sorts, but not for James Jones, because he's going to see the bad news that he's just got rivered. What a flop. 2 pair for Zecheng. Nut flush for James Nuglet Jones. And the Ace of Hearts river.
But for the big news of the day.
I can't speak.
MK Dons are winning. However, someone just said Coventry have scored, so Sunderland are only 2-1 now, so it's a big sweat. 2-1, 2-1, 3-2. We need to hold. We've got about 30 minutes to do so.
Hold, baby! Oh, man, dear. Oh, my word, what's happening here? Oh, give me heart, can't take it. Oh.
I'd love to see two Leeds goals as well. I went with -2 for the QPR.
2 Leeds goals?
Kev tipped -3.
All right, okay. Two Leeds goals. Oh, it's all happening. Oh,
It's all going on the Saturday.
Oh, it's all happened. Oh, it's all happening. Well, we've got a massive sweat here. The odds were 12-1 for the treble. 12-1 for the treble.
9 to go for another 9 points, mate.
It was 12-1. We have an half an hour sweat.
Big sweat.
No. It is. It's, especially, the way it's structured. It's like,
We have an half an hour sweat, ladies and gentlemen. Oh.
But we're not going to be here because we'll be going on dinner break.
Oh.
So when we come back, it's either going to be smiles in the booth from us or sad faces. We'll see when we get there.
Oh.
It's all happening.
Whew. 47 players in the mix. 38 get the money.
Yeah, that's because we have lost Seb Crane and John Duggan.
Seb.
both busting before James Jones, so 47 is the number. 9 spots off the money now and not going to get there before dinner. Confident it will go next session. MK Sunderland and Brentford is the treble.
It was. This is what it was this morning. Brentford, Sunderland, MK Dons. That was the treble. 2-1, 2-1, 3-2. Oh, wow. 2-1, 2-1, 3-2. Can we hold? Can we get the hold? That's what we need. We need a hold. And Gullimov says the 365 bettors will have the early payouts, i.e. me. But there were different odds all over the place, so fingers crossed. We've got a sweat. We've got an half an hour sweat for 12 to 1 towers treble. Most of us got 11s. Yeah, that Barry there for, oh man, Zicheng. Well done, Dave. You've got to love a winner on a Saturday afternoon. That is a big cash out. Well done, David. Well done indeed. What a cash out. You've got to love it.
And when we come back after dinner, guys, we'll have full chip counts from around the room. So the remaining 47 players, that's how many we're left with. Everyone's chip stack will show. Oh, Steph, if this holds tower, I've got a big Guinness with your name on it. Woohoo!
So heading to the break. 10 minutes to go until the end of the session. So 10 minutes to go. Will the treble still be winning before we go off for the break?
I hope so.
Oh, me too. And me too. Me too. Da, da, da. Yeah, the treble's winning, Chris. The treble is winning. Oh, the news is coming in! The MK Dons were 1-0 down and everybody started giving me grief. It's now 3-1. Oh my word. Oh my. Oh, what's happening?
Well, that's given us a bit of a safety blanket, little safety blanket with the MK.
Oh my, what is happening?
So all eyes on Brentford Bournemouth as the Chen completes the 6-7 suited. Tim with 7-3 of spades.
Wow. We got a sweat, ladies and gentlemen. We got a sweat.
So Up and down for Zecheng, although one end to the dummy end. Might have stabbed here as Tim for the 7-3 of spades, but decides to check back and does turn the flush draw on the 9 of spades turn. Zecheng with the stab. Tim after picking up a flush draw to go with his dummy end gut up. He's not going to be going anywhere and actually going to count out some raising chips here. Can rep a 9 for sure. Will be some 9x that we want to check back and then go for value straight on the turn. 11.5k. Now the 6-7 suited of Zecheng. We're not really enjoying this out of position, although getting nearly 3-1 could just see fold here.
No. How much do I stand to win? Not a lot, you know me. I'm a £5 man. I'm a £5 and that kind of guy. That's what kind of bets I stick on. I don't go mad, but I just love having the old sweats on a Saturday afternoon. So I'm not the biggest punter. I just enjoy it.
Continuing, take his time as he's entitled to. He knows his job, and that job is to get in the money and get those points for the MPL. George with the ace queen, been quiet last hour or so, but does make it 5,500. And Zecheng with the 7-8 suited here, 9 off the money. Like one that doesn't really get to free bet much at 40. Usually going to need deeper stacks to mix these ones into the free bet range, so does just land on call. Tim will fold the ace-6, and Ryan, who has done excellently to still be in this tournament, was left with 8k. Managed a slight spin up, now just being patient as we veer towards the money.
Getting closer and closer. 229. 229.
Check from George and Zecheng. Probably the worst hand we're ever going to have in this spot. The 7-8 suited, just 8 high. Like, if there was a spade on board, this is 9 deuce deuce rainbow with a spade, I think it's going to be an okay stab. Maybe without, we just do that, give up with it, wave the white flag. See if we can catch maybe an 8 or a 7 on the turn and go ahead of some ace high, king high stuff. Here's the king of diamonds on the turn. Looks like George is going to go for the delay. And that will be end of hand.
End. Is it the end of the match yet?
It's not. It's not. I'd love it to be Tower, but unfortunately it is not. That would be me, Rosser. That is that person.
Someone's got to have a decent chunk on it. Hope it holds. Rob Smith, you put 200 on it.
In the cutoff, Queen 10 opens. Really nice free bet spot here for Tim. King Queen, really nice one to take. Does exactly that. Just going to take its 30.
Heading up. Last 3 minutes of the session. Last couple of hands, Martin shuffling the deck.
These 4 diamonds for Adam. Not going to open, even off a 30. Obviously, money in mind. 6, 7 of hearts for Twan. Just going to take his 30. So with Matt's tank, this probably will be the last hand of the session. Actually, no, we might get one more in if it's a snap fold from Sam. It is a snap fold from Sam, so we will get one more in.
Ian Needleman looks like he's having a good Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, it's St Mirren at 4.2.
The Milky Bars are on me, says Dave.
And Edinburgh at 3.75 double, and they're both winning. That's some double, a 4.2 onto a 3.75.
Very nice indeed. Well done, Dave.
Looks like when you're at the grand final, Ian, you said you wouldn't be playing the main. You might be playing the main after today.
Last hand of the session, ladies and gentlemen, we have sweats. And unfortunately, we're not going to be on stream. So whether the stream either finishes now...
I'll stay here. We'll all sweat it together.
The stream either finishes now for the day, or we come back and there'll be pom-poms and there'll be all sorts going on. This is the last hand. There's a 40-minute dinner break. Fingers crossed. We have a massive sweat on Towers Treble. It's worth chunks to a lot of you out there. Thanks for having faith on Towers Treble. We just need, literally, everything to hold as it is right now, and we're going to be on with champagne and all sorts. There's things going on.
That must have a hand here, because there's no need to tank now that we're on break, and he does have a hand.
Ace King for Matt, they're in.
Ace King suited, and Twan.
Yeah, this is going to be the biggest flip there is, the best flip in the game on the last hand of the session.
Just saw an ace go into the muck, and I see a king. Obviously, Cheng's going to go into the muck, so it's only actually 4 outs that are going to be available for Matt.
So here we go, off we go. Ace King for Matt Davenport, Ace King suited. We are 9 off the money. Twan Lee with the Queen's last hand of the session.
Everyone comes round to have a look.
Everybody stands up. They're in it. It's a big one for the NPL leader. I don't think he can get caught, but...
Why would you say that? He needs an ace or a king here.
He does. You forget that bit.
Well, we got some chop outs
9 to chop. Imagine. And it's not, it's next door, it's the 8. So Nat Davenport busting out just before the money. Twan Lee is up to 250,000. We have a sweat. May the football gods be with us.
and we'll see you in 40 minutes after the dinner break.
It's either going to be
Table,
really big
honestly.
smiles or we're going to be a bit upset. So I'll tell you what, if the treble comes in, we'll do some giveaways for the
Go on,
next
then.
session. If it doesn't, I'm just going to keep them for myself. See you in 40 minutes.
See you soon. Good luck.
That'd be great.
On the final table rail.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some good rails during the summer because someone I know will have some deep runs and there'll be some.
They usually do.
Yeah, there'll be some good morale on the rail.
They usually do, and if we don't see a poker table, we'll see it at the bar somewhere. That's usually the case in Vegas. Isn't
Yeah, cheers, Tao, calling me out.
Ewan's at the bar, he's not at the tables. We said you're 25, you're 26, you're 26 next. What's the longevity in this game can be 50, 60 years. We've got Willie Tan, 82 years old, final tabling last week, you know what I mean? Is this a game that you think you could actually stick at and really enjoy for a long, long time?
I mean, I love playing poker, but I don't think 6 months ahead. Asking me to think 50 years ahead is a little premature, but I love playing poker. I can't see myself doing anything else. Yeah.
Well, fingers crossed for Vegas this year, and fingers crossed for a long, long run. And if you're there, and then you're on an FT, the Tower Pom-Poms are going to come out.
I can't wait.
Fingers crossed for then, and all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Nicholas, thank you very much.
Cheers, Tao.
Top man. We're having a chat with the Rigster.
How we doing?
Paul Rigg. Nobody knows his first name, like ever, do they? Not many people know him as Paul Rigg. So Riggy, the Rigster. Predominantly, I think when we first met you, you were really well known for online because you're like 2.1 mil in online earnings, and like 600k in live. But where did it all begin?
Probably, 5, 10 and 20 rebuys at Blackpool.
Really?
Station Road for a few months and then they moved to where they are now.
Yeah, it's back in the day. Them events, them games on a Tuesday night, like Tuesday night in Bradford, and there were games to play because everybody turned up.
Monday Bradford, Tuesday Blackpool, Wednesday Sheffield, Friday, Saturday, Sunday Blackpool.
And you were still playing online at the time. Obviously, them days they probably weren't even there, was it?
It was there, but like when I first started live, everything was pot limit.
All right, yeah, of course. Right.
So,
yeah. You first recorded Cash on the Mob back in 2002, believe it or not. Can you believe it's that long?
yeah. It feels that long, I know.
£60 pot limit hold'em. Like you said, everything was pot limit.
I think it'd be at Manchester as well.
Salford.
Yeah.
Well done.
Riverside.
Nice one. 330 quid.
Yeah.
Did you use it well?
Well, I'm still here.
£330 at Salford, I tell you what. But obviously the big one, and your first real big score, 2004 Blackpool, the Northern Lights.
Northern Lights.
How good was the Northern Lights?
Back then, it was just the tournament player of the year.
Yeah.
And they had a bit for everybody. Like, I can't remember what main event was, but
300. Well, the 300 double chance
that
was the one that was your big.
That I won.
That was the big one.
Wasn't main event.
No.
Yeah.
£15,000. Just added to the pile.
No, it let me do a bit more
Yeah.
travelling and stuff like that.
Like
you
it,
know,
yeah.
rather than just local.
Yeah. I like it. Can you remember anything about the final? Can you remember who was on it? Were it all locals?
I can't remember a lot because I think I went out 9th or 10th, didn't I?
In the main, yeah. In the main. Yeah. Obviously, we then moved from the Northern Lights, which was a fabulous because it was like the first time that anybody had met anybody big. So they all travelled up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Can you remember the last winners of the Northern Lights? Can you? In fact, I'll give you a bit of a clue. The last heads up, they travelled home in the same car.
Would it be? Fraz,
They were no, but they were brothers.
Sonny and
Correct. Sonny and Chaz, first and second, and as they're walking out the door, they just said, all the money's going home in the same car.
Sonny and Chaz.
Obviously 2007 then becomes the GUKPT. You cashed in Manchester.
Yeah, well, that'd be when Colt Clough beat Barry Neville.
Oh, how good was that?
And Neville's interview was just different class.
It's still the greatest line in poker.
Yeah.
It's still the greatest, and if you've never watched it, try and find it on YouTube, because honestly, it's just one of the greatest lines in poker. Really good. GUKPT started 2007. Did you notice that everybody from the Northern Lights was like playing the GUKPT that year?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. First GUKPT I'd play, I think it'd be at Bolton, would it?
Yeah. You were around there, and I say you were around in 2007. You actually cashed the first season, I think 3 or 4 times to what I remember.
And then I lost my driving licence.
Okay.
Smoking ban came in.
Yeah. Oh yes, of course he did.
So I went to Thailand for 6 years and played predominantly online.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you'd still got a couple of scores during that time when you kept coming back. Obviously,
I came back for a visa once.
The old summer sizzler. Yeah, you jumped in the summer sizzler in 2010.
And I think I cashed at Coventry, but that might have been a UKIP too.
Yeah.
And I actually flew straight back from Coventry.
With all the money?
Yeah, I got a taxi Coventry at Manchester Airport.
2010, the Summer Sizzler is a little bit poignant because there were 725 runners. You do a big chop. Can you remember who you chopped it with?
Well, that was
Just remember one person.
Andy Wilson.
Correct. He's always said, and he still tells everybody to the day, that he was done out of money in that deal.
It was his.
Come on, tell the story.
It was his doing. We went on a break.
Yep.
And he came over to me. I didn't really know him.
No.
And he went.
I don't think anybody did, to be fair. Back then, 2010.
He went, everybody seems to know you, Riggy.
Yeah.
He says, do you think there's any chance of a deal? Like, he's got mountains as Wilson. I mean, I think he had 19 million.
Wow.
And none of us, other 4 of us, didn't have 2 million. So I'm like, well, I said, it'll depend what numbers are.
Mm.
He said, I'm happy with 10,700, I think was the number. And I'm like, working it out in my head. And I went, yeah, I said, I can't promise hope, but I'll have a word with Rest.
Yeah.
Went to Rest and I went, just nod your heads, agree, and let's have this done with. So one guy says, oh, I think we should play on for trophy. I said, no, Andrew deserves a trophy. I thought, don't start talking. So we did the deal and Andrew went, how much are you lot getting? I said, 9,600 a piece. Andrew should probably, in hindsight, have been taking 15, 16 grand, like, you know. But I've spoken to him since.
Yeah.
And that's what started him off.
That's exactly correct.
So he said, in a way, that's what kick-started his career. So.
Yeah, and he's never done a bad deal since.
No, I don't think he's ever done a deal since.
No, it's obviously talking about Andy Wilson. Now we know. Now it's predominant. The boy effect is known all over the world now. He's playing in big ones. He's won absolutely millions. And such, like yourself, such a down-to-earth kind of guy, and great at the tables just to chat with.
Lovely lad, as I say. He's very similar to that first time I saw him. Really, only he's. You know, the money definitely hasn't changed him or anything,
No,
you know.
Absolutely not. You said you disappeared for a couple of years. Then you come back in 2014. We end up in Blackpool at 25-25 for 11 grand.
I think that was my first comp after I got back.
Really? You just never lost it live? Did you play live when you were away, or was it just all online?
Played a little bit of cash.
That was it?
Yeah.
But then you come back to Blackpool and just 25-25 trophy.
Yeah. And I'd... I only sort of came back playing live because I'd stopped smoking.
Right, okay.
I was on 50 a day, so I
Yeah.
every orbit I'd have been out at room,
Yeah.
you know, and so yeah, that was why I came back playing live, and
Yeah.
then I had a few years mainly playing cash.
Yeah. Talking about cash and Blackpool, obviously it's synonymous to dealer's choice.
Yeah.
And every time a GUKPT turns up, there's always one table running, no matter what time of day it is. What out of all the ridiculous games that you make up on a regular basis somewhere on a Tuesday night in somebody's house, what's your favourite? And probably a favourite would probably be one that you've never heard of.
No, because it's changed now, because obviously back in the day we had wild card games.
Yeah.
Now there's no wild
You can't
card.
play roll your own with anybody else, can you?
Oh, no. So, to be honest, probably my favourite games are Paducah,
Yeah.
only because of the positional side
Yeah.
of it.
Lee Horton, Paducah,
But
Button, every single time, every single. Did anybody work out how to play him? Because
Yeah.
we knew it was the game he was going to pick.
yeah, you know, but he also worked out who was capable of making a move on him, and
Yeah, yeah.
you know. And because it's so prominent having the button,
Yeah.
it gets called a lot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's my favourite. I like, to be honest, if I find somebody on the table that can't play a certain game
Yeah.
and they've got plenty in front of them, I'll be calling that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people make mistake of picking their best game when you should be looking for other
Yeah, yeah.
people's weakest games.
Yeah. Some fantastic characters in Blackpool on that dealer's choice game.
Yeah.
Some real characters, obviously the plan, like, but like going back to the year like Jerry the Bib and stuff like that, you know, like obviously not with us anymore, but these characters just, and even Boise,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, laughing, joking, and yeah, everyone got all the players in Blackpool with the dealer's choice, but some of the games you got to play.
But when I first started, that was the only cash game going.
Yeah.
And I think it was like £50 sit down minimum,
Yeah, yeah.
which was too rich for me when I first started. So I used to go to Alistair's.
Yeah, yeah.
They had a £20 sit down game, and that's where I sort of learned it.
Yeah, yeah.
Learned it.
Yeah. 2019, Vegas for the first time. Well, Vegas for the first time, first cash in Vegas. You remember much about it?
I chopped mixed silo heads up at the Golden Nugget.
And we've been talking about you in the last few years. Obviously, you've had a few big scores since then, and we've railed you in the final three in the win, and we've railed you on different tables. What's it like now playing tournaments over in Vegas? Now you've cut your cloth in Blackpool. You've done the Northern Lights. You've gone over to Thailand to play online. You come back. You're now playing live in Vegas.
I really enjoy it regardless of results, because I get to play mixed games, and also now being at that age I get to play at seniors and stuff like that.
Coming back to the UK, the NPL, great promotion. You've done well in it. You've come, I think was it fourth in the NPL in 2022. Winning the 10K obviously helps towards the next year.
Yeah.
Did you just smash it the first couple of months, or did you work out what you wanted to play during the year?
I think I flattened it in first two festivals a year.
There's me thinking there's a strategy to it. I'll play this event, I'll play that event. Oh no, the first couple of events in
I think I flattened it in first
brilliant.
two.
Grand final in London, 2021 I think it was, PLO 456. We know you're a 4-card and a dealer's choice specialist. Nice touch, 37,000.
Yeah.
Fantastic touch.
But it got a lot more runners than what we expected for £1,000 buy-in, because there isn't many £1,000 buy-ins in this country at PLO. We just flipped for a trophy and chopped it.
That's all right. No wrong with that.
With Harrier.
Yeah, nice touch. When you playing in poker now, and when playing in the UK now, we've got time banks. One of your most famous quote, one of your most famous times on the feature with the time banks is to use all 6 time banks to tell us a joke. Is this a true story? You actually told a joke when using the time banks.
I did. It was like early on day 2 at Mini Main or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, no looking at me as much, say what's he doing, but I thought if I double up I won't need a time bank anyway.
So true story, use your time banks to tell a joke. I think that's absolutely class. Can you remember the joke? Was it funny?
Probably not. There were a lot of people getting irritated while they were waiting for it anyway.
Oh, brilliant. You touched on the seniors. Obviously the seniors score in Vegas was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was a great, and we were there really. What was it like? Sat down there. Obviously, we could see what was happening, but it was. I thought we got the nod that you were on the FT, and the rail just turned up. It's great to rail somebody like yourself. What's it like being down the final 3?
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed not to take it down, to be honest. And I probably had 1 or 2 too many Coronas.
I think we all did.
But I didn't. I think I started drinking like 12 players out or something like that.
Yeah, and you just thought whatever happens, happens. Yeah. And we ended up third.
Third, yeah.
Which was 3 or 4 hours later. You just imagine the Coronas in 3 or 4 hours.
But obviously there's now probably 15, 20 on rail. So there's Coronas coming every 5 minutes sort of thing.
Yeah. Since you first cast in Vegas in 2019, it's been pretty good to you, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You've done.
Yeah, touch wood.
Yeah.
I've never had a losing trip, but as I say, because I'm not playing these monster fields a lot of the time as well. I think that helps. You know, like mixed games, a lot of times the 200-300 runners, not 3.
Well, the 1-dayers are absolutely perfect, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you took a nice score on one of them. You won one.
Yeah.
Turned up one night. Yeah, I won that one. Just turned up one night, which was a nice score.
And then I won a daily last year.
Yeah.
And then I think I cashed next 5 or 6 tournaments, but I think it's like a confidence thing.
Of course it's fun, and you're in form and you think you can't be beaten.
Yeah.
It's always good.
So
always good. Well, keep going to Vegas, because it does seem to be good to you.
A week today,
very nice. Look forward to seeing you out there. You've been,
Sunday, don't you?
yes, indeed. You've been in the game over 2 decades. We'll mention that. What's the plans for the next 10 years?
Slow down.
Really? Yeah. Pick and choose whatever you want to play.
Yeah. I probably won't travel much in this country.
No.
You know, it'll all be like north. And just pretty much slow down. Really.
Well, pick and choose the right ones.
Well, hopefully, yeah. As I say, it'll be Blackpool, Leeds, Manchester sort of thing. But yeah.
Just slow down a little bit, but just keep playing and keep smiling.
Yeah, as I say, I don't know how long mind will stay sharp.
Good luck in the future. Good luck in Vegas when you go next week. Good luck in the future. It is an absolute pleasure, because you have been around 20 odd years and we have seen you in the card rooms and entertaining us on that Dealer's Choice in Blackpool. If you weren't there, you missed an absolute treat. Riggy, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Top man.
Cheers.
We're spending 10 minutes with Harry and Kashani. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Where did you start playing poker? And how on earth did you get into it?
I mean, growing up, I've always been very much obsessed with anything strategy-based.
So you're no 3-card brag man.
No, and I used to play a lot of cards, but a lot of different card games. And I've always been a very competitive gamer. Anything with strategy is just...
until I came across poker. It was actually during a sleepover at a friend's house.
Were you a killer at Monopoly?
I used to, well, whenever I knew we was playing Monopoly, I used to open the box and slip some of the 500s into my pocket prior to the game beginning, and when people went past the go and got 200, I was getting 600.
I love it.
The additional notes were coming out. But yeah, where my friend Christian, I think I was leaving college.
Yeah.
I wasn't 18, I was 17 years old. He taught me the rules and my mind was blown. I was hooked. I was like, wow, I've discovered this a bit too late. And I was just immediately hooked to a point where when I started uni, my attendance.
Where was uni?
Huddersfield.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because growing up I wanted to be a pilot, then I wanted to be an architect, then I studied accountancy and finance, and now I'm a poker player, right?
Well, accountancy, facts, figures, numbers,
sure.
maths.
For sure, yeah. So I joined uni. I didn't really enjoy it. My attendance was very low because I was too busy playing poker in my local card room. It all started with free rolls. I used to turn up with my shades on, hood up.
You look like now, do you think, why did I do that?
Yeah, I was just obsessed, and the obsession, it really forced me to dig deep, and I've just been obsessed ever since coming across it. And when you find something that you have that deep connection with, it just comes natural. Ever since coming across poker, all I've ever wanted to do was to play poker, and I've always worked very hard. I mean, when I was at school, I used to do papers, and I worked in behind a bar, then I worked in a hotel, then I worked in a restaurant, then I worked in a nightclub, then I went and worked in an office. I was a credit controller for a very big organisation, collecting £5 million a month. I've always been obsessed with numbers as well, but my heart was always in poker, and all I wanted to do was poker from the minute I came across poker.
Well, my first number for you was 2015.
Yeah.
Huddersfield.
First cash in
25,
Huddersfield, yes.
25.
Yes. That's where it all started.
Can you remember much about it? You finished 12th?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest buy-ins at the time.
Yeah.
I think people tend to forget that we've not always played at these stakes. You work your way up.
Yeah.
But at the time, yeah, it was really, really big.
Was it a direct buy-in? Or
it would have most likely been a satellite win for sure, yeah.
Nice one. I like it. The Huddersfield on the map just because it was your first score. But your first big score, 2019, the Christmas cracker.
Yes.
Like, these fields used to be huge.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Manchester did really, really well at getting the numbers in, yeah, for sure.
They did? £12,000.
Yeah. I mean, on the final table, I remember the final table as well. I wanted to carry on playing, but financially, I was in a position where the 12K meant a lot to me, and I made the decision to take the money, although I did want the trophy. But yeah, it was a lot of money back then for sure.
Absolutely. Running deep in a huge field. Obviously, the Northwest was like one of the biggest ones that there were in all the districts, in all the areas around the country. Did you like playing the day ones and then getting yourself into these big fields? Was a big field like?
I mean,
very comfortable.
Everything I play now is intentional, and a lot of analysis goes into the games I play. Back then I was playing anything and everything.
Yeah.
You need to be very careful. I mean, game selection is an art. It's something that not many people know much about. They literally play anything. They don't really set themselves restrictions on what to play, what not to play, past what point to stop regging, past what point not to reg. But my approach is usually a big percentage of my overall tournaments are in small fields.
Yeah.
To make sure I'm consistently getting in the results, and then some in medium fields, and then only very small amounts in the big fields, because even if you are the best player in the world and you play in big fields only, you can just go through big periods of not cashing at all, right? So I think it's very important to get the consistent small cashes in, and then obviously put yourself in the big fields.
But straight after, more or less straight after the Christmas cracker, which had a big number, you end up in Nottingham at the Grand Prix.
Yes, that was a very interesting one.
2,712 runners.
That was a very interesting one. That had it was one of the first ever hybrid tournaments where you would play the day ones online.
Yeah.
and then you would eventually turn up day 2, play live at DTD, and they had this promotion. If you played day 1A online and made the final table, you would get a 10k package.
Okay.
So when we was approaching the final table, there was 2 tables left. There was another guy who had qualified from day 1A, and I knew that if he makes the final table, he also gets the 10k as well. So every time it was this big blind, all in, all in, all in, and it was just like fumes coming out of his ears. But we both made the final table, and we both ended up getting the 10k package. With the 10k package, I ended up actually getting more than first place, but a friend of mine, Fabian, ended up winning that. Congratulations.
Well, you were second.
I did really well because he had all of the chips with 2 tables left, and I just outlasted everybody. Got myself the second, and the stack distribution heads up was ridiculous.
Then, unfortunately, we ended up in lockdown.
Yes,
but how was it for you?
It wasn't unfortunate. It was.
I'm going to say
lockdown was very good there because historically I've played online a lot, and the games were really, really good during lockdown. A lot of people who played live, obviously they couldn't play live, so they were forced to play online. So the online prize pools were getting ridiculously big. Like the Irish Open, I remember it was guaranteed at 1 mil. He ended up collecting 3 mil. And the winner got 462k. The numbers were ridiculous.
Everybody wanted to play.
But yeah, the games were good for sure. Really, really good. But lockdown was a very tough period for a lot of people also.
Of course, but you certainly did well during it, which is really nice. But obviously coming out of it and coming into the live poker back again, last year, big year for you.
For sure, yeah.
Nearly $300,000 as it says on the database.
For sure, it was the first year where I started competing for the leaderboard, and I wasn't really going for it till I think March time. I got a few results in a row, and I thought it makes sense, and I made the decision to give it a go. It was very competitive towards the end.
The best thing
I mean, start
about
of the year, everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, it's over. Cal's won it." And the deeper into the year we got, the closer it got. It was very,
but the
very
best thing
interesting.
for us watching it from the outside in was you and Brandon battling away.
Robbie as well. Robbie was up there as well. It was very, very competitive year. I really enjoyed it.
You ended up with a 15k package, which was
really, I managed to get that in the last event. I needed to finish a certain place to get that, and I did just that to be able to scrape the points needed to finish 5th and go over Brandon, I think it was.
Did it help with the 15k package, or did it just go on top of the pile and then we just still have the plan to play what we need to play?
Oh, it just goes towards buy-ins in the future, that's all it is,
experience. When you play locally, then you play nationally, then you go and play an EPT. What's that like?
It's obviously different games. They attract different player types, and I think one of the biggest keys to succeeding in poker is knowing how to adapt to different player types. And different players, they play very differently. I mean, it's one game, poker's one game, but everyone has a different understanding of the game and everyone plays very differently. So it's very important for you to try to gauge how someone thinks about the game and try to come up with a strategy to counter that, basically. I don't think it's realistic to play this unexploitable balance strategy versus everybody. I think you want to be choosing to do X intentionally rather than doing it to randomize and to balance, etc. I think everything should be intentional, for sure.
When you go to an EPT and the fields, you don't know 99% of the field. Can you sit down and within 10 minutes work out an online
quickly.
reg? Or
very. I mean, a lot of the times from appearance, from how people hold the cards, how they put the chips in, what the table presence is like, etc., etc. If people are regulating the behavior well, all it takes is one showdown. You see one showdown, you play the back in your hand and the hand back in your head, and you start making assumptions about your players. That's the key. I think a lot of recreationals, they tend to only pay attention when they have a hand themselves, and they don't really pay attention when they don't have a hand. The key is to be paying attention all times, to be building this profile on each player, so when you do end up in a hand with them, you know exactly what to do.
Do you prefer the live? Do you prefer live now more than the online environment?
I enjoy them both. I think live poker is a lot more competitive for sure. There's a lot more competitiveness to it, and running deep in a live tournament is very thrilling. But running deep online is also very good. It's two completely different games versus different player pools, and I think it's very important to know how to adapt. There's been a lot of very successful online players who come and play live who don't tend to do that well, and a lot of the times that's because they're not really adapting that well. They're trying to play the same strategy, and a lot of poker is just adapting to who the opponent is. It's not a game of cards, it's a game of people played with cards. And you need to play each individual based on their tendencies.
You do a lot of coaching.
I do indeed,
online.
yes.
You're very successful. Do you like it when your proteges get a nice little touch somewhere and you keep in touch with them? And
For
say,
sure,
oh,
it's very rewarding to help people become better at something that they care for, and that something is poker, which I love very much. So it's very rewarding to be involved in the journey of some of these guys, to see them grow, to see them get these results. And I've actually built a community. There's between 30 to 40 people, very close-knit. Everybody's helping each other. We have constant, regular hand discussion channels.
You're always studying between yourselves?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, poker's all I do. Even when I'm not playing poker, poker is all I do. I mean, of course, besides spending time with family, I'm very blessed to have a very supportive partner and to have a 7-year-old son. So whenever I'm not playing poker, because poker can be very, very draining, and for me, I'm very lucky that I have my family to lift me and re-energize me when needed, so I can go again. I think your off-table routines have a big impact on your performance at the tables, for sure.
A lot of studying obviously leads to a lot of results, and like you say, you do a lot of chatting between you guys. Is it nice for you to sit there studying, knowing that these results are coming because of all the hard work?
Yeah, for sure. I've always believed in hard work. There's no such thing as talent. There's no such thing as talent. And if you believe someone is more talented than you, all you have to do is outwork them. And a lot of it comes down to mindset as well. I think in any industry, if you want to succeed, you need to have a bulletproof mindset. In poker, very much so, because it is very mentally challenging. You have a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that you need to overcome, and there's a lot of injustice, and people tend to have entitlement issues. So having a mindset that allows you to play your A game is very, very important, but that's actually a very difficult thing to achieve.
Do you set goals for yourself?
Yeah, I have yearly goals, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, I have daily goals. You have to, because if you don't, you're just living life. Life just passes you by, time goes by very quickly. But when you have a plan and you're taking baby steps every day, it accumulates. Law of compounding over time. Those baby steps accumulate and the results will eventually turn up, for sure.
Just quickly run through the AK. I absolutely love the AK. The name just fits with the game, and it just looks perfect.
Thank you.
It's like every time somebody walks in with an AK, it's got to be Arian. It can't be anybody else.
I've had a lot of people ask for it, but if I start handing them out, it's not going to be as unique, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're still young in the game. You've had a lot of success. What's the future?
Short-term success, I don't take it for granted.
Absolutely, nobody does, and nobody should do.
Sure.
But what's the plan for the short-term future?
To keep doing what I'm doing, but on the long term, to me, success is not getting a few results, it's to be able to beat the competition at the highest level possible for as long as possible. If I can carry on doing what I'm doing for the next 10 years, that will be success in my eyes. Right now, obviously I understand the game on a deeper level, and I have had this success, but when you look at it, it's only like 300 live games, and that can be very much dictated by variance, good variance, right? But if I do what I'm doing for a decade, then it can't be all variance, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And,
so that's the aim.
It's great to walk into a card room and Arian walks in and people look round and they spot who you are and they know who you are, and they're now getting to see the name sitting down at the tables and thinking, it's just a little bit tougher.
It's very overwhelming. I mean, even when I went to the EPT, I mean, some of these guys I used to watch on the TV, and to turn up and to share a table with them is one thing, but to be able to compete, that's another thing. It's very rewarding, for sure. I've made a lot of sacrifices. I was doubted a lot, I was laughed at a lot. I remember before I started playing full time, when I was still working in the office, someone said to me, I've heard you're leaving, what are you going to do? And I said, I'm going to play poker, and they just started laughing in my face. They thought I was some form of deluded...
I hope they're watching the streams realising how good you've got.
Yeah, degenerate gambler who is lost, but you can't expect other people to share your views. Everyone has very unique views in life, I think.
Yeah.
only you know truly what you should do, and you should do it. I love what I do, and I think that's the main reason why I've had the results. Is I truly love what I do. And if you look at any field, the people that do really well are usually those who love what they do, because when you love what you do, you never have to work. What you're doing is not work. You're doing something you enjoy, and because of that, you give it more. Because of that, you have more resilience. When things go wrong, you've got more of a reason to push forward. And doing this for a living, I mean, all of the money and the trophies, it's very attractive, but the things that you have to actually go through to make that possible it's not easy. It's not made for the average individual, but if you work hard enough and you develop certain skill sets, then it's possible, for sure.
Well, long may it continue.
Hopefully.
Keep that smile on your face.
Fingers crossed.
Always walk around with that smile, because it's a little bit infectious. Arian Kashani.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for having me.
Cheers, Arian.
Cool. Thank you.
One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GUKPT. Bousey.
Good to see you.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, good, thank you.
Poker.
Yep.
Where did it begin?
Long time ago. long time ago. Yeah, I think it was about 2005. I'd seen a little bit on TV, what's the kind of late night poker and things like that. And there was a casino, some £10 rebuy tournaments.
Yeah.
We used to go to the casino for a night out. I thought, I'll jump in one of them, have a go at that. And really enjoyed it, got into it straight away. Great set of people down there in Teesside.
Yeah.
Good game, good pots, and everyone got on really well. I mean, some of the players who were there that first tournament, like Ian Woods, he was on my table. I think he knocked me out the first tournament. He's still playing. There's a lot of the lads who are still. It was a really good community.
It's an amazing community, and we'll come to that during this little chat. But can you remember your first ever cash?
My first cash on the Hendon.
I'll tell you, it's 2007.
2007. Yeah, that'll have been probably the Great British Poker Tour.
Correct.
I think it was.
Yeah.
That was a tour, the gala tour that started.
Yeah.
Before Governor bought them out.
Yeah. I think that's where we basically all met.
Yeah, it was.
The gala tour. Yeah. Like the Teesside. The Teesside gala was massive for you lot, especially.
Yeah, it was, and we had a great support on the tour back in the day. We would have 40 or 50 people going to a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
And I finished. Maybe a side event, a £200 event, maybe finished fourth or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, exactly. And you've probably still got the 860. Got it. So, as you know, people can have the old 2-0 lead, but technically, Sunderland are on the hit list.
Are they barred?
Sunderland 2-2 in the end. But if you add the bonus of a 2-0 lead and a payout and a win and a tick, and you manage to cash out, because Brentford won, MK Dons won, and Sunderland were winning 2-0, and then all of a sudden they decided to be rubbish and let 2 in, so 2-2. So technically it did not come in, but there's a lot of people that had the early payouts and cashing out as well, so well done one and all. Robert Smith cashed out 3 minutes before the goal. What did you get, Robert? I know you had a tour on it, didn't you? Ravi, chef, where did you get them from?
Yeah, some great names left there. Just look down that list, there's just names galore.
Sinead still in, Matt busting out last hand.
I've not even seen Leo all week.
Leo, no?
I've not seen Leo once this week. I'm guessing he's turned up today for a day 2 buy-in.
Bousey on 50, you and Trivedi. So this session should be the money. We're on 46.
Dennis Shaw cashed out for the full amount. Well done, Dennis.
Must be nice to be you, Dennis.
Oh, I think he stuck the draw. Did he stick the draw?
No, he was on the 2 goal.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done, everybody. Bit of a sweat. But technically, we can't have a shout out over the tannoy.
It's fair flop for Stephen. Jack 6-4 Remo. Expect small from him.
Superb, Robert. Well done. Great effort, Robert Smith. And Russ Coley says, don't know if there's ever been a father and son at the final table. No, there hasn't. And Zach and George are still in.
What table we got here as well, guys? I will run you through the names, but I'm sure you know most of the names anyway. Alex Montgomery in 2, Jamie Nixon in 3, Tim Chung 4, Stephen Barnes in 5, Sinead Davenport 6, Jason Barton in 7, TJ Jr. in 8, and Jack Sharp Maguire. Completing the lineup for the next 2 hours. Everyone's had some food. We should get to the money this session, and we've also got some giveaways to get to as well.
We have indeed. Posh wins 6-1 and Tower Trouble banks him 320. What a day for Richard Whitmore. Beautiful. Oh, you both well, says Jace on his YouTube channel, set a personal best today, 1,000 burpees in 2 hours and 50 minutes. 17,000 people watched. Wow.
That is a lot of people.
What's the burpees?
I think that's, you know, when you have
Is
like
that
a
a
big
star
swig
jump?
of... Oh, I thought it was when you...
Have a big swing of Coca-Cola.
Yeah, you go... I reckon you could beat that in 2 hours, 50 minutes, Tower.
Nice one, Gully. You have the early payout as well.
It's all right for Gully, isn't it? It's all right for a lot of you.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here.
Potless.
Yep.
Jamie Dale is out. We'll run you through the chip counts of the break after this hand because it's only 4 minutes old.
Top pair for Alex. Stephen, not much going on, so just white flag wave straight off the bat. So we'll be check folding. And then we will go back to the chip counts. Jamie Dow is out, man of straw. Pat back on and going.
There they are. All the chip counts from 5 minutes ago. Plenty ordering food at the break. Tim Slater 200k, Stevie Barnes 195, that's a good stack. Tim Chung 170. Some good names in there. Simon Zach 140. Where's George?
George is
just below him.
Just below him. Yeah.
Nice.
Jamie Nixon still in as our sponsored pro. Ludo busted just before dinner break. Katie wasn't here, Ewan wasn't here. And Jack of Spades for Sinead is going to open from gun. You've got Jack here, ace queen of diamonds. Sinead is covering stack, so he's going to proceed with caution. No, he's not. He is going to go for the free bet with the ace queen of diamonds. I think one that will do a fair amount of flatting, especially when we're up against a covering stack. Risk premium going to be high now, just 8 spots off the money. Like it's one that is Jack really comfortable calling off if Sinead goes for a 4-bet jam from gun with ace queen suited. Like, we just hate it. Does get it through. Yeah, Jamie's still got plenty. Average stack at the moment about 130, so Jamie working with nearly double that.
The Nick's on.
What price would you give me for Jamie Nixon or Tim Chung to win this? Well, Tim's got over average, Jamie's got nearly 2x average, there's 46 left. So I'd probably give you 14 to 1. 14 to 1 I'd give you for Tim or Jamie.
14s. Okay.
It's a bad price to be fair, but I'm saving
I
myself
thought,
a
it,
bit.
I thought it was a bad price, I was thinking.
Just in case I go, yeah, I have a one on it with the game, and I go 33s. Well, from now, if you've got average stack and everyone in the field is the same ability, essentially, well, we just lost one, you're a 45 to 1 shot. So when it's two players, half that, it's about 22.5 to 1, but you've got Jamie and Tim, who are both very good players, and both with above average, so I reckon maybe like 20 to 1 the true price, but I'd lay 14s. Tim on the button, ace jack of diamonds raises to 6k. King 9 off for Sinead, could definitely defend facing the button open.
Six high flop, 6, 5, 2.
Not much for either here. Looks like Tim is going to see bet for quarter pot with the ace higher. Looks like Sinead with the 2 overcards is going to take one off. 10 of hearts on the turn. That awkward one for Tim here. No suits. It's going to check back. We'll still beat all this like 7-8, 7-9, all this type of stuff, but Sinead surely has to lead here now. That she is going to go for a check and check. Thought she might try and rep this board from the big blind, and ace jack high going to be good for Tim. If you come down here, Baraka, with the dough, you're on. Bring it to me, and you're on. I'll take it. I will take it. I'll give you 18s. I don't know who Baraka is. Do you know who Baraka is?
I hope he's not, unless his surname's Obama. I don't think it is. Hey.
I had a bottle of water over there, living stolen.
3,000 big blind ante of 3,000. Level number 5 of the day, 10 minutes in. Alex. There's option 45 players left, 38 get the money, so 7 spots off it.
Yeah, it's always a fold at this stage, just taking its time, running down the clock. However, this won't be a fold. Big hand for Jamie Nixon. Couple of jacks in the hijack. Does make it 6. Oh, an ace 10 for Stephen on the button here. Couple of options available. Flat going to be fine, 3-bet going to be fine some of the time. Maybe with Jamie having us covered this near to the bubble, we play more flats, I'm not sure, with the ICM there, but it's still going to take the 3-bet approach, making it 17k. Now back over to Jamie. And hijack versus button when ranges should be fairly wide. like Stephen here would free bet stuff like 9s, 10s potentially for value. He'd have some like Queen Jack, King Jack as bluffs. Jamie gonna make it cool. Would you look at the flop here? Stephen Barnes, potential trouble, top pair, top kick up on the 10-6-4. It seems like clear continue with our top pair, top kick up. Goes for 16 into 41, so 40% continue. And Jamie, I think now we get here, we probably just play call tower. I don't think we want to raise once we elect a flat pre. Just keep our range wide as well. Like Stephen could still have some hands, like drawing to 3 outs, like a low down ace-X that went for the free bet, like an ace-7 off, ace-8 off, all this type of stuff.
Pairs of 6 on the turn. Jamie Nixon still with the lead.
Interesting card for Stephen here. At this stage, don't really expect Jamie to call much 6x, if any. Maybe like 6-7 suited at this stack depth, 6-5 suited he gets in with. Not too much out there. Stephen with the check back, and probably now just going to be lead from Jamie. And a call from Stephen. Like if Jamie's still got all this 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, some heart draws, ace-X of hearts, queen jack of hearts, king queen of hearts, all this stuff. And when Stephen goes that size on the flop, like Jamie would float stuff like queen jack of spades, king queen of spades, like the 3 to straight, 3 to flush hand. And once we check this back on the turn, just can't ever fold a Stephen tower. Have to call. Not much we can do about this one. 60% on the river. Ace-10, no heart.
Just a nod. Stephen Barnes unlucky.
Yeah. Has to call.
Yeah. Jamie Nixon up to 100 big blinds.
Yeah, and we have lost a couple since we come back after break. Maz Bako and Leo Worthington-Lees both exit the field.
Bigs. Alex Montgomery into the muck. There you go.
Really nice pot to win that for Jamie as well. The fact that we are approaching the bubble, because we've just put a bit of leeway between us and second and chips at the table now. So when we are at 42, 41 players, we will have the green light to open a lot of hands. So now Stephen's turn to get his tank on after losing that pot. Terry Jordan with the Queen Jack defence.
Looks like another good run in Blackpool. Won the monthly big one a couple of months ago here in Blackers. Here's King 5 flop rainbow.
Okay, so a check from Terry. Seems like clear C-bet from Tim. Probably one we do C-bet range on at this stage of the tournament as cover and stack. Don't need to go large though. Feel like one of the boards that may see the small bet from Tim. It's a 40%. Terry with his gut shot. Should be continuing. So he's going to have a bit of discipline there. We are near the money. Tim does cover us. I think still would have personally taken one off even versus B40. Lets it go.
What's his name on the list?
Yep, there. Right there. 70k for Nathan Slater.
Playing well. Come on, Nath. Be nice for him to get in the money.
And it will update soon, top right, guys, but another 2 gone. We lose the grey hair millionaire, Keith Johnson, and Ryan Mandara, who couldn't get on the right side of the money after starting the spin. So that will drop to 42.
42.
And even on the bubble here, Tao, I still might open this as Alex. Just great one to attempt to steal. Good removal. Still get some value from big blind defend range. Does make it 6. Oh, and Steve Barnes looks down at the boots. So going to be a free bet incoming at just shy of 35 effective. Probably just the 3x. Go slightly shy off 17k thereabouts though, just shy of 6 BBs, and that should be end of hand. Alex just going to run the clock down a little bit more.
Yep, 30, just over 30 bigs. 7 off the money. Well, 42 left now, isn't it? Just lost a couple.
And I know I just mentioned it, guys, but this is what occurred between Danny Myers and Ryan Mandara. Danny had ace queen, Ryan shut blind and blind with his short stack with the jack 8. And unfortunately for Ryan, although flopping a gut shot, not flush draw for Danny.
Green on the river seals the deal. Ryan fist bumps, probably jumping to 500. Away he goes. So King 7 for Stephen. 20 minutes into this level. There's players will drop down on the right hand side of the player ticket. Here's King for Jace. Nice to see Jason Barton playing as well. Won a couple of events pre-COVID. Good to see him back in the mix.
Yeah, this is annoying for Stephen. Got a call, unfortunately. Getting this price now, 2 to 1. Like, even if Jason showed us ace king, we'd still have to call. Just because 3 outs is all we need in this situation. We just don't want to be up against kings or aces. Queens is fine, ace king is fine. But once we get this price, it should be a call for Stephen, assuming stack size adjacent is correct.
22,500.
So he does make that call. And Jason Barton's got a big chance to double and get back himself to 50k and 18. Does he do it? Ace, queen,
2. How do we lose this?
I don't think we can.
Running 7s. And that will lock it on the turn for Jason. Puts him back to 17 bigs.
So the spin's on for Jace.
You're still behind. Yeah, you should know that shit.
Pocket nines for Stephen. It's going to be another open for him. This time more legitimate holding. The table will be aware that he did just open King 7 suited from +2, so we'll have that in the back of his head. Sinead with the A6 of clubs here from +2. Do expect to see fold tower, but maybe has in her head what she just saw from Stephen opening King 7 suited. Lets it go. Expect Jack to do the same on the button. Just going to take his 20 seconds.
Send him to the monk, there you go. Still 8 off the 7 off the money. Using every second.
King Jack of spades for Jamie, not going to go anywhere in the big blind.
So Jamie with the King Jack wants to see the Queen 9-4 flop. Stephen Barnes likes to see the Queen 9-4 flop.
Yeah, last orbit Stephen opened King Queen of Hearts and flopped the flush against Jamie in the big blind. Just as good this time with middle set. Goes for 7k, so just shy of 60%, and Jamie with the gut shot. Do expect to see call.
Cool, we do. Seven hearts. Turn, doesn't help Jamie. This will be.
It does help him in terms of range, like a card that Stephen will be aware Jamie defends when he has us covered, this close to the money. Any suited 2 cards, like he'd even call 8 deuce of hearts here, for example. So he does have countless flush draw combinations, but he's also going to have a lot of Queen X, some 4X, some Jack 10, some King Jack, all that type of stuff. So Stephen does go for the second barrel. Gets it through. No second street for the nines.
So 42 left. 38 getting the dosh. Double your money for a min cash. Scrolling across the bottom, show you that there's £68,540 up top. 580.
Terry race 9 in the hijack. Still got plenty of chips, 45 bigs is loads in an MTT, but doesn't choose to open it. Are raising into Tim's big, who has us covered, so thinks better of the ace 9. Shouldn't see Alex open King Deuce off here. 2 stacks that cover us behind, this should be a fold. And King 6 off here for Jamie. Now 4 off the money tower, having Tim covered. Probably one that wants to do some raising here. Offsuit, high-low, King X. Maybe we prefer like having a 5 or a 4, 3 deuce, etc. Maybe the 6 he feels like too middling. Does go for complete. And Tim not doing anything to make this pot big. Jamie having us covered. 4 off the money.
He will be the one that could raise it with Queen Deuce.
I think he would if stacks were reversed. If Tim had Jamie's stack and Jamie had Tim's, I think Tim probably would take the Queen Deuce. Owen and Finbar, welcome to the stream. We will finish about midnight tonight. And JG Poker, so thanks Tao for the treble. It won for me.
Boom, boom, boom.
It didn't win for me.
Would have won for everybody if you hadn't been for Sunderland, letting a 2-goal lead slip. But well done on the early cash out for the 2-0. Some people do get on that. So well done, JG. Always good to see when people do it.
I've made a decision. I'm never stepping foot in Sunderland in my lifetime now. Never will you see me in Sunderland.
You know you have to go through Sunderland to get to Newcastle.
Oh, take your helicopter, fly out to the sea, come round the border, and then come in that way.
You don't have to really. You just bypass it on the A1. So big Silent Spence is a member of Wearside Golf Club, which is up in Sunderland.
King Jack 4, Sinead thinks better of it. This goes to the money, lets it go. We have just dropped to 41, we didn't catch it, but Sam Sinister
Sam
was
he was
out
playing well earlier, wasn't he?
in 42nd.
Oh, Sam.
So here we see as Tim, as the covering stack, does take the initiative this close to the money, blind on blind. And see Barnes with Ace Jack, big hand in the big blind to find. So how is he going to proceed this close to the money? Does just land on call. Like, we don't love it if we free bet and get 4 bet, so maybe just taking that into account. We do have position post.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 8-6. Worse than both.
Yeah, free to flush, free to straight, both ways for Tim, and just 10 high could start targeting some like Jack 4 suited, King 4 suited type stuff to fold out. Ace high should be sticking around for 1 on this rainbow board, so I think Stephen going to need to call here with the Ace Jack and see a turn facing half pot from Tim. There is the call. Off to the turn. Got some fun turn cards here. Like a Jack would be a really fun one with both hands, but it's the King of Clubs. But Stephen does now have the nut high hand. And Tim just with 10 high here, no equity, not even overcard to the board. So there are some scenarios that Stephen can have the check mark already if he does have a queen. Looks like he's just going to keep applying the pressure, getting close to the money. And now Stephen, Ace Jack, Ace of Clubs. Going to be a few bank Tuesday, I feel like, Tower for Stephen. This is a really tough turn spot blind on blind, because like we do expect him to like check 8x, 6x if he has any of this now. Like some Queen X obviously will go for a second street. at this close to the money, does elect to fold. If that was post-bubble, I think Stephen may have stuck around for a river card, but he probably already knows that Tim is setting up a river jam. So hard to call twice with just ace high, although it being the nut high hand. Nice little move from Tim. Gets the best hand to fold.
Decent table, decent players on this one. You know, you play the game when you're on this table. 41 left.
Jack with jacks.
Top Instagram followers to tune in, they just tune in and just eat the bowl with chicken on the table. What's this?
I think it's 7.5.
What's that? Right, my plate. Yeah.
10 seconds. Where's 7.5?
10 seconds out of the way. Says Alex, just slowing it down because of his stack.
Well, look at this from Tim. There's out of line and then there's out of line. The old nut low on the button, and all this can be is an exploit tower. I'm guessing Tim has been playing with Jack for the last few hours, and maybe he's made the assessment that Jack really wants to get on the right side of the money. So maybe feels like here Jack's not going to continue hands that he should. Could be the idea going on from Tim. I definitely wouldn't take it. I think it's way out of line, but this has to have some sort of dynamic to it, Tower. And Jack is just going to go for the 4-bet and snap fold from Tim. Out of line, 3-bet with a 3-deuce off, but I'm guessing it's just down to dynamics. Maybe he picked up on something that he feels like Jack is really wanting to cash and just going after him. Could have been the case, but one that I wouldn't have taken, one that Tower wouldn't have taken.
Absolutely not. 3-deuce. These aren't very good.
Dirty diaper getting in the mix.
Yeah, there's some birds on my Instagram, mate, which you'd want to watch that. Charges, mate. Yeah. Cheers, mate. I like that dealer. I like all the dealers, though. That was good. I like all the dealers, just not when they do some things. It's not their fault, but I like them all as individuals.
Down to Alex. His hand that he does have a genuine.
Yeah, it's still open here, Tower. We got 30 bigs. It's not like a situation where we're like on 18, 19, where it may be a bit close up. We've still got 30 here. It doesn't make it 6k. And Tim with the same hand, then we've already seen from the previous hand, he is happy to get after it on the bubble. And this is one that could potentially 3-bet. Does find it. Making it 15k. It's going to be a really grim one for Alex when it's back on him, because like against 2.5x or 30 effective, usually Queen Jack of clubs is happily getting involved, but when we're now 2 spots off Tower, do we really want to tangle with Tim out of position when we've got a stack that's comfortably in the money in our head?
It's the Jack Queen. Down to 40, it says.
Is that a needle, Gully?
Staring at me and them fucking big daft glasses, mate. I think I can stare so you can play that game. Get to fuck, I've seen you in the corner there, mate. I thought you all stare at me. Lucky we were on the football. Fucking power in your eye every day of the week. Big daft glasses.
So we are on 40.
Yeah, no,
2 off the money.
then, to be honest.
Who was 40th? The old fruitcake.
40th was Vince Melly.
Vince Melly!
And I've got a RH that was out in 41st as well.
Melly.
So we should be on 39. I'm guessing
Oh,
that's
on 39.
I'm guessing that's Ricker RH.
Yes.
Never fallen at any point except
England Australia was rather a decent game this afternoon. What was the score, Apocalypse? How did Ireland go on last night, by the way? Because I never saw it. Never saw the game, and they were playing New Zealand, and I think Ireland were favourites. Never saw it. It was on late at night. We were working the stream, obviously. (42-37) to Australia. Scored a last-second wonder try. Wow. 42-37 sounds like some game. Ireland lost 23-13. Oh wow. Very badly and a bad ref. That never helps.
The thing is, Gully bricked the last 4 games and he's worth like 15 million. So I had a few free transfers. So I thought we'd get Haaland out, get some premium midfielders in, and strengthen the team. That was the idea.
Tony Tats says, how did the treble do? Well, the treble didn't officially win, so no, it didn't win. We can't have the trumpets out. But if you did manage to get the early payouts for a 2-0 lead, then it did win. Because, and there are a lot of people in the chat that did have that advantage of an early payout. Sunderland were winning 2-0.
C9's watching the stream, oh no.
Yes, go and tell him. Oi, get off. Get off the stream, you. C9, turn round, give us a wave. When you get this message, you're not allowed to watch the stream. So we're hand for hand. Let's go.
And when we finish the bubble, guys, we'll have some giveaways to go to. We'll do a tower and Jake thinks I've got some €50 to throw out today.
All right.
How are we doing, Brad? Afternoon.
39 left. We're actually on the bubble, Brad. We are on the stone bubble.
Tim's got a really nice seat here because Jamie's the only player that's got him covered. So every time Jamie folds, Tim just gets to put some chips in the middle. And Sinead here with 10s off of 40. He's just going to play cool. Not wanting to get this in for 40 big blinds. And we're this close to the money. But TJ Jr., couple of Cowboys in the big. This is one that definitely wants to squeeze now after Sinead's call. And there is the squeeze, and it's a real annoying one for Sinead here because we're fairly high up in terms of 10s in our range. Like, we will probably free bet queens, kings, maybe jacks at some frequency. So 10s may be one of the best hands we can have here. I guess we may flat jack some of the time because we're not comfortable getting that in. Hijack versus button for 40 BBs. That does make the call with the 10s off to the flop.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 9 3.
Not the best flop to see for Sinead. We go behind ace queen. I doubt Terry has ever got any 3-bet bluffs at this stage on the bubble. So I doubt there's much king queen, queen jack in there. But ace queen could be in there for sure. He still has the aces and kings, but he does have 16 combinations of ace king as well, which we are in front of. does make the call to the 3 of spades turn, and that is a delight to see for Terry. No 3x in Sinead's range. She can't have a single 3 in the deck the way this hand's played. So goes for another street of value for 19k. And now a Sinead with the 10s. It's getting a bit dicey. Another street. She will call. Maybe thinking Terry's still going to play ace king this way. Still in front of that.
Jack of diamonds, river. Terry with the check mark. No decision for Sinead. Maybe not the best river for it.
Yeah, only beating ace king now, Tara. I'm going to make the assumption Terry's not got any 3-bet bluffs at this stage, so the only hand we are beating here as Sinead is specifically ace king. Terry's still got aces, still got kings, could have ace queen as well. But Sinead, it looks like, is going to make the call and see the bad news.
Unlucky. Sinead down to 34. And 11 bigs now on the pure bubble. Southender rubbish again, blaming the ref. Can't be as bad as Barrow, conceding in injury time for the 384th game in a row. Somebody said that Barrow would be a good bet on the Coupon today. They would have been one that let us down in injury time.
Someone also said Sunderland was a good bet.
They were.
They drew.
2-0 up.
Yeah, but they drew.
Technically, a lot of people won money.
But I did not. Can we do a whip round for me, please, Tao? For everyone,
I think we should.
For everyone that had early payout, can we have a little whip round for me today, please?
The treble was Brentford 1-3-2, Sunderland 2-0 up, eventually drawing 2-2, and MK Dons winning 3-1.
Bro, let's wait to see you at 36.
Ace 10 for Tim, raises to 6k. Real good time to make some chips when we've got a healthy stack.
Got me on the hook though. Raise 6 games. Got me on the hook. It's just like when you know.
I'm barred. The real deal. I won too much money on there and they barred me.
Yeah, you're not allowed to win.
Yeah, just 400k. I've got to walk around legs. You will if you stack for everything.
It's got walk around legs.
Walk around chips is 25k.
You're not on the ball. He's not on the ball patrol. I don't love being on the ball patrol, but I've been on it many a time. Ball patrol, it's great, isn't it? It's like that.
Yeah,
when you yeah, and you're looking at the balls are about. Fucking ball patrol. As soon as this one is over, just go in your eyes or leave it.
So have a hand, guys. Will be 2-3 minutes wait between hands unless it's a long one. I've got to wait for all tables to finish. But I've got a couple of £100 to give away as soon as the bubble goes. So we might even go to a giveaway if we get a quick hand or something like that.
Oh, okay.
See how long this one lasts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just loads of random. They don't tell me, but they do trigger it. Right now, get rid of that.
Barred for winning too much. No fear of that from me.
You got that.
Yeah, same. Every single bullet. Yeah, like a lot of people.
Me too. I think I'm just self-medicating.
It's annoying though, ain't it, some bookmakers? As soon as you start winning, as soon as you're in the green, they lock your account and all that.
Yep. 10 levels of poker play today, which will take us to the end of level number 20. Finish the stream round about midnight.
Well, Terry's got some chips to put to work now and finds a fruity little free bet with the King Jack, facing gun open from Jamie Nixon with the Queen Jack of clubs, and these two at 75, 80 effective. I can't see Jamie folding tower. Here comes the call. Not what we're looking for is Jamie Nixon out of position. Going to be a check fold. Shouldn't be any 3x in Jamie's range, so it could just be a small bet from Terry, but it's going to go for the check back here with the King Jack.
7 spades turn.
Now Jamie probably feels like Terry's going to have a lot of ace high stuff in his head, but even if he's got ace high, 50% of the time that ace king, ace queen, ace jack will contain a spade, which we're not going to be folding out. So decides against the lacy bet from TJ Jr., and he wins a nice one, and that puts him near chip lead at the table, neck and neck with Jamie Nixon now.
Still on the bubble, no action from the outers.
And then Laurie Shet, aye.
Oi oi. Oi oi.
What we got coming up, Tower? Why we got some time? Get that off there. Why am I pressing that? Get that away. There we go.
Winner for some.
Grand final. Brilliant schedule. Off to Luton. That is what we're looking at for the first week. If you fancy on the Wednesday getting into some sides for cheap, we've got the opener and mini double sat. Midi main to kick things off. We'll be streaming that probably last couple of sessions on the Thursday. Friday we'll have the full day of the midi, and then day 2 midi Sunday, and day 3 midi Sunday. And then some sides, and the final week is here with the main event.
Week of the grand final.
I've just noticed something.
What you noticed?
The main event's not a 2K.
It is not.
We've changed it.
They have. They have changed location, changed the buying. You're not playing your 1K because it's changed location. Luton, I'm guessing that they decided that it wouldn't be advisable to have the 2K, so I like it. I've been at 12.50 as normal. I do like it. And plenty going on. Seniors on the Sunday, BLO going on the Sunday. Final week of the MPL is the week after, the 5th till the 8th of December in Walsall, Reading, Manchester, Sheffield and Glasgow. So get yourself to the final points if you need it. That is the final week of the 25-50 and the final week of the league for this year. Still no Shetland event. A great trip over, it really would.
Okay, it's for Tim. Raises the 6. And Sinead with the ace jack here. And 11 big blinds. Like, it's really annoying because in our head we know that Tim's going to be opening a lot of hands. So we feel like if we jam, we will get it through at a high frequency. However, the times that Tim does wake up with something, we're likely to bust and then not get on the right side of the money. And Sinead is another one that's chasing points as well. She's in the top 10 of the MPL this year. So we'll also have that in the back of her mind. Jack calls ace-5 of hearts on the button. Alex shouldn't call 7-8 suited. Beautiful looking hand, but at this stage, no need to get involved here. Off of our stack depth. And Jamie is going to get to call the ducks in the big and C3. What a flop for Tim Chung. Middle set. We may do some checking over Tim position usually, but it's just going to fire now out on the bubble, having Jack covered. That is 2 quick folds. Would love some action there as Tim, not getting any. Blind on blind, been here before between Jamie and Tim. Jamie Nixon starts with complete. And Tim with 10-4 off. One that could do some work from time to time, but we aren't covering stack on the money bubble. I think once again, if stacks were reversed here, maybe one Tim would use. It does check back. Dummy end gut shot for Jamie here. Could be a viable stab when we got 5 high and the dummy end gut up. Folding out better hands when we get the folds. And Tim's also got one that could potentially be a stab with 10 of diamonds in hand. Fold out jack high, queen high, king high stuff. Got some potential turns to barrel on. I think this 10 of diamonds too good a card not to put to work. Tim agrees.
Read it. Written 4. Nearly half pot.
Jamie with the dummy end of this gut shot. Awkward. Maybe thinking about raise even tower. We have got Tim covered.
Yep.
He does find it with the 4-5. Check raises to 14k. Very nice from Jamie. Just aware Tim will stab a lot on the pair board. We got 5 high, folding out better. Makes it 14. Tim giving him a right good old stare down. Hasn't let the 10 high go just yet. Does he want to float in position and have some ideas down the street? No, he does not. Jamie takes it with a 5 high.
25.50 does indeed. Start next week in Liverpool. We've got one in Leeds, one in Portsmouth, one in Edinburgh, and Birmingham, I do believe.
Yep.
One more and please, shouts Frankie.
One more hand, please.
Pocket 6s for Alex in the cut-off. Real grim one. Does choose to fold, can get behind it. Our stack should be locked for a min cash if it's played correctly and we avoid callers. 7-5 off for Jamie. It's going to open. We'll have Tim to worry about in the small, but Steve Barnes should be playing honestly in the big. Oh, Tim has 7s in the small blind here. Been some right battles going on between Jamie Nixon and Tim Chung so far this session, and maybe Tim thinking about 3-bet here. Maybe thinks that Jamie might open deck though into Steve's big blind. So maybe feeling that we will have some stuff dominated that's drawing to 3 outs, and on this case Jamie actually with a hand that we have crushed, 7-5 off. Does land on flat. Going to be a check from Tim, playing in flow you expect. And then Jamie's probably got a one and done here, Tower. Tim going to go for the little lead.
He is.
This is kind of interesting because I expect Jamie to open, like I say, like probably not deck, but like 80% on the button. So like he'd probably open 9 deuce suited there. So Jamie actually has a much larger coverage of the 9x than we do. However, what Tim might be thinking to flip that, if he's opening 9 deuce suited, he's opening 8-3 suited, he's opening queen 4 of hearts, he's opening so many hands that on the king 9-9 that just whiff, that maybe Tim just feels like he's going to have so many whiffs when he's supposed to open 80% that we're just going to win the spot with a lead so often. Could have been the idea. Because the way like the ranges are set there, when Jamie opening so wide, he's actually going to have a huge 9x advantage on us. Like Tim's not going to call hands that Jamie will open that contain a 9. Like Tim's 9x is going to be a lot more scarce, so it's an interesting lead from Tim. I'm sure he'll have his reasons.
2 minutes of this level to go. We are hand for hand, 39 players, 38 get the money.
And when we're getting the money, you guys will be getting some money.
What are we doing first?
I want to get rid of it. Well, I've got one more $10. So what I'm going to do, someone yesterday, when Winster called one, I can't remember who it was, but someone didn't put that alias in the chat box.
Oh no.
So I put, was someone, but didn't find out who. So no one's come in the chat to claim. So we will give a €50 Coliseum Cup ticket away.
Beautiful.
When the bubble bursts.
Okay, whenever that may be. Next hand, please.
I was about to say keepers. There's a couple of clips with keepers kicking out the corner, isn't it?
Going to be an open here for Tim for sure. 10-7 of hearts. Any jams? Yes, there is jams. Because it's only 30 effective, I believe, of Stee, and Sinead's even shorter. Like if Stee's got like ace 10 here tower, he can't call. If he's got ace queen, he...
Yeah, ace 4 for 9. Impossible to call. It's going to be working the clock in your favour with 9 bigs.
Tim does find the jam. It's kind of nice when we're at this stage and we do get to open shot for 30 effective with stuff like that. Just because Steve Barnes has to call off so snug there. Like I don't think he'd be able to call off ace queen tower. I'm not sure he's supposed to offer 30. Like it's better to call stuff like 9s and 10s than ace queen because simply same as satellite strategy. Tim's going to be shoving super wide, so you look at like an any 2 card range. It wouldn't be any 2 from Tim, but like he'd have a lot of shoves. It's better to have the pocket pairs, like the middle into high pocket pairs, than it is to have ace king, because if Tim's shoving stuff like 9-8 of hearts and we call ace king, 40% of the time we're out the door. Whereas if he's shoving something like that and we call 10s, 15% of the time we're out the door. That's why, like in Steve's spot, he wants to be selective with his calls when he does find a big hand there. I'm not even sure if ace king would call. I could be wrong, but it might just be an ace king. But I'm pretty confident ace queen wouldn't call for 30, just because 40% of the time like against range, potentially GG. We can have obviously Tim dominated some of the time, but if he's shoving super wide, going to have a lot of hands that just contain 2 live cards against like ace king, ace queen. Whereas when we've got 10s, 9s, jacks, sometimes he will even have just 2 undercards and we've got him locked. It's quite annoying for Jamie with Tim on direct left. I'd still probably open this on bubble, but we just know Tim's there, which is annoying, and I think Jamie folding for that reason, because Tim knows that Jamie's supposed to open a lot of hands, and Tim once again going to go with the open jam. And as you see here, Tab, this is why it's so much better to call stuff like 9s, 10s rather than call ace king. Just because if Tim's got like close to any 2 shove range, he's going to have a lot of these live cards which have got 40%. So Tim once again picking up lines and ante and increasing that stack. How are you doing, Mick the Mod? Welcome, good evening.
Good evening, Mick the Modder. You just come to join us on the bubble.
Mick the Modder, I've never heard that before. Mick the Modder.
Mick the Mod. We are on the bubble.
How did the treble do today? Well, it won for some people, but it didn't for others, because Sunderland were 2-0 up and they drew 2-2, and they were the team that let the treble down, but some people got early payout via other providers.
Yeah, quite a lot of people got some decent payouts. I didn't. The early payout.
I didn't.
Unfortunately, we didn't.
What was wrong with him? He had some like, he does a lot of running or hiking or something. It's like Muller's 35, that's Muller's 35.
Pretty sure.
Really? I thought Muller was younger than you. I think he's been around forever.
Quite bad that. Quite bad. Very bad that. Pretty sure you think you know who's on hand for hand in the main event. And you're dealing with the table. And I don't care, I'm just winding you up. I actually don't care, I'm just winding you up. Everyone was winding me up, so any option to wind someone else up, I'm in there.
So yeah, some won, some didn't. But if you do have the early payout of the 2-0, it was about, I think it was 2-0 in the first half, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2-0. Sutherland looked like the lock straight away.
Yeah. One more hand, please. We are hand for hand.
But never stepping foot in Sunderland, Mick the Mod. They've annoyed me today.
No, quite a few if you didn't have the luxury.
I'd definitely open this though as Jamie. Queen 9 off seemed like, well, he must be worried about Tim. Maybe he just feels like Tim is going to get after him. Letting the Queen 8 off go there, Tim, because we are raising into TJ's big, who now has a decent stack, around 80 bigs, I believe. Blind's gone up now, so I think it's actually about 65, 70 that TJ Jr. is working with. Steve Barnes finds 10s in the cutoff. Raises to 8k. Terry Jordan Jr. Jack 6 off. Don't think there's going to be much work doing with this. He is covering stack. He is going to have a look. The thing is here, like Stephen's probably not going to open something like, say, ace 7, ace 8 off tower that we usually open from the cut-off, because Terry, with the big stack, can put the pressure on us. So I feel like Stephen's range is supposed to be a lot more snug here. So maybe even with Jack 6 off and covering, I might have just folded this Terry, but now we get here.
King 9-3 flop. Stephen checks. Terry also checks. Stephen's going to put a very small bet in. Give him 1 BB. No, he decides to check again. End of hand.
Gully says, is there some new theory knocking about that I haven't heard or seen? Seen so many Jack 6 off the fence this week.
Over to you, Jay.
No, I don't think so. I actually went to Ryan on the break. I saw Ryan on dinner break. I go, that was a bit of a loose defend. Jack 6 off. He goes, yeah, you got to get in the mix sometimes. That's what he said to me. He said, yeah, you got to get in the mix sometimes. But yeah, no like special powers with the Jack 6 off. I think Terry maybe just defending there because feels like when he gets the low boards perhaps that going to be good for big blind range. He just takes it away from Steve enough of the time. Could have been the idea. But I don't know.
Next hand, please. Says the Frankie.
There's like 7 shots.
No, we folded, I raised.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I didn't goalie. I said I would have been in the blender if he just opened jam, but
yeah, that's what I said.
Then somehow open jam when he's there.
No, yeah, obviously,
probably not massive.
Yeah.
Falling is when he's on the bottom.
So next hand.
Yeah, fuck off, mate. I think we bought yesterday. Go all in with a lot of anger. Especially to like sub-10. What do you have, like 20 bigs? It doesn't matter. No.
So Terry in the small, making it up.
I would have jammed here. Tower.
Keeping it small with the King 7.
Might have just... Jack's actually got a lot more than I thought. I forgot he doubled up, but still would have got aggressive here as Terry. Maybe wouldn't have jammed for 30, but I would have most certainly raised this up as TJ Jr. on the stone bubble and taking the passive approach. Jack realises in the form of a 9.
Then he falls over here, and then just Nathan was like, that's very nice. You know me, mate. Say how it is. Yeah, he's got that slip. Yeah.
Evening, Gary. Good evening from Stromness. That sounds Scottish.
But
is it Scotland?
Probably. Probably. Oh, yeah.
Oh, mate, I've never got a ball. As long as I'm in, mate, I can spin it all right.
We've got some ongoings occurring on the outer table. Frankie is there having a look, so we're going to have a look as well. So it's Madge all in against Ewan Trevedy. Madge is the player at risk. Madge has ace queen, and Ewan Trevedy has him dominated with the ace king. Is this the hand that bursts the bubble? Well, it's looking bleak. Not even backdoor diamonds in sight. So needs a lady. The 4 of hearts not helping. 3 outs to find for Madge, otherwise he's the bubble boy.
And he is Madge champ in Edinburgh. Yeah. Taken out. Very, very unlucky Madge on the bubble.
Yeah, so that means everyone in the money. We're just confirming. And we'll be off with 38 left. The ticker has updated. Everyone locked up some dough. We will be going to a giveaway in about 10 minutes time, guys. I'm going to go get the beverages in.
That's a great shout.
Is it a cup of tea?
Great shout. Cup of tea, some iced water, and some Council Stella. Get us rations in.
Yeah, I've only got 2 hands.
Do 2 trips.
Why not I do one and you do one?
Okay. You bring whatever you fancy and I'll bring the others.
I'll tell you what, I'll bring the teas.
So we're in the money. Well done, one and all. Very unlucky for Madge. Busting out. Ewan Trevedy taking him out. Well done to everybody. Now we are in the dosh. We're in the money. Morris Wiggum. Riggy is holding court in the bar with a group of mates. It's like the Last Supper. It looks like it could get messy. It's Richie Pearson's 3rd stag do. Well, the 3rd to what I know. He's come back this weekend to Blackpool for another night out because it's Northern Soul weekend and they're on the lash yet again. As we look at Sinead, flopping best, now needs to fade a 5 or we get a double up to 58,000. Deuce out of 5. It is not, so we double. Sinead Davenport gets a double. Off Alex, who is now on 47. So drops down to 12 picks. Sinead on 15. Jason Barn on 8. And Stevie Barnes on 26. But we're in the money. Well done, one and all. Gary McGaffney, watching on YouTube, is in Stromness in the Orkney Islands. He works, I don't know what he does for work, but he travels around everywhere. And when I mean everywhere, I mean he's watched it in Australia, he's watched it in America, he's watched it in Ireland, he's watched it in Britain, he's watched it in... Now, he's watching it in the Orkney Islands. So I don't actually know what he does for a job. But he travels around a lot. He's very high up, is Gary. No, he's definitely not a pilot. He is definitely not a pilot. Yeah, it could be a drug mule. And Apocalypse actually started secondary school in Stromness. Well, there you go. I bet it's getting a bit fresh and wintry in up north. On the islands and the likes, the Shetlands and all them. Oh, but you're getting a bit fresh. Still t-shirt weather in Blackpool this morning. Walking in, it was very nice. So 3 to the flop. There's Terry Jordan. Calls in the cutter. Initial open from Stephen, who gets the best of it. In the ace jack. Here come tees. Hey, I'm Sam. Big Sam's in the building. How we doing, Sam? Sam Ashbone. Watching from Miami. Oh, I need a new beanie. I need a new Miami Dolphins beanie. Just saying. I don't mean you have to go and get me a new beanie, but I'd love a new Miami Dolphins beanie. You know what I mean? I don't know if they're at home or away tomorrow. I'll not check the diary.
I've seen it, Morris. I just walked past them all there. They're sat in a circle, honestly. It's like a meeting. It's like one of them meetings. You all sit in a circle, tell your story. They're all there. Richie P's there for his stag do.
The Dolphins are in Los Angeles and they're on Monday Night Football, so it's not even the weekend. So they're in the SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Enjoy Miami, Sam. Have a great time. And hopefully we will see you in Luton or Coventry for the final 2 events that we will be at. Thanks, Sam. And see you in Luton if you're back. If not, see you in Coventry, which is the 10th till the 15th of December. and then the live stream. So Card Room Direct do finish for the year. Beautiful, man.
Tim overcard, free to flush, free to straight, going to put the pressure on near the money, and Steve's got a hand that needs to continue here. It's going to be, we hate these spots near the money when the covering stack, when we've got a hand that has to continue and the covering stack goes for the check raise, but you just got to grit your teeth and say, need to be cool in here. This is a player that's going to have a hell of a lot of bluffs, especially on this board as well. 5 deuce, 5-3, 5-7, 7-8, 7-9, 8-9. And then Tim may also have some stuff like this that's going on, and Steve just goes with the jam. Says to himself, this is an opponent that's just going to keep barreling and could get in some tough spots on overcards, so just decided to run it there.
So Sam's going to see us in Luton because he's playing the WPT in December in Vegas. That's where the WPT is, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the bubblers burst. We're not even near the money anymore. I
We are
totally
in the
forgot.
money.
I went and got the teas.
Yep.
I come back and I forgot the bubble had gone.
That's why you went to get the teas.
That's why I went to get the teas. I completely forgot.
And we lost a player in the money.
Makes sense.
Zong Ming Lao. First person out in the money. Sinead's doubled. Sinead's up to 58.
Thanks for that, Brad. Keeping me in check.
Absolutely.
Makes a bit more sense why Steve did just go with the free bet jam then. And Tim was just getting after it anyway, and here he is again, ace queen this time. Just a complete. I see you got your piece of paper there, so I'm guessing it's me asking the question.
I don't know, I've just got it ready.
Where's the pen?
It's under there.
Okay. I'll do the first question today then.
Okay. Jack I flop, Jack 8, 7. Stephen with a good tap.
Not much going on for Tim. Ace queen high seems like clear check with ace high blind on blind. And decision for Steve here. It's difficult to fold out worse. Like ace high is probably going to call once. Maybe we do start targeting some stuff like king 6 through king deuce. Only a tiny proportion of Tim's range that does choose to check back the queen 10. Try and realise to the deuce of spades. I think same scenario for Tim. In general, blind on blind. We are looking for showdown with these ace high hands. Deuce of spades turn. Does Stephen feel like the nut queen high good enough to hunt for showdown himself? Does have the additional gut shot to go alongside. Does check behind.
River. There's the deuce.
Any value for Tim now? A little one big blind as a value bet with ace queen high. Get called by worse ace highs, get called by king highs. Might even go for a little 4k eker now we get here. Once this deuce pairs tower, I think it could be one that may see ace queen value bet. Not often you see a high hand value bet, but I think this is one of the spots it wants to be. As Tim does, goes for the 4k on the end. And it's really interesting now for Steve because we don't expect Tim to bet king highs here. So we're never worried about king highs. They always check and take their showdown. So Tim could have some like 7-9 that checks twice, goes for value, but goes for the razor thin value bet with the ace queen high, and actually think it's really good to go for value there.
Scorps says, did Towers trouble come in, lads? I had to go out and I haven't had time to check. If you got the bonus of the early payout at 2-0, yes it did. and a lot of people in the chat did do that. Sunderland winning 2-0, the other two won, and then Sunderland got pegged back to 2-2. But if you had the early payout, it was a winner, and a lot of people in the chat won. Some didn't, did the Jay?
Thanks for that.
No.
Cheers for that, Tower.
Just stating, Scorps wanted to know.
Probably not the time for it, like, but it's time for everything. It needs me kicking in.
There you go. Gully Maffey said that I'm letting you have it as a successful goal, Tower. Cheers, Gully. You got yourself a nice little win. Quite a few did, which was nice. Would have been nice for Sunderland to hold on, though, being 2-0 up. Rolling from the big after Jamie Nixon's open in the cut-off. Queen 7-10.
Is the screen right, is that correct? 54 it was at the start, I think. No, same on.
You ready? Hey. Paper. What am I doing with it?
I need to run down the rules. I'm looking forward to this one, so getting excited. But I need to run down the rules, so let's give away time, guys. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He will write it down on this piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a €50 Coliseum Cup ticket.
What's the guarantee on that?
100k. Wow. You get one guess per account. Any multiple guesses, we do check. You will be disqualified, so make sure it's one guess per account. We do check. And please do not guess until Tower's answer is in. So, Tower, the bubble's just gone, so it's on the bubble. What I would like to know, in a 750 milliliter bottle of champagne, how many bubbles are there? In a 750 ml bottle of champagne, how many bubbles are there? If you counted each individual bubble.
None.
No, not according to Google.
Because the cork's on the top and there's no bubbles in it until you open it.
I'm going with Google.
How many bubbles?
In a 750 ml.
You come up with this from?
It was on the bubble. We're on the bubble, so I don't want a question about bubbles. In a 750 ml bottle of champagne, how many bubbles are there?
How many bubbles are in a glass? How many bubbles in there? That can't be right.
You've had your 20 seconds. Get an answer down.
Oh my! How many bubbles are in the bottle?
A 700.
Has somebody actually counted them?
Yep, 750 ml.
And it's the exact same in every bottle?
I think so.
No, that's not even. That can't be.
I'll read the Google out after. When I'm giving the correct answer, you'll see in a bit. How many bubbles in a 750 ml bottle of champagne?
How long have I got?
You got 10 seconds.
10 seconds from now. Flipping no.
Tower's guess is in. Good luck, everyone.
It could be anything.
Go, go, go. Good luck. As Sinead going to be getting called here by Jack and going to be at risk with the ace-10 suited.
These guesses are going to be so far away, so far apart, that you're going to have a right old ding-dong in this chat for the next 10 minutes. What a question that is. Who's ever checked that? And I don't think you can ever have the same amount of bubbles in a bottle.
Sinead needs help and it's not looking good there, but we do pick up some chop outs.
We do indeed. We're gonna chop it up. Don't you know? Shall we chop it up or not? 5. So a 5, a 6 to chop, and a 10 to win. A 5, a 6, or a 10. It's a 6. We're gonna chop it up. Don't you know? We'll chop it up. Big smile. Johnny Scott, I don't know why you're even bothering it either. That's the most ridiculous question I've ever heard. Honestly, that is the most ludicrous question.
I'm actually regretting it now because there's such a variety
that's
of
exactly what I've just
in
said.
the chat box.
There we go. Who's bought down 490 million? Oh no. Thunder won 1471 to put 49 million. That might be close. Earth, and then somebody's put 150.
This is great. This is what we want, variety of answers. But I'm sort of kicking myself because it's hard to manage.
Well, it's hard to, yeah, but what you've got to think is, if you poured a little drink into a champagne flute, you get a lot of bubbles.
Yeah.
And then if you poured, so you could have, in a 750 ml, you could probably have 15 glasses of champagne. But then you could only have, if you drunk it in a pint pot,
Yeah.
you could only drink.
I'm just going with Google, Tao. We always go with Google, and
We
it
do.
doesn't matter because it's your answer that we're looking for.
Correct.
Not anything else.
Correct. If anybody gets close to me, this should be great. Correct. See, Ben's got it. Oh, I thought that was just for the actual question.
Gully says scientists are paid way too much if this is what they're doing for their work. Way too much time on their hands.
Oh my days.
So Jason in the small has pocket 5s, only got sub 7, so sends it in over and opening the call. Decides to squeeze jam, but he's going to be getting called when action's back on Jamie Nixon. I think Jack will probably fold the ace-9 off here. And Jamie will call the 8s. The question is, in a 750ml bottle of champagne, how many bubbles are there?
Oh, dear.
Oh, would you look at this from TJ Jr.? He's decided, you know what? I'm going to run it here with King 10 against the 5s with all this dead money in there. And he is flipping. TJ Jr. with the moves.
All the gold features?
And 5's holding. This could be massive for Jason. This is essentially a triple up tower, just shy of with the 2 dead flats.
I thought you were trapping, Jamie.
Jason Barton.
Well, I was now seeing the hand.
Oh, 9s and aces now playing. 9s, 10s, kings, aces. And it's a 3 as far away as you can get. Boom. Jason. Up to 75,000. Very nice indeed.
The moment that Tower's been waiting for.
Hang on a minute. We've just had 100 million guess now from Warren.
So
we've gone from 100 and we've gone from 150 to 100 million.
I'll read you the whole statement and for the chat as well. So according to bigmanwine.com, Lembeck calculated the volume of an average champagne bottle to be 69 millionths of a milliliter, and from there he figured out there are 49 million bubbles in one 750 milliliter bottle. So the correct answer is 49 million. But that doesn't mean anything. And actually it doesn't mean anything because I've seen his answer. So you're looking for Tower's answer. We'll give you 2 hands, so about 4 minutes, and then we will reveal the winners. She can't do that.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I did nothing.
Mine cost me 60 quid. Mine cost me paid me to do that.
Oh dear.
I just thought you usually do relevant questions like you done Goliath yesterday.
That's
I
a
thought
great relevant question
I'd do
for
one
champagne.
on bubbles.
Oh dear. If I went outside and asked the final 34 for one answer, I don't think anybody will be probably as close as me.
So back to the action. Fun little tower thinks, but 18 bigs here. Jason shoves in Jack 10 off. Maybe I would have opened this one for 18, but looks like he's going to get the A7 off out of there. Jack 10 suited for 17, 18. Potentially one that could go.
What was that? Coming in the door. See? Sharon, Obi, my kind of people. How can you calculate how many bubbles are in the bottle? Because when the lid's on,
I just told you how it's calculated. I just read the maths of it.
Bloody scientists getting involved in drinking champagne. What can you do?
I just wouldn't say it just in case anyone.
Just in case.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Guess I won't try bluff you then.
Don't bluff. Nobody does anymore. No. Just always on. I hope so.
King 10 for Jack, blind on blind here. Not sure what Alex is playing, but I feel like this is going to be a shove. I feel like he's got like 60k, and he does shove. Alex, oh, he had even less, 10 bigs, so even a more viable shove here, and Alex with the ace queen suited, looking for a hole to start the spin. It's a good start for Alex. Are some running diamond possibilities, but good to see that. So some chop outs now. Jack off 3 to chop, but Alex just fade in at kings and tens. Oh, and it's a 10 on the end.
Wow.
On the river.
Oh, Alex Montgomery, ace queen. Unlucky Alex, great effort.
Yeah, Alex out in 34th just before him. Lost Simon Zach, Steve Cherry, Zongmin Liao, and guess who it was that finished 37th, that had 15k to start the day, and I said he's even money to min cash.
Bouncy.
John Bousfield. Another min cash for
You
Bousy.
said he was going to cash and he only had 15,000.
I know, you just know with that man.
Well done.
So guys, after this hand I'm going to reveal the winners, so you've literally got about 2 minutes to get your guess in. If you have already, you just got to wait. But the correct answer is 49 million, but we are looking for Tower's answer.
49 million. There can't be 49 million bubbles in the bottle. Where does the message fit?
I don't know. I'm not a champagne connoisseur, I'm just a guy bloke that Googles stuff and asks you the question.
Oh dear, man.
It's 10 for Jack on the button here. Should be an open. I was shocked as well, to be fair.
Oh dear. Maverick put 750 million. If I'm laughing at 49 million, do you not think I'll be a long way away from 49 million the opposite way?
Right, 10 seconds, guys, and we're closing the comp. 10 seconds.
10 seconds, get yourselves a quick guess if you haven't already had a guess. We've just about done it.
5,
oh,
4,
3,
2,
1.
Comp closed.
Ready. Comp is closed.
Over to Tower.
Well, last time we had a champagne, I do remember going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then stopping, having another sip, and then going 1, 2, 3, 4. I know I didn't. I literally thought of a number, thought it was all right, added a few, and I thought it was all right. So I came up with a great answer, and it was I thought I nailed it, but I came up with 25,200.
25,200. Good guess from the Tower. Not really, but it's a good guess for someone, and that someone has actually already won a token this week.
Have they?
Winstercall at it again in the chat box. 26,600. You are the winner of the €50 Coliseum Cup token.
Excellent indeed. Well done, you.
So we're going to jump back to the action. Jamie with the ace-10 of diamonds here. Complete fine, raise fine. Does go with raise. Over to Tim. Oh, wow. Aces in the big.
Ouch.
And going to be some trouble for Jamie Nixon here, Tower, because we have to continue this facing the free bet that's about to come in.
Pulls back the chips. Makes it 35.
Yeah, and at this stack depth, I think this one always calls Tower. Ace-10 suited, just got to call and take 3 as Jamie out of position to Tim.
Ace, king, queen.
Oh my word.
Top pair and a gut shot.
This could
be Broadway.
This could be huge.
And top set.
Blind on blind versus a competent opponent. And we flop top pair, decent kick up, Broadway draw as Jamie. And Tim gonna want to bet this one, like the Jack X, the 10X. We should get some street from with their gut shot. King X, Queen X as well. Very difficult for Jamie to have an ace when we block it so heavily. It goes for 40k. 40%. Sorry, 60%. And Jamie just called Tower. Not doing any raising. There's a call from Jamie. Need like King of Hearts or something here, Jamie, because against Tim, we might have to strap in and call down. It's really grim. Blind on blind specifically as well. It's not a nice scenario to be in, and that is not the turn we want to see, because Tim now definitely going for a second barrel. No traps. I'd still go for this over 2 streets, Tower, when we got a lock with top set. There may be some jams. If I had something like King Queen here, maybe I'd jam for like 90-85% pot. But with aces, probably just want to go small as Tim and set up a comfortable small river jam as well. Especially like we do block some of the ace X of Jamie, but we can get some calls from King Jack, Queen 10, Queen Jack, King X of Hearts, Queen X of Spades. Does go for the 60k, so fairly small, 40% on the turn, and Jamie's going to have to call again. I don't think we can fold this one just yet. And we've actually got such a nice combo of top pair, Tower. We unblock hearts, we unblock spades, we block Jack 10. It's a a hand that seems too good to be folding just yet, but the decision is going to occur on the river.
And there is the call. This pot is turning into a monster. And the 6.
Grim.
Dry again.
So check, jam, decision, big decision. Probably one of them decisions when someone throws all their time banks over the line and needs a good 3-4 minutes to assess the situation, but it is really grim this for Jamie Tower. The fact that we're blind on blind here, and the fact that we're up against one of the few players in the field that can get creative and can get after it and have a bluff in this scenario.
Oh, the big sigh was there instantly from Jamie Nixon.
It's so tough, Tower. This river spot here, blind on blind. So straight away, Tim's value. Don't beat any of it, obviously. Ace queen, ace king, set of kings, set of queens, set of aces. If he went for the unorthodox 3-bet with Jack 10, which I don't think he would that often, Tim, but if that's in there at a small frequency, that's going to be some value as well. Could also have something like ace 4 off or ace 6 off, although maybe ace 6 off checks turn. But ace 4 off could definitely be a value hand as well that goes for the 3-bet bluff pre, turns aces up. So that's the value. Now the bluffs. Where are we finding the bluffs from here as Tim? And it's kind of interesting because say if Tim had something that was value pre, say jacks or tens. If we had jacks or tens for value pre, these could actually be a really creative triple here. And Jamie holding a 10, obviously blocking some of these, but then Tim may also be creative with something like Queen Jack, Queen 10 as a bluff here that's blocking some 2-pair calls of Jamie and also blocking the straight. But Jamie Nixon says, I feel like against this opponent, my hand's too good to be folding, and Tim Chun takes a monster from Jamie Nixon. We still got some chips to potentially spin, but that is just a grim spot, and I can't fault Jamie for calling with his particular ace-x combo as well. Tao, it seems like if we are going to catch one pair ace-x, the ace-jack, ace-10, no spade, no heart are going to be the ideal candidates. And Tim Chung, not the man you want to see with 100 big blinds, I'll tell you that, because he will put those chips to work.
Big hand for Jamie Nixon, unfortunately on the wrong end of it.
Little off tangent from the giveaway there because we had that monster pot, but Winstercall, I need your alias. Actually,
you've got it.
That is true. I was just about to say that.
You already won one.
When I'm Winstercall, I've got it on the spread already. I'll put you in for the 50 as well. 2 tokens for you. If you win another one though, I'm cutting you off. I'm capping it at 3. I don't think anyone should be allowed to win more than 3 across the weekend. I think that's fair. 3 strikes, you're out.
Oh, there you go. 3 is a good effort though.
David Stevenson says thanks for the treble tower. Cash nicely.
Nice one. Nice one, David. Cashed out 80 minutes. Fantastic. Well done to you.
I'm just trying to be fair, Kev. That's all I'm doing. I don't think someone should be able to take 3 tokens over the course of the weekend. It's nice to spread them about throughout everyone in the chat.
quickly move to the hour table, and it's Anthony Hull. Cheng Mao with the 10s. And no help. And there he goes. Was on the feature earlier. There, Bobby's in the background. Just checking. Anthony Hull busting out in 30. Third for 2,390. And the Cheng Mao pulling in the chips. 32 left.
Pocket nines for Jason, opens from gun.
Yeah, very unlucky. Very unlucky for Jamie. Could it have been a set of queens, set of kings? I know we always say the aces.
Yeah, he like I went through his value range. Yeah. Value range: ace queen, ace king, set of queens, set of kings. Ace 4 off is one that a lot.
But then we know Tim Chung, he could have been 6-4.
Yeah. Probably not 6-4 at this stage. Like ace 4 off was the one that was the bluff pre that got there in form of 2 pair. Like that was the one that could bluff pre and potentially turn aces up and have the triple off for value. Yep, the bubble answer was 49 million. We are going to have more giveaways coming up.
49 million bubbles apparently in one bottle of champagne. Where's the actual drink? Crazy stuff.
Don't think we need to take this as Jamie. +1 open, +2 flat, 2 strong ranges here from Jack and Dan. He is going to take it, okay.
Yeah, taking it.
I thought when it goes open call, might be less inclined, but maybe more inclined because he sees the flat from Dan. More chips in there to be won. And now Jack just going to ISO for 40. And yes, I think, Gully, that's a good point to make. Like, if it wasn't up against Tim, if we were up against Tower, for example, in that pot, we probably do let it go. But when you're up against someone that is more than capable,
yeah,
it's difficult with his particular ace-X combo as Jamie. And unfortunately here, just running into ace-king suited, and going to need some help. Oh, there's the help.
There is the help.
And only one ace in the deck.
Ace of hearts it has to be. Fade that when we double. Fade that and we double.
Minutes to go for the session, guys. Just a 15-minute break. And then we'll be back. Could go close to an FT today, Tao. I reckon maybe 11, 12 left in about 4 hours' time.
All right, Kev. Just enjoy your red wine on your own, will you? Who scored for Brighton? Now it's 1-1 against Manchester City. That's good for you, isn't it?
It's not,
Oh,
because I've got triple City defence, which is not good.
Triple City defence.
Edison, Guardiola, Lewis.
What are you like? Oh, I tell you what, next time we have a live stream, I'm picking you two.
Do you know what? I might just leave it. I might just leave it for the season. There's someone in the league that's not touched their team since the start of the season. They're fourth. they've got bloody Barcos in Spain right now in their team, and they're sitting fourth. And there's me who's looking at it, watching YouTube videos, looking at all the stats, and I just can't get anything right. Cannot get anything right with that FPL malarkey. Under the gun open. Well, not an open. Jack with a limp here. It's ace-8 of diamonds for Jamie. 22 big blinds. Interesting to know what he thinks about this limp from Jack. Haven't seen any of it so far, so hard to assess what his range looks like when he limps from under the gun. Does make it 11.5, trying to get this heads up. So we can't defend 9-3 offsuit. I know what Jamie Nixon's looking for. Three-way one that probably just checks back and tries to realise the overcards. He is going to go for a little C-bet here, Jamie. Just with the ace-8 of diamonds. Oh wow, Brighton 2-1, no way. City losing now? Don't worry, if there's someone that can crush City's title hopes, I'll do it, Tower.
Brighton 2-1. It was, somebody was saying in the bar that City were like 4-5 and they couldn't understand why. But obviously.
Bookie's never wrong.
But obviously. Oh, it's gone to VAR. It's gone to VAR. Ace on the river for Jamie, who's going to still back over to 63,000. We can't see Jason Barton's cards. So you take one player out of a team, it's amazing how much difference it makes. One single player.
Rodriguez, people don't actually realise how essential he is to the City team. They actually don't. All them people saying he should never have won the Ballon d'Or. Clueless.
So does Jason have an ace? Does he have a pocket pair? I think you'll have an ace. Raise it up.
Maybe got like
4s and 5s.
7s, 8s here. Tower. Doesn't pay.
Roberto says the sound's out of sync. We'll check that for you, Mr. Roberto. We'll get that checked. We're heading to a break. 3 minutes and 14 seconds to go until the end of this session. What a session this has been. We're down to 32.
Oh, was it? Yeah, we just looked at the thing and after that I think you won't play the talk. You're going to do something else Saturday night. No, as well, Jay, you know, for your time to do that and your time to, you know, you don't have to pull your time back into it at the end.
Coach Jack for Dan should be opening from gun.
And then you have to start again then. You're like, right, so what happened?
Say that about a lot of teams. You take Ronaldo out of Manchester United 2007, 2008, they never win that league. Take Henry out of the Arsenal team 20 years ago, they never win the league. Sometimes that one player can make all the difference. Take Bale out the Spurs team in 2011, we never make top 4.
Yeah.
Kick yourself call, innit?
Yeah.
So, could be the last stand of the session. 1.5 minutes to go. Table change on its way. 32 players, so 4 tables of 8.
Our women in the cup going.
Yeah. Just got 7-2 and one more than second.
Another one, take Van Dijk out of that Liverpool team that won the league that season. They never ever won the league that season without Van Dijk. That's another one.
Not being funny, but take Tyrone Mings out of the Villa side, they'll start winning again. They haven't won since he come back.
Have they not?
No. 4 games he's played, 4 games they've not won. Sinead, who's got herself in with a double, she's dropped back down to 40 and 10 bigs, so in they go. Probably the last stand of the session.
Depends if Dan tanks for 20 seconds or not.
Yeah, which he won't do.
If he knew the clock was there, he probably would, because then he'd be coming back.
Gonna get one more in.
Small.
Just get one more in now. Tank for 10 more seconds and that would have been it. But we'll get one more in. 15-minute break on its way and back at 25-2. So, no, doesn't even want it. On the button, doesn't even want the cards. I'm taking my 15. Folding out of turn. Could that be a penalty?
To be fair, he actually stood up as like the first card come off the top of the deck,
Yeah.
so he was essentially not in his seat, so hand dead. And folded round to Terry, who is effective button now, so could open the A6 with the button not there.
So he does.
Dan will fold Queen 4, take his 15, and Jamie will fold in the big. So 15-minute break from us, guys. We will be back at just after 1:30. See you then.
See you soon.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't spent that yet. I think it was White Fibers. That one, yeah. So, yeah.
Obviously, that was the year that the GUKPT came along.
Yep.
Did you look at the GUKPT and think this tour looks pretty good? I'm going to have to start travelling around a little bit?
Yeah. They both were running like side by side, and the first festival I went to before that was the Northern Lights at Blackpool before the GUKPT took it over, and I was blown away. I walked in the casino, The atmosphere was fantastic, and still the same today. You know, I still love that feeling when you go there.
Yeah.
I think because as a kid we went there on our holidays, and it always reminded you of having a good time. So when I first walked in there, everyone was taking the mick out of each other. You know, and the banter was really good, and so I really loved that. And I thought, I want a bit more of that.
Yeah. Did you play much of season 1 because you actually cashed in it?
No, I didn't. I didn't play much. No, I played at Blackpool. And maybe Newcastle, was it Newcastle league?
I think there was,
I think I played the Newcastle side event. I didn't play the main event, but I played Blackpool and then Newcastle.
Yeah, it's obviously that's where it all started. It's where all the friends started going.
Yeah.
I think from the Northern Lights in 2006, you knew what kind of people were going to start playing the GUKPT in 2007, and it literally was nearly everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
2008 Gala Tour. You started winning a little bit bigger. I think 6,000 was your next one.
Yeah.
The tour at Teesside, it comes around, the community's there. Did you find the play was getting tougher? Did you find that the regulars were regularly cashing, or was it? Did you find more people travelling to these kind of events thinking, I've never seen you in my town before?
I think back in the day, it didn't get tougher straight away. There was a good few years where I think a lot of new people were coming to the game at the same time, and some of the people were getting better, and there was a lot of new people still coming to the game, so it probably wasn't tougher for quite a long time, you know. I didn't think, you know, and then obviously the standards looks like it's improved a lot over the last few years, you know, in general, but back in the day there was a lot more like gamblers who play, you know, and they'd come and like try and have a spin up, you know, and like not be bothered about winning or losing, they just want to get in, get in and have a good time, you know, and so
your first main cash in a GUKPT.
Yep.
Probably your favourite stop.
Yep.
And you're probably your favourite casino for a GUKPT, isn't it? Blackpool?
Blackpool, yep.
2014, finished 10th.
Yeah.
You know, is Blackpool, obviously it's there every year. Is it like a synonymous stop that everybody just has to go to?
Yeah. For me, I mean, it's like it's the party atmosphere. It's, you know, as well as a lot of serious poker played. But there's something for everyone. You know, there's cash games at all levels. There's small buy-in tournaments, bigger buy-in tournaments, and a lot of the lads. I mean, last year, back from Teesside, a lot of them come and played one tournament and had a few. And they come for the holidays. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Nights out, you know, so they really enjoyed that. And it's still great to this day. You know.
Same season, the grand final. 10th.
Yep.
Gutted not to hit the final table, I'm guessing, especially with the first prize.
Lost. I remember. I mean, I was short stack, believe it or not. I played my short stack very well, so nothing much has changed in 15 years. Played short stack really well, and then doubled up right at the end of day one, and kind of got in the game. And there wasn't many of us come back to day three. Sorry. There wasn't many of us came back, and I got in a big flip, nines against Ace Jack with Charlie Cabell, who ended up, I think it was his first live tournament.
I know,
He ended up going on to win it and winning about 84 million, and I've had about £200 cash since,
Brilliant. Obviously the grand final and the Vic, it's got that thing. A lot of people say it's one of the toughest fields assembled in Britain. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think there's a good mix of like kind of local like businessmen who play, you know, as well as like the tour regs, and occasionally get people coming in from all over playing, you know. So that was. I mean, the other thing was, well, I was working quite a lot then, and that time of year I got a lot of time off in November, December, so I would play Blackpool in the grand final. But I would say. There was a really good mix of standards. You know, there were some really good players. You know, and you look at the fields. If you look back through the time, you know the ones who've won it. You know,
absolutely.
And keep on coming time after time. There is some class players go there.
We move on to Vegas, 2016.
Yep.
Was that the first time you ever went? Because that was your first cash.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
I only went for a week.
Everybody goes to Vegas for the first time at cashes.
Yeah. To be honest, I only went for 4 days.
Really?
Yeah, I was going for a week, and my daughter had a show in London, so. But it was organised after I'd booked the trip, so I had 4 or 5 days there and then came home, so played one tournament, cashed it, and this is easy.
Left me all the dollars.
Vegas is easy, I'll come here again. It hasn't quite worked since, but
Brilliant. We introduced the National Poker League.
Yep.
And I'm just going to quickly run through what you've done in it.
Yep.
2019, second.
Yep.
2020, you won it.
Yep.
2021, 7th.
Yep.
2022, 4th.
Yep.
2023 must have been a shock to finish 9th.
Right,
You know what, I'll tell you.
I want the stewards' inquiry for that.
What is it about the NPL that just like brings out the best in John Basfield?
I just like league tables and league points,
Yeah.
and like, so I've always been the same. I mean, the Gala Tour actually had the leaderboard back in 2007, and
Yeah.
I won that. That's funny enough. So I kind of always like, when that, I've got something to aim at throughout the season.
Yeah.
And when the NPL was first discussed, I kind of heard a few rumours behind the scenes, and I just knew I was going to give it a good go, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's obviously a big commitment it's been for the last 5 years. But I've loved it, and of course each year you get new players, new faces turning up, and kind of giving it a go. And then some of them drop by the wayside when they realise how tough it is to the stamina you need for the full season, you know. to
Yeah,
go.
absolutely.
So,
If you put a list together of the NPL over since 2019, you're top.
Yep.
But you're not just top.
Yep.
You're top by an absolute margin this wide.
Yeah,
That's a testament to yourself.
Yeah.
But it just shows, with the NPL as well, it just shows how the players take to it.
Yep.
And obviously you do see the same faces in the top 10 for a few of the years, but it just means you've still got to be playing and getting results.
Yeah, you have, especially the way they changed. I mean, I know I've got quite a big lead in the NPL, like overall leaderboard, if you like, but it was a couple of the years you got points for cashing, so it's a little bit of a cheat, 'cause I got a few extra points there when you were just getting points for playing rather than cashing. They've changed it to cashes, which was a lot better, a lot fairer, you know. And obviously a lot of people have stuck to that as well and give it a good go. This year they've added more stops, which has been tougher again for a lot of people, but we'll kind of see how that goes, you know, next season, see what it's like then.
2022, your biggest cash.
Yep.
31k, the mini main. Was it disappointing not to get the win, or is it all about the trophies at the minute?
Yeah.
Obviously 31k.
I like money.
Yeah,
I like trophies. I like the fame, the press. But no, it was. I was well down heads up, so it was a little bit disappointing because he had a part of one ship lead, and I managed to get just in front, and then lost hands straight away. So it was like I took about 3 hours grinding back the level, got in front, and then I bluffed it all off. Yeah, which I don't do very often. So.
Favourite stop? I know we've touched on it a little bit earlier, but where is your favourite stop in the UK?
Yeah, Blackpool. Yeah. Blackpool without one doubt. Blackpool and London have always been my two for the grand final. The Vic's like a great card room, you know, and Blackpool is definitely up there.
Yeah.
Leeds, but I love Leeds as well. We're getting out today, Leeds. It's my most local one, so it's very friendly. You know, you get a lot of the same faces turning up for that. I really enjoy coming down here, and we still get a lot of the Teesside lads who don't travel as a group. We still get a few coming down here. Look, it's closer.
A few weeks ago, we posted like 20 faces on who would be the picks for the GUKPT Hall of Fame. Would you have any inclination of who would you, if you had three, if they came to Bousey and said, Bousey, give me 3 names?
Yeah, I would have to say, I wouldn't put me in it, so I did get a couple of mentions, but I wouldn't put me in it with the main event. I haven't done well enough in that, I don't think, but I would say, looking back over time, Kimber for his record, Jeff Kimber for the record he had for so many years. Ben Windsor for them. For,
the grand final wins and the 3,
And I'd probably put, I mean, the third one's close because you could put any of 10 of them, but Matt Davenport has kind of been around for a long time. Like last few years, been brilliant, and he just keeps. He's really consistent.
It's amazing with Matt as well because he stopped for a few years.
Yeah, he did.
He wanted the hiatus. He wanted to leave it for a few years. Come back. And has absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think again, but that's like the NPL has kind of helps people. Kind of you think, well, I'm going to give it a go, and so you do get that commitment. And when you're playing more, you get to know players. You get your confidence builds up. So there's a lot about it that you kind of once you're playing week in, week out. So. I mean, Matt's having a great one again today, like the Leeds, and he's well up there. There's a few like Cal is probably going to be in it, and if you ask me in 10 years' time the way he's going, but obviously he's done really well the last few years. You know, there's a few older ones, maybe like Simon Deadman, Trigg, you know, we could put in there.
Absolutely.
They're all really tough to pick from, but yeah.
Do you know what happened 16 years ago?
16 years ago?
You posted a picture on the Endon mob.
Oh yeah.
Can we have it changed?
That was about 3 weeks. That was about 3 weeks ago. That's 3 weeks ago. That one.
We say it to loads and loads of people. That once the picture's on, nobody ever changes it. It's
I mean, I didn't put the picture on, but yeah, somebody put it on. But yeah, there was. Yeah, a bit fresher face that one. Yeah.
There's a lot of people like that. Let me tell you, there are a lot of people.
I mean, I
like
do
that.
have a bit of resemblance. I've seen some of them, and you can't even recognise who they are. I'm thinking, yeah.
Poker, it's been good to you.
Yep.
You're still loving the game.
Yep.
We have a charity night in Teesside on the Christmas week.
Yep.
What does that mean to you, and especially with your charities as well that you do? Because you do a lot for charity.
Yeah, I'm a trustee of a local charity at Teesside. We help kids with neurological conditions.
Yeah.
The charity is called Remembering Rebecca,
Yeah.
and we provide equipment, respite breaks. There's a sibling project where we send the siblings of the families on trips.
Yeah.
Brilliant, all voluntary run.
Yeah.
There's not everything that comes in goes out. We decided to have the charity night for one that John Law was
absolutely.
really great lad up, really great lad up there, and we just carried it on. And then probably 5 or 6 years ago, when I got involved with the charity, they moved over to us, and we've had a great night. A fantastic night, you know,
Absolutely.
singing, dancing, playing poker. What more can you ask for? Singing, dancing, raising a few quid.
Raising money for charity.
But that's how I got into charity in the first place. I just got invited to an event, and we went out with a few old school friends who we hadn't seen for quite a long time. It was like 4 couples. We all got together. We had a great night, a few drinks, dances. Went out afterwards.
Yeah.
Afterwards, we all saying we need to do it more often, and then we'd raise 15 grand on the night. And I was saying, like, what more could you ask for? So,
Exactly.
We just started like following the other events. You have like 80s night, a race night, you know, and been really loved and enjoyed every minute of that since. Really.
Every credit for it, and it is great to be a part of it as well. So well done to you. If you stay fit and healthy, which you're looking pretty good to be fair.
Right.
What's the future? Carry on playing poker?
Yeah,
loving it.
Yeah, playing. I mean, fit and healthy. I'm doing the Great North Run again this year. So half marathon at Newcastle in
We'll
September.
watch it.
Yeah. So I'll have to do a bit more training on that over the next couple of months. But I'll still play. I've had a bit of a short of the biggest break I've had for the last 5 years, the last couple of months. But there's a lot more stops I'll be playing. There's Vegas next week. There'll be Goliath's a great stop, and then we'll have all my favourite ones back in later in the year anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
It's been a pleasure. Keep it up. Always good to see you at poker tables.
Yep.
And we always have a laugh.
Yes, we
and
do.
a joke.
We do. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Long way to
John.
continue.
Dowsy.
Thank you.
So, sat with Jamie Nixon.
Right.
Nice to have you sat here for 10 minutes. Sponsored pro since 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you get into poker?
It's a weird story, actually. I was going on a lad's holiday when I was 18, and 2 days before I tore cruciate ligaments in my knee playing football. So obviously went on the lad's holiday on crutches, which got through.
Let's do it again.
Another 2 hours of poker. Bubbles now burst, guys. Everyone's in the money. 32 remain. Did we get chip counts? No.
We will grab some.
I believe they're on social media, though. If you head to the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page, I'm pretty sure they'll be there.
First time in his managerial career that he's lost 4 on the trot.
They lose City, wow.
Lost 2-1. 2-1. And weirdly on a Saturday night, there's another game to go on. 8 o'clock kick-off.
8 o'clock? Is there?
Yeah.
I actually don't know who's playing.
Liverpool versus Aston Villa. At 8 o'clock Saturday night. How things have changed,
Nice shove here from Ewan. Neville starts the hand here with 12. So Ewan just setting him in, face the cuff. I would have shoved this as Neville, not probably part of the range that I would have gone for open with. Feel like King 9 suited is a nice clean jam from the cut-off with 12 when folded to. But now we may not even get to realise this equity. The fact that we've opened and Ewan's jammed on us. If we did just jam, we'd been in a flip situation to double, but still going to get that situation. Neville does call it off.
Queen 8-3. Neville needing to hit a king or a 9.
Or a club.
Or now a club. That's a lot of outs. King, a 9 or a club. Boom. The back door.
Set on the river for Ewan as well for Rubs. 5 of clubs. Good for Neville up to 1-2-1.
You on the Nev.
Queen 10-4, Stato out of the way. Liam follows suit. All the way around to Neville, who won't be doing anything with Queen 5 off. An ace in the cut off for Tuan. So he is going to take the initiative and open. Makes it 10k. And then 5-3 of clubs fine to defend here off a 13. Facing the cut off open. Suited 1 gapper should be getting in the mix, but lets it go. 4.5 to 1 on call. 5-3 of clubs in the big. Facing the cut off open. That's tight, Tower.
That's a tight one. Neville will just double, gets out of the way. Tuan Lee, 240,000 in the blinds at 5.
Yeah, 3-bet fine, call fine at this stack depth. Does go for the 3-bet. I think versus Ravi, maybe we do get more aggressive. We know that Ravi likes to open a lot of different hands. It puts an extra bit of juice on this as Tuan makes it 8 BBs, 4x over the open from Ravi. That will lose Stato. Not doing anything with ace-8 suited. It's a snap fold from Ravi as well, so Tuan does get that one through with the ace-queen. And we have got the chip counts now, guys.
Oi, oi.
So this is how they were when we returned from break.
Chunky, Ravi Chef, doing Ravi Chef things, 375. Tim Slater going along nicely. And look at TR. He was on about 27,000 at the start of the day. Big TR's on 300. Uddy, nice seeing him having a deep run. It is indeed. TJ 200. Lynn Chen. And Nathan's still in. Nathan Slater, top of the second page, 160. Andy McKenzie on 35,000. Come on, Andy!
We have just dropped down to 30, and as Tower says, come on, Andy. Andy McKenzie.
Oh, no.
Out in 31st. George Zacharias out in 32nd just before. So 30 remain. 3-table redraw at 24.
Unlucky, Mr. McKenzie. Great run. Satellited in. Got himself £2,390.
Ace King for Neville, under the gun. Going to be opening. Start out of the way with the 6 deuce. Queen 6 of clubs for Liam. Might open this as Liam on the button. Suited queen. Decides against. Ravi with option in the small blind. Looks like he's going to go for the raise. The 6 deuce off. Seems fine. However, Neville should be calling 4-3 suited tower, suited connector in position, blind on blind. Ravi going to have a whole host. That should be Ravi's pot.
Yep, King Jack, Jack flop.
Small bet, hand over. Goes with third, 14k, and that will be that tower.
No. Indeedy, indeedy, indeedy. 29.
29? Mm-hmm. You are correct, sir. We have just lost Anthony Smith.
Oh, no.
Anthony Smith exits.
Randy calling the 6K from initial race from Stato. Ten, King, 7.
This could be fun.
This is up and down for Stato, top pair for Twan.
Because like as the opener, when we have Queen Jack on the King 10X board, it has a lot of good functions. One, we block the King Queen and King Jack. Obviously it's out of range. As the opener, we've got Ace King, Kings 10s, all the strongest hands. And then we've got delicious equity in the form of an up and down, both ends of the nuts here. So could see the barrels thrown in here from Stato with this particular hand. Like on a low turn card, I'd most certainly be double barrel in this spot.
That's one of them.
5 of diamonds turn. Just like Twan's going to have all this 7-8, 10-9, all the 10x, 7x that we dislodge with a double barrel. We block the King Queen, we block the King Jack. We still have the strongest hands in range. Ace King, King Queen ourselves, pocket 10, 7s, King 10. So it does seem like a really clean double barrel here for Stato. Maybe prefers a diamond. He did just have a little look back at his cards, but even without a diamond here, Tower, I would most certainly be doing this as Stato. And I would have some ideas as well for the triple. 10x of diamonds, 7x of diamonds now have to call as well, but these would fold out river. And even against like the King Deuce up to the King Jack of Twan, that's really going to struggle to find a hero on rivers the time he has these one pair holdings. So this could be a big pot dependent on river, because there are a lot of rivers that I do expect Stato to unload on. 117k in the middle already. Big river coming up. However, this is one that he will not unload on, because he now goes ahead of 10x and 7x of diamonds. Oh, no, he doesn't, because the flush comes in. Ignore that. So even the 10x and 7x of diamonds, we actually now go behind to his Stato. The 10x without a diamond draw should fold turn a lot of the time. That is just going to take his showdown with the Queen Jack, and sees that it may have actually been a good river for him, because if this comes an offsuit 4, 3, deuce, something along those lines, we may have seen the triple off from Stato. We'll be finished about midnight tonight, Mark. If you've got friends or family in the field and you want them there finished, they'll finish about 20 to midnight. We're on that 20-minute delay. And Neville, Ace King again this session. It's going to be a 3-bet. I'd like to see 3-bet. We do have 21. There are some hands we'd shove here, but this one's way too strong. We want some value. We want to induce some stuff from like Ace 10, potentially King Queen as a bluff of Liam, making it 29k. However, that will be that.
So on to 29. Chris Hyton. I remember the days when Blackpool paid 100,000 plus first prize. I think there's too many festivals. Less is more comes to mind. I don't know. If you, yeah, I know what you mean about the 100k prize pool, but there are more players today in this event than when Priyan Demel won it in 2009. Priyan Demel, 287 runners, but they only paid 8% of the field. 24 got the money. So the prize pool was a lot bigger because it was more chunky up top. Priyan Demel beat 287 runners and got 85,000. And they only paid 8% of the field. You can go back to paying 8% of the field and not as many people would benefit from the payout structure. And then your first place will be a lot better. We now pay 12.5%, so it's a little bit diluted to what it used to be. But the numbers are bigger today than they were then. So is it ever going to fade away? I don't think so. We've been here 17 seasons, Chris. You'll remember. You're as old as me. So it swings and swings. You pay more people, you get your dilute to first place, or you pay less people and less people get the money and you have a heftier first place. It benefits some people like it, some people don't, other people don't like it, other people do. So I think paying 12.5% with a double your money as a min cash, to me, is a great structure. And I don't mind, I think it's great for the players as well. Good evening, Benj. Or is it Ben J? Could be Ben Jones. Not seen for a while. Champion in Bolton all them years ago. So 10 levels of poker played today. We're down to 29 as Anthony Smith bust out. Back from the haircut. Looking forward to the stream and try and win a giveaway. Well, we have got a few more to give away. I've got to think of a ridiculous question. As in, Jay's last question was like, my idea. Yeah, things have changed. Like we have the mini, and there's 550 runners in the mini. Is that a bad idea? Having a £250 event with 550 runners? Side events were nowhere near as big as they were before. Festivals are longer, don't forget. I still think it's all good. In my eyes. Good evening, Alex. Alex NFFC, Nottingham Forest Football Club. What did Forest do today? Oh, they'll play tomorrow. Stato with the Jack Queen, calls the 5k. Ravi raises to 10. 4-5 deuce flop. 5 on the turn after it's checked. Roberto says, if min cash means a lot, then I'm sorry, but you're playing in the wrong. You're playing above what you can afford. What about the guys that satellite in for 100 quid, like George has? George Zach satellited in for 140 quid, got 2,390. He wasn't playing for the min cash, but you're paying slightly more than 10%. More people get the money. You go to other events, they pay 15% of the field. We have the 888s that pay 15% of the field. The Stars event pays 15% of the event, 15% of the field. Nottingham pay 15% of the field. There's so many fields now pay 15%. Because if you're in a place and you cash, you can then go and play the side events. So heading over, we have got Stephen Barnes, Ace Jack, against Ace Queen of Jack Maguire. Queen on the flop, and that will dead it. Stephen Barnes with the Ace Jack busting out. There he goes. Well played, Stephen, from Liverpool, or the Liverpool area. Well played, sir. Off he goes. Frankie, Stephen needs pain. Hello? Stephen back. Well played, Stephen. Stephen Barnes. Oh, great effort, sir. Finishing £2,480. Well played indeed. So well done, Barnesy. £2,480. Good evening, sir.
Ravi in the small should complete. 6-4 suited. Completely does. Neville seems like one that wants to check. Middling and gapped. He does check.
Claire Robinson, is Jamie Nixon still in? Yes, he is. Just lost Stephen Barnes in 29th, means we're on 28.
Check, flop 5 on the turn. Maybe one and done stab for Ravi when we got 6 high, just folding out better. Could be an idea. It looks like he is going to go with it. A little stab. When we got 6 high, never a bad thing. Always folding out better hands when we get the fold. And he should be getting the fold out. I'd be surprised if Neville's stuck around here. He does let it go, and straight away we're off out again to the outer table.
Oh.
Oh.
All right. Who turned the lights on?
There we go.
Darren Naylor with the ace queen. Keith Littlewood with the sevens. Flipping. Here we go. Oh, Darren Naylor busts. Great effort, train block. They're going to check the stacks. They're going to check the stacks. Darren Naylor. Out.
14, seat 1.
Unlucky, Darren. Ace queen, good run. Against Keith Littlewood's pocket sevens. And Darren Naylor busting out in 28th for £2,480. Seven five deuce. Wrapped around it is Nev. Swan with top pair. Average kicker. So then there's 14, Swan with top pair, raising to 38. Call once, don't we? I think we have to call. And there he is. The jam is real. Twan Lee, top pair, has the decision now. Nev sat in 7. Says, I'm wrapped around this, have some of that. Decision for Twan Lee. He has top pair. Does he make the call? Just short of 60-40. Looks like it could be raising with the overs. 8s or 9s. Led the flop. So protects his overs. Wouldn't surprise me if he did make the call. Would not surprise me in the slightest if he did make the call. Top pair. longer you think, the longer Twan Lee's probably going to bin these. Bin the 10-7. What does he put him on? Yeah, in the bin. Into the bin. 6 high. That's around the flop. Gets him up to 175. Twan Lee drops to 263. Robbie Chef Chip leader on the table at 400,000 and 80 big blinds. 26 left in. Keith Littlewood, who just doubled, busting out. Unlucky Mr. Keith. Good to see you in Blackpool. Keith Littlewood, £2,480 for 27th. We are on 26. So Ravi with the 7s and the cutoff phrases to 10. David Cole's out of the big with 10-6. Oh, he didn't. I thought he did. He got out of the way. Over to action on the outer table, and Jamie Nixon with his 10s against Ace King. And Mr. Nixon with the Ace King does not get there. So Lin Chen wins the flip. Gonna leave Jamie Nixon very short again after he's got himself back up. He's had the spin. He was up, that looks like about 150k maybe.
I 3-bet Jamie Shipps.
Yep.
I 3-bet Jamie Shipps.
So again, it's spin time for Jamie Nixon. Lin Chen with the 10s, Jamie Nixon, Ace King misses. Lin Chen wins the flip and doubles up to leave Jamie Nixon very short. David in 9 wants to see a flop. This flop is Ace 7 deuce. David flopping best. Now we're in the lead on the ace side flop. And Neville, after initially raising on the button, will bin him. Into bin they go. The real deal. Oh, Gary Anderson. Does that mean the darts is on TV? What darts is it that's on a telly on a Saturday night? Strictly Come Dancing's in Blackpool next week. If you fancy watching the ballroom dancing from the Blackpool Tower, Strictly Come Dancing's on. Might even see some of them in the casino afterwards. Usually happens. Grand Slam of darts. Can't keep up with the darts nowadays. There's that much of them. There's a tournament every week these days. It was on twice a year a few years back. It's now full on mainstream. From Wolverhampton. Wolverhampton. Where are they playing the Wolverhampton? They play the Robin 2 or something like that. That was a great music venue. The Robin 2 in Wolverhampton. Seen bowling for Zook there. And others. Neville raising to 11. Bucket 5s. And in they go again. From Adam in 2. Big chance to double if Neville decides to call. Get a chip count, please. Alderley Leisure Centre. Aldersley Leisure Centre. Okay. Well, that I've never been to. Do we get a call? Doesn't ever find the call with the 5s. For 11. Third of his stack, basically. Well, he has got them in his. He has. He's made the call now. Neville with the 5s got a big chance to double up as Adam with the queens. And we flop a 5. Neville flops a 5. Adam is now down to a queen. And the queen only. And Adam does bust out. Unlucky Adam, queens into 5s. But just before that, Jamie Nixon, literally 20 seconds before, gets his last chips in with the Jack 10 of diamonds, but he's up against Ace Jack, and they flop the Jack between them. So Lin Chen takes them all. Nathan Slater still in. Jason Barton still in. Lin Chen taking all Jamie Nixon's chips in 2 hands. Jamie Nixon finishing in 26th, and Adam finishing in 25th. We're down to 24. Wowzers. There we go. Just like that. Very unlucky.
Disgusting with my hand there. Ace Jack, excellent.
So we're on 24. So there we go. Jamie Nixon busting out literally 10 seconds before Adam, who was Queens against pocket fives.
So Jack 7 suited for Ewan. He will open. And Neville defends in the big blind with the King 8. Does flop a gut shot, backdoor hearts, Ewan with middle pair. So middle pair, nice 1-2 check behind. Ewan does that. I'd probably lead this one as Neville. Once it goes check, check, it's a really nice combo to have. King of hearts in hand, blocking King 10, blocking 10-8 suited. Could have been some potential, but decides to check. Now, decision for Ewan. Looks like it's going to go for some value on the turn. Could be some 9x that check twice, could be some turn 5x that think we got some ace high stuff. 13 into 27, so half pot thereabouts. And Neville does have this gut shot, King of hearts, but out of position now. Difficult to continue. Like I say, maybe one that could lead, I'm not sure. Ewan takes it. Evening, Triton 200k just finished, so I thought I'd drop into the better tourney. You're exactly right, Danny. Here it is in Blackpool, the main event. We're down to the final 24.
Looks like Elon Musk. When he's smart. Adam Rich is it?
Elon Musk, that was rich. Can't play poker. He's about 5 stone like that.
Myself, wouldn't mind being quick behind it.
Yeah. Instead of the full tenor.
On the case, Mark, I've messaged PK. We'll get Facebook back up and running. He's on the floor at the moment, obviously trying to catch any all-ins that occur. I see when I was having my grub that Jamie Nixon exited as well. Couldn't manage the spin. So should be back on Mark in about 2 minutes. Ewan with the ace 10 opens to 10k. He's 4 suited for Ravi. Ewan's been fairly active, so wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-bet here from Ravi. There it is. It does come with 3-bet. And it should be working. But you never know with Ewan. I haven't seen him in a good few months. Probably pre-Vegas, first time I've seen him since then. But from memory, he is a man that has got moves in the locker. And ace-10 off is definitely one that could potentially get fruity in the form of a 4-bet. Depends what he thinks of Ravi here. Like, most of the time, we're just going to fold this as Ewan. But maybe against this opponent, could have thought about a 4-bet. It does just give Ravi credit for a hand. And we'll go to another giveaway at about 8:45, guys. We'll save the big one for the final day tomorrow, but still got a couple more €50 to throw out there for the Coliseum Cup.
Frankie, you see my time backs? It's probably in my pocket again, Dave. I do that all the time. I always put them in my pocket. Yeah, there we go.
Facebook back up, Mark. You can go back over to the Facebook and watch it on there. And Ravi, what is Ravi up to? 4-5 off from the cut-off? Wants to open? And Neville calls 6-4 on the button. What's going on this hand? Everyone's having a hand off. Somehow Neville actually having Ravi dominated here. David with the best of it. King 9 off. Defends in the big. And look at the flop that has brought to us. King 3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Straight flush draw for Neville. Up and down for Ravi. And David with top pair here, who comes out leading on the King deuce 3. So not a board, theoretically, that we would get to Don Connors, David, but maybe he just sees he's got top pair and wants to bet it, but theoretically here shouldn't have any leads. Just want to check over to the in-position players. That does go for the donk. And now Ravi with the 4-5, trying to flush Neville out behind, goes for the raise. He is still going to have the ace-king, king-queen, king-jack, etc. But now what does Neville do? Really interesting situation here. How do we proceed with the straight flush draw as Neville? Like, I guess we could have deuces and threes in range. Any free bets as Neville, perhaps? Or is he just going to play cold call? And he goes for the jam, the absolute lot. So David now will have to fold the best hand. And Neville gets it done with just 6 high. If David played that hand in a normal manner, potentially could have won the pot. Probably checks to the button, he bets, we call with the king. Then Ravi might actually play check raise with 4-5, but Neville with the 3-bet send, 6-4 of diamonds.
And I had no idea.
Evening, Danny. Danny Evans.
So off we go to an outer table. We got Zacheng with the ace-jack, and we have a Terry with the kings. We're a bit out of focus.
Not now. Here he comes.
There we go. We only caught the back end of it, guys. But it was kings for Terry. Zacheng with ace-jack. It was a king-queen 10 flop, which it went in on. So top set versus flop straight. And it didn't pair up, so Zacheng with the big double up over to 300k.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
I've called the giveaway on at 9.
9? Oh, that's
you got loads of time to think of bubbles.
Thanks, pal. Loads of time to think of bubbles. Yeah, Jamie has bust 2 hands, both to Slim Chen. We'll now move to the table.
defend this freeway as Ewan, and does let it go. Just likely to be dominated. Case 9 on the flop. So Ravi with the middle set. Going to be loving this spot, but Lin Chen should play a lot of checks here as well anyway. Even on the ace high board, like not going to pure bet this one. Ravi on our direct left, we're out of position, so I think definitely will be some checking going on here for Lin. Does check it to Ravi, who has a pretty clear bet in my opinion. Always think on these boards as well, like when Lin does check it over, a lot of the time a hand that could potentially check call. Expect him to just bet all his whiffs. So Ravi goes with the bigger size, over half pot, just over. And Lin gonna have to check call here with the 9. Good card to see for Lin. It just means we're going to be able to get away from this cheaper now. Like, not many flushes that we have in range as Lin when the ace of hearts on board. Like, we shouldn't open like 5, 6, 6, 7 of hearts at this stage. So it's like 10 jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, like 5, 6 combos of them Broadway heart combinations. So if we're Ravi here, got to be betting again. Like, Lin's also going to have some stuff like 10s and kings, and 50% of the time these 10s and kings contain a heart, so we always get killed by these. But with the king 9 of spades as Lin Chen, it's just one that I think has to let it go now, but he is picking up the call, and sometimes it's the Ravi factor, Tao. When you know you're against an opponent that likes to run it at any given opportunity, sometimes that does play merit because you get called lighter. Like here, Lin calling with king 9, no spade, second pair. I think against some opponents he would just let it go, but sometimes it's the Ravi factor that's in there, Tower. When people know
he's a bit of a loose cannon,
he can get after it. People tend to call light up. What is Lin up to? Now leads on the 10 of clubs river. It's not going to work. Just going to be a call for Ravi, I guess, now. Maybe ace 10 to get value from. So Ravi, once he postures like this, Tower, just always calling, I guess. With 9s, we beat value, that's the key. Lin might do this with ace 10. Lin might do this with ace 8 suited. Lin might do this with pocket 8s. Can't fold as Ravi, Tower. As soon as you get into that remit of starting to beat value hands, it's be shocked if he folded it. We've seen Ravi make some huge folds in the past, but surely this one, we beat value. And what Lin might be doing here, Tower, is I always think about where you are in range, and when this goes check bet call, and we're at the river now when the flush completes, when queen jack, jack 10 all make either a 10 or a straight. The 9's actually probably the worst one we have, to be fair. So we are probably as low down as we can be as Lin in terms of hands that we get to the river with. Where are we within range? And obviously a 9, when it's played like this, it's difficult to have worse than a 9 here. So maybe he was just thinking about it on that level. And Ravi with the 9s takes a nice one.
No flushy board, straightening board on the river. Ravi couldn't work it out in his head, I don't think, and then he just said, oh.
If you've got queen jack of hearts, if you've got pocket 10s, you're getting paid. It's as simple as that. Have my money.
Have it. Ravi back over 100 bigs again. Well played to him. The bar's quiet. all the sitting men round the table have gone into town now.
Have they?
They have gone to Richie P's third stag do in Blackpool. Saturday night, Northern Soul night.
Good luck anyone out in Blackpool tonight if you see that mob. I'll tell you that.
Oh dear. They have gone.
Might be able to catch the tail end of it later, Tal. I won't be.
Do you know what? By the time we finished and catch up with them, they'll be like...
Yeah. So Tim Slater comes over. Flops an up and down here. Twan Lee with the nut flush draw. So we should be getting to turns. Twan with the continue. 14, so around half, and can't see Tim going anywhere. Tim has mounted a lovely stack towel since he left the feature. Had a flip for his tournament live, 5s versus Ace Queen Orion Mandara, won that flip and obviously not looked back since then.
Get them 5s in your face.
Oh my word.
Uh-oh.
The best card in the deck to see for Tim, the offsuit 4. Rolls off on the turn, and Twan still with a nut club draw here. It's just whether he wants the barrel, if he wants to try folding out some stuff like 8x, some 7x in there, or is he going to take a freebie? And freebie he takes. Oh, and it's a club on the river.
Roll reversals.
And this is going to be expensive for Tim Tower because he's probably going to bet call. Goes for 15 on the end with his straight. And going to get some bad news. Twan sitting with the second nuts. Going to be raising.
How big does he go?
Big.
Is the question.
Very big tower we go here. Because Tim's got loads of flushes of his own from the big blind. He has 9-10 as well. So I'd go pretty meaty here as Twan. Yeah, that's pretty big. That looks like 5x. Tim's just 15k bet, even bigger perhaps. Is that veering towards 80k?
Certainly looks that way. Is 70, 73 and a half?
Yeah, and just like when Tim leads river here, Tower, like he will have flushes, he will have straights, hands that we want to get paid a lot from. So it does go with this big size, near 80k, and Tim Slater will do well to fold against this particular firecracker. Twan Lee is one that will get after it, and we've seen countless bluffs from Twan over the last 12 months on the feature table. He is one that loves to put the foot down and try and run tables over. So I think when we got a straight here as Tim, it's difficult to fold tower. Yes, clubs is the worry. Be some fold if he can find it. I just feel in these spots, like when we're up against someone that's capable, when we're as high, so a bit high up as a straight here, it's difficult to let it go. Like if we had something like Jack 8, Jack 7, 87, I think all could hero fold. Difficult with the 6-5 though.
He has made the call to see the bad news. He says, damn, bad news. Still in held position, 70 bigs, Tim Slater. Down to 23.
And blind's just gone up as well, so we're 3k, 6k now. Hour until the final break of the day.
No, the Murph's gone out. The Murph, Andy Murphy, 2,610 for 24.
the turn again with the flush draws. You can't take it down without eating it. So that's why you got to play it.
Hello, Sparky. Welcome, sir. Guess you're rooting for Tim.
And there's things like Queen Jack and sets of jacks as well.
He's going to give Stato a walk.
Guess we'll see you in Luton and Coventry, Sparky.
I think you called the turn anyway, don't you?
Good to see you towards the end of the year.
Might not lose ball. You jam the river in a fold. You bet the river in a fold.
Yeah, you want it. 23 out of 299.
Shit time on me if that was what it linked from
Just started level 18.
I'm not saying you, I'm just saying me. Like, I exposed you.
Folded the river there.
In the big blind, king 9 off. Should defend. Defend he does.
Just let it go. Just let it go. Even if I'm bluffing, just let me have it. It's alright.
What a flop for Lynn. Top 2 pair here. And Tuan with a combo that could be barreling. Queen 10, Queen of Diamonds seems like an attractive spot to send some barrels in here as Tuan. I think we're definitely going to be seeing C-bet on the King 9-7. And then over to Lynn. I feel like when we got King 9 and we blocked top pair, maybe one that does just like to call, especially against Tuan, who's potentially going to take off on the King High boards tower. If we had like 9-7, maybe more inclined to plays raise off the bat at 30 effective, but I feel like when we have a lock on it, like King 9 here, potentially calling could be the better route versus this particular player. I think that's what I'm going to have in mind. Like if it's like someone that's been snug all day, tight, every time they've got to showdown, they've showed a good hand. If it's against someone like that, I might raise straight off the bat. I think they're going to be weighted towards more strong hands. Against someone like Tuan, who will have a whole host that opens, I might have just called there on the King High board because it's one that Tuan potentially could attack on.
So the behemoth is where we'll see Sparky. £300 event, 250,000 guarantee. To finish off the year.
There's something suited for Tuan. Raises to 12k. David wants to have a look. Obviously, pretty little hand, 8-9 of hearts, but like at this stage of the tournament, they are ones that are going to reduce in value. And when early position opens and we're EP, a lot of the time we just want to send them into the muck. David can't let go of the beautiful 8-9 suited. That brings Tim in with the ace-9 of diamonds, and Ravi here, jack-5 of hearts, 4-way. Expect to see defend. Defend he does.
4-way. And we're buying the 3-6. King, king, 3, 2 clubs. No kings in play, no clubs in play. Checked all the way around. Turns a bit more paint.
Looks like good for Ravi.
Well, Ravi's just shot to the lead with a jack-5.
David with the 8-9 of hearts, not even an overcard, not even a draw. He's taking off 4-way here. 14k bet into 57, really small. Ravi not going anywhere after turning 2 pair. He'll make the call. And Antoine quickly folds.
And 10 of hearts on the river.
And now David, just with 9 high, looks like he is going to go for the bluff here, Tower. It's a tough spot for Ravi. One thing I will say, I doubt David ever checks a king on the flop. I think once Twan checks, he seems like the player that will just bet his king X here with the flush draw there. So, as Ravi, I'm probably going to eradicate that. So, does he go for thin value with a jack? That is the question. A better jack than ours, queen jack, ace jack. And Ravi says to himself, no, makes the call, wins a nice pot, off we go, to and out of table.
Nice one, Ravi. Who stood up?
It's Darshan Patel at risk. Ace-5 for Darshan, and it's Trev who's called with ace-queen.
Trev Reardon, start of the day with 27,000 on the feature table. Still in with 24 left. 23 left.
Looking like Austin Darshan. Not even a chop out there for Darshan, so needs a 5.
Superb from the dealer, thank you very much.
4 on the river, so we lose Darshan Patel and Trev knocks him out. What did you say? Sorry, David, 27?
27,000 on the feature table. It was on feature table. Seat number 9 it was. And it was
That's not a column of whites, is it?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Trev's got about 800k.
Wow.
Big TR. 27k he come into day 2 with, and he's working with about 800k there. Come on, the Trev. Ten-8 of diamonds for Lynn, raises to 12 on the button. That will see Ravi fold. Should see Ravi fold. You just never know with this man. It's like he's got a little ticking time bomb in his head, and as soon as it hits 0, he's like, this is me hand. Queen 5 off. It's time. It makes it 48, and now Neville with the A6 suited. Any cold 4s about? We don't see the cold 4 bluff too often on the stream. Go on, Neville, find the cold 4. Click this. Come on, Neville. Make it 100k. Don't need to go that, you go 90k if you wanted to as Neville. It's just going to be super polar, so we can go really small. Oh, if he finds this, I'm going to run out there and give him a hug. A6, we've got the blocker, we're suited. Ravi will know that Lynn's opening button wide, so we'll attack. I feel like he's going to find it. Oh, Neville. He nearly did. He nearly did find it. I can tell that Ravi gets away with one with the Queen 5 off, putting those chips to work. Allons, mon petit loup.
Come on, my little wolf. That's what that means. I don't know who he's meaning that to.
I'm guessing Mr. Trevor D in seat 1. He's French, isn't he?
He is. Come on, my little wolf.
Bonjour to the French viewers.
Bonjour. Mr. Trevor in seat number 1. There he is, Ewan with 170. 30 bigs.
Giveaway coming up in 15 minutes time, guys. I've got another €50 to throw at the chat box.
Oh, I better get looking. I'm forever blowing bubbles.
Could be a free bet again here from Ravi. Back to backers, or is he going to land on flat? Does land on flat. Neville going to call as well with 3s. Ooh. Queen 10 deuce, even met with 2 overcards 4 ways. Somehow the 7s for limb best here. Now Ravi, with the chips, he is going to put them to work, to be fair, although we shouldn't be betting too often 4 way with air. We do have the backdoor Broadway wheel and clubs, and we will also flat hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, King Queen at some frequency on the button. So he's going to take the initiative as Ravi, and does get 3 hands to fold. He is chipping up beautifully, nearly at 700k now for Ravi Chef. And this is how he does it, Tal. We never usually get to see. Usually just see him at a final table with mountains, but we're getting a bird's eye view of how he amounts these stacks. Ace Jack for Tim, should open from +1. That's 14. David folds 10-6 of hearts in the big blind.
Didn't fancy it.
Seems tight. Any live music Blackpool Saturday?
Yes, there is. The band was getting ready, or the singers were getting ready as they were. They're on from 9 o'clock. I think they do now. Like, I think it's 9:30, so something like 9:30, 10:30, and then 11:30, 12:30, something.
Joe, what? If I had my Twitch open, I would block Rosso right now. He knows it didn't come in. He knows it didn't. He's just trying to be funny. Needling his old mate Jay. And now, pocket kings for Ravi, and this is why he can be so dangerous, because it just looks like he's getting out of line way too much, but then when he does get dealt a premium, people may get after him, start free betting light up, play back. And we've got Twan flat and Queen 10. Like, David's confusing the life out of me. He pulls ace-8 off in the small, but doesn't defend 10-6 suited in the big.
That's what locals do, isn't it?
Yeah, like, this stage should just hit them up, but we do have the only live ace out there, and there you go. What do I know, Tower?
You know, if he's up against kings, you know what's coming.
Giveaway will be at 9 o'clock, Ian. It's Tower asking the question. So Ravi gonna continue 4-way here. Nice easy call for David when we got a lock like this. Keep some bluffs of Ravi in, keep our range wide. There we go. Now Ewan getting 5-1 with a will draw. Do we prefer to have the backdoor hearts to go alongside it? Probably, but the price is nice. Problem is we're not going to get to realise that equity to the river a lot of the time. Going to go for this instead, and it's so ill-timed. And David with the ace-8 is sitting there licking his lips. Ravi out the way with the kings. Right, take your time, David. Think about it. Because I thought he might have just gone for snap jam there. But actually, I love this from him. Actually thinking about it. He knows already he's continuing, but making it look like he has a decision. And he does go with the jam, and it's a snap fold from Ewan, leaving himself with just 15 bigs. Surprise you into at that spot when Ravi continues into 3 players and we get a call from David. Like, if David had an 8 there, is he really going to call? 4-way when Ravi bets, he might just let the 8 go. So I feel like at least one player is going to have an ace in that spot at the minimum. But Ewan saw an opportunity, took it, it did not work. Ace Queen for Stato. Opens from gun. David found some new chips, flats the ace jack suited here on the button, and Ewan king queen off for 15 in the small here, and it's a Stato open. Although it being from gun, it is Stato. He will open some hands that we can potentially fold out, but is not choosing to squeeze jam. It's a well-timed flat because Stato would not have been folding. Oh my word.
Ace, Jack, Queen, 2 hearts.
So Stato, top 2 pair, top and bottom for David. It's cold.
Ewan has got the Queen with the redraw. Tim's got absolutely nada.
So 16k, 30% up from Stato. I'd like to see just call here once again from David. But no, goes for raise. Makes it 41k. Stato not going to be going anywhere at all here. Likely to double this hand. And this is interesting. Like if a player like David raised me in position here, Tower, like I'm just going to assume that he's got value and he's not taking like a 10-9 of diamonds or something fruity. So Stato might actually, against this particular player, go for 3-bet for value. But I think say if it was against Ravi or someone like that, I think he's more inclined to flat. So maybe a spot which could be player dependent as Stato here and which line to take. Like usually against this button raise, I think we potentially could play flat, keep some bluffs in if it's an opponent that will find some decent bluffs. But once David raises here, I'm just going to feel like as Stato he's got a hand that's not going to fold. If he's got king 10, take my money. So that's what Stato's assessing right now in my head. Just whether to play the 3-bet or whether to play the call. But I think against David, like king 10's going to stack us anyway, so want to prevent action. Yeah, want to prevent action killers against stuff like queen jack and ace jack. And maybe if he's done it with something like ace 10 and Stato in a beautiful spot to double up through David.
Big hand. David probably down to 91,000 after this. Ace Queen, top 2 against top and bottom. What a cooler. Going to the jack. And it's a 10. So Dave Burtle's down to 91,000 with the blinds at 6, 15 bigs.
Yeah, not much Dave can do there, Tower.
Absolutely.
It's just a call up. It's unfortunate for Dave. Played the hand fine. But sometimes you can play the hand correctly and still lose chips in this game.
I thought you said something else as well, yeah. Maybe
You can still spin it up.
Yeah, that's where we go at,
In 5 minutes' time, you guys can spin it up because we are going to have a giveaway. I need some paper. I need a pen.
Flipping it. Here's your pen.
I hope you got a question.
Here's your pen. Oh heck, I better go find one. I better go find one.
How many bubbles in a bubble bath?
You lot keep him on there for fuck's sake. He just got chipped.
Yeah, if the King Queen does rip free, gets down on the river with a 10. Did indeed.
Huh?
Paper.
Thank you.
As if by magic.
Hit and run. Get out.
Whoa, where are you going?
Don't invite him back. Hit and run like that. You can't just double up through someone and leave the very next hand. How's Davey going to get his chips back? King 8 suited for Neville, going to open from +1 once Ravi folds. 10 9 of spades for Ewan here, off of 13 on the button. It's so awkward off of 13 tower. Like, I don't think we get too many flats. There may be a few in there off of this stack depth. So Ewan is actually going to flat. Like, genuinely, when you plug 13 bigs and there's an open in front of you, when you're not in the big blind, when you're in the big, and even when you're in the small, you can have some more calls as well, but the rest of the positions don't have too many flats going on. A lot of the time off 13, we just shove over the open, or we fold. I guess maybe we'd flat stuff like aces here, potentially, so maybe good to have some of these in here as Ewan, stuff like 10-9 suited. I'm not sure. Lynn does flop the flush draw, Ewan does flop the pair of 10s. So over to Ewan. How does he feel about his 10 here? I think he feel confident against Neville, because probably expects Neville, if he's got a jack or better, to be betting at a higher frequency. So he's going to go for the bet. Lin Chen with his flush draw. I can't see him folding. There's a call from Lynn. Apocalypse. Jay, you know stud, right? What decides who has the bring in each hand? I'm playing a game of stud now and it's all over the place. The lowest, mate. The lowest card brings in. If you're playing limit, obviously. I haven't actually played limit stud in years and years. Play some DC from time to time, but that's super stud, which is pot limit and 5 cards dealt, 2 discarded. Flush completes on the turn for Lynn, and he checks over to Ewan here. And is he going to catch Ewan Trevedy? Because Ewan, when you think about his range, a 10's the worst hand he's going to have at the river here, right? Once he's just going to send 7s through 9s in pre. So when he gets to the river with just a 10, how do we have a worse hand in this spot as Ewan Trevedy? We don't, right? So he might choose to bluff it, but he doesn't. He checks back, and it's so well timed because Lin Chen with the second nut flush. I think some players might feel like they need to go with it there, but good instincts from Ewan, checking behind. And it's that time. Uh-oh. It's Tower's turn to get me back. I have a €50 Coliseum Cup token for Grosvenor Poker. Rules are as simple as this. If you're new to the stream, Tower will ask me a question. I will write it down on this piece of paper. The closest to my answer will be the winner of the giveaway. You get 1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. We do check, so don't double guess. And please do not guess until we say go. Don't give me any clues in the chat box.
Indeedy, indeedy, indeedy. So, I thought we'd make it relevant.
Yep.
As we like to make things about elephants. I mean, relevant.
Go on. What's it relevant to first?
The table.
It's relevant
actually,
to the table.
To the table. So, I'm going to give you the clue. So I don't want it to be so silly.
Relevant to the table.
Relevant to the table. How many words are in the English language? You've asked me that question before.
How many words are in the English language? Why is that relevant to the table?
I'll just quickly answer the question. There's 1.1 million.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Just under 1.1 million quid. So, but we have Ewan Trivedi. In seat number 1. He's not English. What is he?
Français.
He's French. What I'd like to know is how many words are in the French language?
Right, you've tripped me up here already because you would not have mentioned that 1.1 million if it was anywhere near that. I figured that out already, guys. It's just whether to go high or low.
I'm trying to help.
It's whether to go high or low. That's the problem.
I'm trying to help. How many words are in the French language? Trying to help you. He's nailed it.
Got it nailed on.
He's nailed it.
Absolutely nailed this one.
So, Ewan Trivedi is French. How many words are in the French language? Off away you go. It's for a £50 ticket for 100,000 guarantee in the Coliseum Cup. Away you go.
Good luck.
Go, 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 go. So, Ewan Trivedi. Are you checking the chat?
I'm checking. I've just told you guys I'm going to go nowhere near 1.1 million. Why would you put a million? I've literally just said I'm either going high, really higher than it or lower, and someone's put a million.
Well, they might be right. They might be right. So we'll keep his eye on the board. We're going to have a look at this Lin Chen with the ace queen against Twan and Neville's ace king. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So Twan raises to 12,000. Neville says 3-bet to 35. Pretty small, 3-handed coup. Twan Lee. 279, so 45.
Yeah, this is your spot on, Tyler. This is actually tiny from Neville here. Like we could go towards 60k here as our 3-bet size. That's one straight back in with the 4-bet.
Yeah, 105 by the looks of that one. Which could actually get rid of Lin Chen. Look at that, snap fold from Lin Chen. A snap fold. So back round to Neville, facing a 4-bet.
All in.
I think it's just all in and a call.
Yeah.
And I think we're off to the board, and I think we're just going to chop it up. So. The question, because I think this is just going to be all in and a call, ace king against ace king. How many words are in the French language? I gave Jay a clue because there's just over 1 million words in the English language. Whoa, we fold the ace king. Nev's just folded ace king of diamonds. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So we'll check the, we'll keep checking the chat box, and we'll keep making sure that we are getting close. We'll give you another couple of minutes before we get the correct answer.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked.
Cassandra.
With that fold from Neville, Tower.
Yeah, me too.
Really tight lay down from Neville.
Me too. So let's maybe does he think he's flipping? Does he just want to not race for his tournament life? Ace king of diamonds, your 4-bet. Could have 10, could have jacks, queens, kings.
There's only 3 hands I can have. 7-2, 9-10. 7-2, 7-2, 9-10. Nothing else. 4-4 really. We'll watch it on the telly later. Just 2 hands really. You're right. 2 kings is hard information. Oh, I know, I had 8 kings in hand, but he either beat. He might will tell us now. The best thing
Well, if he did get auto folded because he didn't have a time bank, he probably realised he didn't have a time bank, or he should, and then realised he was just folded. Because if you make your mind up, you should probably make your mind up within 30 seconds.
No, I thought he was running out of time. I was genuinely being nice.
So, I'm just making sure. Oh yeah, he was running out of time. I don't think Neville actually did realise that he didn't have a time bank left. Where did he use his time banks?
Maybe on the outer table, yeah, maybe on an outer table. I haven't seen him use many on the feature, so
he gets 6 time banks.
He may have had a decision, tough one on the outers where he needed to use them.
How long's left till the break? Because I think I'm ready for a coffee.
About 40 minutes, I think.
Is it? Oh, I need to get fetch one.
I think we got.
We'll give you the correct answer to the question as you're getting your guests in. How many words does Jay thinks there are in the French language? As Ewan Trivedi is sightseeing number 1, is French. The Whopper. Good evening, Whopper. Evening, Tom Gregson. Gary Mattinson. Evening, Joe. All things are well. Live at the shed. Got the game on, the 10p, 10p, £50, £100 game. Good evening, live at the shed.
How do live at the shed?
Good evening.
When you give me the correct answer?
Now.
Now.
So, how many words are in the French language? So, and according to Larousse,
is that the dictionary?
That's, I think so. I reckon so. The Larousse. Ewan Trivedi could know up to 135,000 words, because that's how many words
That's
are in
not right.
the French language.
That can't be right.
I'm only saying what he says in Larousse.
That can't be right, because like you turn the thing on the E the other way round and it's a different word. Now, like if you do that for every word.
Larousse says it in there. I've gone on to France. I've texted the French Prime Minister and he said that 135,000 words. That's what it says in the Larousse. Has Jay given it away? Do you want to get your guesses in before we close in a minute's time? Get your guesses in. According to Larousse, the French language has approximately 135,000 words in it, but you don't have to know them all. I think it's impossible to know them all.
I think it is as well. Neville on the button here. 7, 8 of diamonds. What's Neville up to? Like once again, Tao, I think this is where people potentially see someone do something and don't understand the reasons behind it. Like 7, 8 of diamonds. Good hand to free bet, but only a good hand to free bet when we're 70, 80 bigs deep. When we get this deep, this hand never free bets. It's not in there, it's not a thing. So maybe Neville's seen someone that he respects in the game free bet this type of hand, and now he's trying to do it himself. But that's why I say it's very important to understand why we're free betting and what part of the range we free bet at certain stack depths. It does work, credit to him, does get Ravi off the Jack 10 anyway, but not one that would be in there theoretically at that stack depth, I don't think. So it's something to take note of.
And that didn't even last till level 6.
Wonder if there's a French Susie Dent. What's it called? LaRue. LaRousse. LaRousse is on fire. She'll be singing in Dictionary Corner.
That was a great tune when it first came out. LaRousse, LaRousse, LaRousse is on fire. All kinds of remixes for that one. That was great. So we'll get Jay telling us how he came up to his answer very shortly indeed. After this hand, we'll give you 30 seconds and then we'll get the comp closed and on to the next. A couple more to give away tonight.
Ravi, pocket 10s here, facing +1 of Lynn. Starting the hand at like 35 effective. So if we are free betting here, Tower, with 10s, I feel like at 35, we free bet. We probably got a free bet call.
So get your final guests in. We are down to the final 30 seconds before the comp is closed. Jay's going to give him his nailed-on answer. According to Larousse, the French language has approximately 135,000 words, and then it says underneath, but you don't have to know them all. You'd be good on, you'd be first in at countdown, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. If you knew,
if you knew every single word, you'd be first in at countdown. You'd never lose. Hey, dear.
So we'll give you one more hand, guys, and then we'll be closing the comp.
Yep. So there we go. Get ready to close that comp. As Lin Chen, any action with the Queens? We'll see. If not, the comp will get closed. Neil Feenan going for the milli mark. That's how it is in the English language. King Jack for Neville, Swan with the sixes coming in. Well, Dave's gone for the lot with ace 9. Dave Birtles. Lynn Jensen's have some of that.
That was the most nonchalant all-in I've ever seen.
Nev's going to get out of the way. Twan Lee's going to get out of the way. And we're going heads up to this. And Dave Birtles is heading to the exit door. Gone. So away we go. Dave Birtles, ace 9 of clubs against Queens. If it had been Kings, it'd been nail on to it and ace. Well, unfortunately, it's Queens.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how it works.
You're the boss if you say it. That's how it works.
If it had been Kings, it'd have nailed it. Just like you have the answer to this one. 2, 2, 10. Bit of Doyle, no good. Needing an ace from space. And an only an ace, and it's not, it's another king. So Dave Bills is going to be eliminated.
And we are shutting the comp in 10 seconds time.
We are indeed. Dave Bills. One play, Dave. Yeah. £2,770. Well played, sir. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition is now closed. So, he nailed it, as he said. And we gave him a bit of a hint because there's a million words in the English language. But how many can Ewan Trivedi speak if he knows them all? It was 135,000. Jay, how many you?
Really struggled with this one.
Okay.
I can only count to 7 in French anyway. I've got a wheat allergy, but I had my best try, and I thought it would be higher because I know in French they have all the accents on top, and like you change an accent one way to another way, and suddenly it's a different word. So I knew that Tower was giving me that hint to throw me off. He wanted me to go around a million mark, so I thought it would be lots higher or a lot smaller. And because of all the little accent stuff they put on their words, I thought I'd go higher. So I doubled it. I doubled the 1.1 million, and that got me, if you're good at maths, 2.2 million.
2.2 million words.
That was a bad guess.
I'll tell you
I went the wrong way. I was right though that you threw a curveball in. I picked up on that. I picked up on the curveball.
I was trying to help.
Okay.
So, anybody get close to the correct answer? They didn't, I don't think. But anybody get close to you?
Not really. No one really got close to me. The actual closest to me was 2.25, which was Razor Kev.
No way. Razor Kev, 2.25 million.
So
Well,
raise
2.5 million he got, so 300,000 now.
No,
and still-
2.25 was Kev.
Ah.
2.25, so he was 50 out.
Well done, Mr. Razor Kev.
So Kev, you know what I need in the chat box. I can't remember your alias, mate, so you're going to have to put it in the chat for me, and I'll get you on the spread. €50 Coliseum Cup token coming your way.
2.25 from the Razor Kev. Well done indeed. I wonder who's actually close to the correct answer. Not many people. Only 135,000 words in the French language. That means surely French must be an easy subject if you've got only that few words to know. Well done, Razor Kev. You got yourself a £50 ticket. Boom, boom, boom.
I reckon there's a word in Polish that has more forms of that word than there are words in the French language. Just one word.
Really?
It's the most ridiculous language ever. I'll show Tao something on the break. There's this little reel of someone saying two in Polish, and to say two in Polish, it has 12 different forms that all sound completely different. So 12 different things can be the number two, and it all means two. So it's like that must be like millions and millions in that language, but it might go the other way. I could be wrong, but I thought French was going to be more than English for sure, Tao. But what do I know? Back to the action for the final 20 minutes of the penultimate session of the day will take us to the final break.
Twenty players left. There's Dave Birtles finishing in 21st, Terry Jordan Jr. in 22nd, and we saw Darshan finishing in 23rd. Heading to the break. "15 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a break of 15 minutes. And then one more session of poker to go."
Yeah, we've got two more €50 to give away the final session,
one
guys.
each
So
hour.
make sure you come and join us. Another two 50s being thrown out.
Danny Evans is close. 98,765. Shall we give him a ticket? Close.
So you're really short now. 7 bigs to work with, just shy. Does leave himself a 5k chip back. That must mean we are approaching a ladder. Oh, we love getting that through as you. Back to 9 bigs.
You win again, I'll take your trophy and give that to the dead, and then I'll keep it straight. You don't break it again.
I know, no chance.
The guy at the shed is recovering from last night, watching the stream in bed.
Nice one. Hope you had a fab night. Sounds like you did.
I did quite well today. I've lost my head after that.
Yeah, you might have lost the inside of the end.
Number 9-4. 4 on the small. Can we ever give somebody a walk? Here, have them. I love it. I love them. So next week's 2550s on the back wall that will show you. For next week, Liverpool, Portsmouth, Birmingham, Leeds and Edinburgh if you fancy playing a 2550 wherever you want to play in the world, in the country. Edinburgh, Leeds, Birmingham, Portsmouth and Liverpool, and then the final 2550s of the year, Walsall, Reading, Manchester, Sheffield and Glasgow. There we go. Last 10 minutes plus until the end of the session. Blinds 3-6. Tim's done well to get up to 300k. Cheng also just on the 300k mark. So that was about 700. Nicely.
There must be a few shorties out there as well then. Trev's got 800k as well. We're at 4 chip counts. We hope when we come back after the break. Just over 10 minutes to go until we get there. That's what I'm flopping best.
Yep, 10 jack 3. No arts in play. Who's going after it?
It does turn an up and down, although on a 3 to a flush board, this one is going to start leading his 10. Feels like Lynn's going to bet a hand better than this, and Lynn just goes for fold. Oh, that's why he goes for fold. Near pot size from Twan. 90%er, just shy of.
Ravi raises up. Ewan looks down with 34 and just under 6. Tim Slater wants to see a flop.
Tim does flop best on the 9-8 deuce mono. Ravi continues small. Quarter pot. Tim not going anywhere. Quick check call.
Turn to 10 for Ravi. Ravi.
And does also bring in this gut shot for Tim, so potential to get a street here. However, it's one that Ravi may actually check at this stack depth as well at some frequency, when Tim can still obviously have a lot more flushes than us, has more straights, so does check it back and get behind it. And now we just get a clean value bet when check to on Rivers Tower. But Tim may value bet himself here once Ravi checks back turn. But he's going to go for the check over to Ravi, and Ravi will most certainly value bet here now with ace 10. I'm not sure if Tim's going to let this one go. Once turn goes check, check.
What size?
Over pot size, looks like 50, oh no, 49k. Thought it was 50 in there, and Tim sees the bad news.
Yep.
Tim down to 225. Rafi up to 782.
Very nice indeed. Pot size bet there.
Yeah, Tim Slater, since he sat down, he's just had Tim Chung's picture with the same name, Tim. But we're going on break in 7 minutes anyway, guys, so
yeah.
We'll have a new feature table when we return. We might not actually, because we're going to a 2-table redraw at 16, so we might keep the same faces.
Oh, yeah. They were on 20.
Nathan Slater is still in.
He is indeed. 3 tables left. Nathan's on one of them. I think he's sat on Trev Reeland's table.
Another solitary red. Oh, you want it?
Do you reckon we'll see the orange jacket tomorrow if he makes day 3?
No, I hope so. I hope so.
He'd have to pull that out of retirement if he bags in a few hours' time. And Ewan going to have to send here with the ace-9. Leaves himself some chips back. We'll be walking. Oh, it's only 5 big, so Lynn with the king 5. 2 invested, 3 more bigs to call. Left 4k back. So just the 5 big blind shove. Leaves himself 4k back. And Lynn snags the 5.
Yep.
Sets Ewan in. He's just seeing if there's any ongoings on outer tables,
No,
any ladders
no,
about.
It says Ewan Trivedi, ace-9 needs to hit an ace or a 9, or he's out the door. Good French that. Out the door. Same scenario, ace or a 9 needed. Then it's not, it's a jack, so Lin Chen takes out Ewan Trivedi. Bien joué. Well played.
I never knew you spoke French.
Bien joué, Ewan. 20th for £2,770.
I think I have to call you Ravi on that. I think I could fold.
Means we're on 90.
Going to be a 15-minute break for us, so we will be back just before 10-2, between 1/4 and 10-2. 10.
So what a sicko. Oh, we did. Yeah.
There's 700k because I've got the pressure on me. I could have a missed club draw, I haven't showed any strength.
Lin Chen actually winning this event 2 years ago. Did win a GUKPT here in 2022, and it was the main event. Lifted the title and looking for another trophy for the cabinet. No one likes to see that. Tim Chung comes over to the feature to balance. Seems like he's done a few chips back since leaving the feature. We see Neville open ace-3 from gun, and Lynn with the ace-2 suited in the big blind here, counting out a 3-bet. In the small blind, sorry, but counting out a 3-bet, and it is going to work. Neville punished for this loose open from under the gun. Now we'll just be getting out of the way. Neville's a real. Do you know much about Neville Tower? Has he been around for too long? No, he's like, he does some really good stuff, and then he does some like strange stuff as well, like they're just randomly opening ace-3 off from under the gun. Confuses me sometimes because he does some really nice stuff, makes some really nice plays, and then he sometimes just puts on his loose shoes for a hand, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna get after it this hand. But has had a few runs as of late. Neville obviously had deep run in the high roller a couple of days ago too. Now having a shout at the main event. Tim Slater from Birmingham. He's been playing more tournaments this year, had a few cashes himself. Ravi don't really need no introduction, nor does Tim Chung. And then Tuan Lee, one of my favourite players to watch this year on the feature table.
He's got his ace still on the big one. Yeah.
It's Jack 4 Lynn on the button. Opens. This is the 13k. This is ridiculous.
What is happening here?
Ravi has 3-bet Lynn so many times this session, Tower. And he's going to do it again here, but he's actually got the goods this time. No Queen 5 off this time. He's matched the lady. And Lynn won't be folding ace-jack off. Neville has ace-6 suited. He had ace-6 suited last time in the same spot. This time didn't think about the cold 4 because we just can't off that stack depth. Over to Lynn. And the way the dynamic is set between these two, Lynn's never folding. He may even 4-bet Tower. Like, a lot of the time here, I'd just call, I'd mainly call. But with the dynamic that's been occurring between Lynn and Ravi, I might go for 4-bet. But Lynn just folds ace-jack.
Yeah, bend him.
How? Button versus small blind, he just lets ace-jack go.
Tim, crap for fame, you're just known by Tim.
6-handed?
You put your turn out.
That's a
Tim
snug fold from Lynn Chentao. It's some fold, but I don't know how he's found it.
Last hand of the break.
I don't know how he's found it. I was confused. I was scratching my head.
I just thought you put the hand up.
No, I was scratching my head.
Last hand of the session, 15-minute break, means we're back at 9:45, just after, and back with 2 more levels, 1 question in each for 2 £50 tokens for the Coliseum Cup to be won.
And then tomorrow we'll have the one for the close-up to give away.
Yeah. That'll be a good one. So everybody who's not in the hand is taking their break.
Jack 6 off has been a defend for everyone today, but surely not for Tuan.
I'm having my break, he says.
He's going to take 15. We'll take 15 too, and we will see you at about 9:45.
Quite quickly. So the rep realised that we couldn't really do the usual jumping in the pool and all that type of stuff, so he put on a game of poker for us. And I didn't win it. It's not one of those stories where I won it and I loved it, but I really enjoyed it, and from then on got back and started going to the £5 rebuy in Newcastle and never looked back.
Now, interestingly, your first recorded cash is like 2009 in Brighton. But I really have to ask, were you allowed in a casino in 2009?
Just about, but that wasn't me.
Oh.
For some reason it's on my Hendon mob, but it wasn't me.
Well, don't take it off, it just adds to your cashes.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So,
so what was the first one?
The first one was in Newcastle in 2015. Around 2015. And it was a £100 tournament, and I won it for 3.9k. I think it was.
So your first tournament was just a win?
There was plenty before that, but that was the first recorded one. There's a plenty of 7th place in the £5 rebuy, 20 quid. But no, that was the first big one.
Going back to the £5 rebuys, they were so much fun back in the day.
Oh, they were class. I mean, that's what made me fall in love with poker, because I went there and I was a skint student with a tenner in my pocket, and I was fuming if I had to rebuy. And then there was guys buying in 20 times. So, but it was just a different world to me, and from then on, just loved it.
Yeah. Moving on to like 2018, your first cash in Vegas.
Yeah.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah, the first trip.
You seem to do a lot of firsts when you first get there. Like
Yeah.
we win on the first database, and then we go to
Yeah.
Vegas for the first time, and we just end up with a win.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those where you just got to make the most of it your first time because you never know if it's going to be your last, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Vegas. That was a funny one because I started streaming for Grosvenor then.
Ah, right,
I
okay.
wasn't sponsored, but I was streaming, and the reason I went was because I bubbled the Vegas packages 3 times, which was pretty brutal. But I kind of set my sights on going.
Yeah.
So I just tagged along.
Right. You do right.
And it's worked out because now I've got this.
Yeah. So obviously 2018, your first time. Was it then literally Vegas every year? I want to do this. This is going to be in the calendar for forever, kind of thing. As long as I still love the game.
Yeah. So I've been quite a few times now. I think I've been like 8 or 9 times now.
Yeah.
COVID obviously stopped it for a bit.
Yeah.
So missed out for a little bit there.
Yeah. You cashed a couple of times in 2019 as well. Were they big events, or were they World Series events, or were they at different venues? Can you remember?
Moved around a bit.
Yeah.
Actually got on a final table with Joe Beavers at Bally's, not Bally's, at Binions one night.
All right, okay.
But didn't get paid.
Yeah.
But it was nice to have played there because they've stopped poker now, haven't they?
They have Binions, yeah. It's
yeah.
actually not even. I don't even think upstairs is even open anymore.
No, it's a
when
shame.
you used to walk up the stairs through they used to be downstairs in the little card room on the left.
Yeah.
And then you walked up past the Millions.
Yeah.
And then you walked up there, but that synonymous to it, the world, the actual game.
Yeah.
In that room was just. It was just amazing.
It was class, and I mean, it's even the smell in there.
Yeah.
There's just something about it. It's proper poker, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. You come back. You just mentioned you're starting to Twitch. How did that come about? How did you want to tell everybody what you were doing? How did you want to see the hands? How did you want to tell people this is what you should be doing in these spots, or even like your opponents seeing what you do?
It was a strange one, really, because I really wanted to give poker a go and go full time, but at that point I still had a job, and I said to my now wonderful wife Ellie, I really want to do this, but as a lot of people know, I've got 2 kids, family, so I thought if I'm going to do this, I need to find ways of making money from poker, but not just from poker. So I realised that the majority of sponsorships and the majority of money in poker outside of just playing was coming from creating content.
Yeah.
So I decided that I was going to start doing that, and got in touch with Grosvenor because I realised they didn't have a streamer at the time.
Yeah.
And just managed to build up that relationship.
And
go
that's
from there.
literally how the sponsorship came about.
Yeah.
Regarding the streaming and the Twitch and getting in touch with the guys from Grosvenor.
Yeah, pretty much. Just my way in, basically. But in terms of like showing your cards and everything, that can be a detriment to your game because obviously you're giving away a lot of information.
Yeah.
However, on the other side of it, you have to talk through what you're doing, and sometimes vocalizing what you're doing can help you make the right decisions. So I'd say there's pros and cons to it.
I always think in the background that when we did the Goliath, some of the online Twitches, and I was there in the core comms, that I obviously helped your career push a little bit forward.
You did.
know.
You did. It was all you, Tower. It was all you.
But they were good, weren't they? They were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, lockdown was like tough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So doing the comms with you and having a laugh and doing what it was and just watching your game, I actually loved it. I thought it was great fun.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of like playing live without playing live. It was like having the banter at the table.
Yeah.
Without actually being at a table. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah. 2021 WPT, the high roller.
Yeah.
Nice cash.
Which one?
The the 33 online.
Oh yeah. Okay,
which was
the 5K.
The 5K. Can you run us through the online one?
Yeah. So that one was weird because I was actually streaming on Twitch at the same time.
Ooh.
But this was at a time. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but this was at a time I was only allowed to stream Grosvenor games.
Yeah.
So I was streaming my home game, which was on a Tuesday, £11 home game, and I was on the final table of that. Off screen, I was on final table of a 5K. There's Dom Beachy, Sam Greenwood, and Tim Adams, 400.
Wow.
So I was getting really excited about the home game on stream at the same time as being 400 5K, which was pretty funny.
Wow.
But
how do you keep it calm?
Just dead inside, Tower. Just dead inside.
Finishing third.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all want the win. Were you upset, or did it take a bit of time to think, that's a great score, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I played it was because I saw some satellites overlaying to that event, so I ended up getting into that event for $55.
Oh, wow.
So I couldn't be too disappointed. It was $55 into 30 odd K, so
yeah,
I was pretty happy with that one. Obviously, you're gutted for the first couple of hours afterwards, but when the money hits your account, that's a nice little
always
nice
helps when you look at the dollars just adding up.
That's true.
2022, big year for you. You cashed a lot. Obviously, we had a GUKPT win as well.
Yeah,
which was very nice.
Yeah,
obviously we were there.
You were.
Brilliant events to play in, but when you get one under your belt, how did that feel?
It was great. I mean, I always
do have a lot of love.
I did
within the Grosvenor fraternity. You do have a lot of love.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to kind of repay that love.
Yeah,
I really appreciate all the support that I get from the chat box and everything, and it was nice to show them that I can do it, really. But yeah, it was nice. I felt like the thing at the Vic, I always felt like that was my bogey card room, where I couldn't get a win, and then all of a sudden it just came. And the funny thing was, that's probably the worst I've ever felt playing poker, because
really?
I was ill all weekend.
You was ill?
I was ill.
You was poorly because you literally said, I'm gonna get you a drink, lads, but I'm leaving because I'm not feeling very well.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you did.
So yeah, some of those kebab places on Edgware Road don't go to. But
excuse me.
But,
there are some good ones, by the way.
There are some very good ones at the time. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things I should probably take note of that, and I just played ABC poker.
Yeah.
I didn't pull off any huge bluffs. I didn't make any big hero calls. I just played my hands well, and maybe going into this tournament today.
And I think you said at the time, I think because I'm not feeling well, I can't really play my game, because I just really want to sit there and play ABC.
Yeah.
And
that's what I did, really. So maybe there's something in that. I'll try that this week in Leeds.
You won the mini. You beat somebody called Cal Heads Up.
I did.
Do you tell him every time you meet him?
I did.
And now he's sponsored, obviously.
Yeah.
Now he's part of the team.
Until recently, I was the last person that beat him heads up, and I was like, "Have you ever lost a heads up, Carl?" He's like, "Yeah, to you, Jamie." But no, I think it was the cup I beat him in, actually. Heads up, and then the next heads up he lost was in the cup to Sinead, I think it was.
Oh wow.
So yeah, he's never getting a cup.
You do a lot of coaching.
Yes.
And you're proud of your coaching.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the players that you coach having some great scores.
Yeah.
You post that, and obviously you let everybody know. But how good does that feel for you when you see one of your guys that you're teaching, and you're getting to learn the game and play a little bit better, and probably properly as well? How does that feel for you?
I mean, it sounds like a bit of a cliche, but it's probably feels better than when I win, in terms of how proud I am of it. Obviously, the money feels great when I win, but when one of my students win, it's just like it's just a sense of pride, because a lot of them come to me and they're a bit lost with their game. They normally come to me because they feel like they can't do it anymore, or whatever it is, and it's really nice just to instill that confidence in them. And sometimes that's all it is. It's just going back to basics, making sure the fundamentals are right, and getting them that confidence back. And yeah, it's really good, and seeing them get these big scores is just great.
If they're still not having coaching and you see the scores, will they send you the message and say, look, this is like this is great, and you see the name in lights, and you either send a text message either way just to say, look, fantastic, great result?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if somebody has had coaching with me and then leaves, normally, I mean, we've spent a lot of time together, albeit on Zoom. Spent a lot of time together. We've talked a lot. You become friends with these people. So even if they're not getting coaching now, we still talk.
Sponsor Pro.
Yep.
We're heading to Goliath.
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's the pinnacle, right? It's the pinnacle of Grosvenor.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you can turn 200 quid into 200 grand, that's just the dream, right?
Yeah.
It really is. It's the Vegas of the UK. the atmosphere all week is incredible, and it's not just the Goliath as well. It's a really good high stakes festival in its own right as well for players who wouldn't normally travel for a £200 comp. So there's something for everyone there. If you're playing a 1K, if you're playing a 200, if you're playing the red tooth stuff, there's so much on, and everyone from every kind of part of poker across the UK should be at Goliath.
Yeah,
it's great.
Vegas is like a must if you can afford to do it.
Yeah.
Is Goliath a must if you play poker in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just the festival to be at. I mean, obviously the GUKPTs are great. There's just something special about Goliath. It's the fact that it's in these huge halls. It's not just in the casino. There's even the bit where all the food trucks are.
Yeah.
Everyone's just in a great mood, at least at the start of the week. And,
10 bullets in, we're like, why am I here?
yeah, well, but there's just something really special about those tournaments where, I don't want to say rags to riches, but from 200 quid to 200 grand,
Yeah,
it kind of is,
absolutely,
right? And
absolutely.
it's just, you can start with nothing, and it's like winning the lottery. It's a dream, but you can do it with a bit of skill.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great.
Yeah. While you still love the game, what's the plans?
Just to keep doing what I'm doing, really. Traveling around a bit more, playing live. I've done a bit more live this year. It's not worked out in the way that I wanted to just yet this year, but that'll come. Vegas in a couple of weeks, so we'll come back to this. But yeah, gonna play a lot more live. Gonna keep doing coaching.
Yeah.
We've got Goliath obviously coming up, and then there's going to be some online series coming on Grosvenor, which I'm very excited about as well.
Excellent. Are we going back twitching, streaming?
Yeah, so this series that's going to be coming up, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention what it's going to be, but it's not something I'm going to be doing all the time, but I'll be doing it for one-off festivals and some one-off events as well. Just with me travelling more to live events, it's not really possible to stream all the time, but yeah, there'll be some here and there.
Well, always a pleasure to see you in the card rooms. Keep up the good work, keep the coaching going, keep the results coming.
Thank you.
And keep that smile on your face.
Cheers, mate.
You're a top man.
Appreciate it.
Jamie,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GUKPT. Bousey.
I think it could be for you, yeah. No, not me, just everyone. Yeah, I think it could be. Yeah. The last one was not really.
Final chip counts of the day before the end of the set days play in 2 hours' time. The final 19, big TR.
Big Trev.
From 27,000 to 814 and chip lead. Very nice indeed. The Cheng Mao was short as well. Paul Mutsaga, great to see him. And Nathan Slater as well. Sinead's done great. She was all in. Short stack as well with about 25,000 maybe. Jason Barton hanging on. And Tom down at the bottom. Tom Cazalet, 76,000. Let's do it again. One more session to go tonight. Let's do it.
Everybody's now 4K, 8K. And we've got an open from Ravi and Twan. With the King Queen suited. Making a coin small. Tim not defending ace deuce three-way.
Eight, 5, 3, 2 hearts for Twan Lee.
He's going to find a little lead here on the 8-5-3. Don't think we get any leads here as Twan like maybe like the 9-8-5 when we can have 6-7 suited, all the sets and 2 pairs, but don't think we lead 8-5-3. Ravi can still have all the sets, all the strong over pairs which we don't have. It does work on this occasion, gets the better hand to fold, although we had great equity within the pot. Oh, got some info as well.
Go on then.
Lin Chen folded ace jack off on the button. He runs up to me on break. He goes, Jay, he goes, I heard what you said. He goes, the only reason I folded is because there was an ace exposed under the gun. When under the gun folded, an ace flipped up.
Oh.
So he knew there was an ace in the muck, and that was
okay.
the only reason Lin let the ace jack off go.
Okay. There we go. Seen the runners in the cup?
No.
140.
Wow.
140 in the 500 side event. Still in, local absolute legend Lillian Welsh. Old Lillian.
I know, I played with Lillian the other day.
Yeah, she's still in. Also in, still in, Wendy Watson.
I haven't seen Wendy in ages.
Yeah, Lillian Welsh still in. Great to see.
Ravi with another hand, pocket 8s. Makes it 16. King 9 of clubs from Tim here. And Tim only got to the table sort of 10 minutes before we finished the session, so he won't be aware of how much Ravi has actually been opening, but he has seen already first 2 pots of this session. Ravi has gone for open.
He knows Ravi. Pretty sure.
Just landing on call with the King 9 of clubs, and might have let this go 3-way as Tim. At this stage, tower 19 left. And now Tim, potential bother tower. And he's going to find the lead. I don't actually mind it on this board. I think it's perfectly fine. We'll have some hands that Ravi should never have that opens. We'll have 7-8, we'll have 3-2 suited. We'll have 7-3 suited for flop straights. We'll also have all the 2-pair combinations and sets. So it's going to lead for 24. And Ravi going to go for the raise right off the bat, and we'll be raising to call. Can't raise 8s here and fold to a jam against Tim's stack size. So the fact that Ravi has gone for the raise tower.
Do you think these could just go in?
No, Tim should just call here. But if Tim did jam, Ravi would call, but he should just call. Like effectively turning his hand into a bluff here, but like Ravi's not folding over pairs. That's sort of the key element here. Just take our 4-1 price, find a 5, a 7, an 8, a 3 on the turn. All these type of cards.
He hasn't made a call.
Yep. Would have folded it pre, but now we get here. I think perfectly fine how Tim's playing this one.
There's the 6 for Ravi. What do you think is a good card for Ravi?
Not really, because like Tim's donks that call the raise, there will be a lot of 6x in their tower. When he donks and calls the raise, will be a lot of top pair stuff in there that Tim can potentially have. And Ravi checks back, 8 on the turn. Come on up there, you says Kev.
Well, the 7 for 2 pair, and they're all in for Tim, and a snap call to see the bad news of the straight on the river.
Yeah, and Tim went for the bluff, blocking some boats. Ravi, river in the straight, 7 on the end. Unfortunate for Tim Slater, but another cash to add to the resume.
Well done, Tim. Another deep run. Always there and thereabouts.
Okay, so 2 more giveaways this session, guys. We'll do 1 at 10:15 and 1 at 11:15. I'm going to be nice last question of the day because that was a right ball.
What about maybe doing one when they do the redraw?
Yeah, we can wait for the redraw.
Because we're on 18.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're on 18. We'll do the first one on the redraw and then the second one during the final level of the day. Unless it goes like dead slow. Because we have a redraw at 16. Who's giving me the table? Jack. And here's C2, Jack shot. Bowden. The buy-in was $12.50 total. And the scrolling BLX. Oh, it's double, it was great. Great bike. And scrolling across the bottom. And the price pool. And the payouts, we started the payouts at 38. We're down to 18. This Tim Slater just gone out 19th.
Jack 10 off from Hijack at this stage, off 22, maybe slightly too loose. I'm trying to pick up chips, but that's why I'm straight in with the 3-bet for value with pocket 10s. Would be 3-betting to call if Neville went with jam, but Jack 10 off. Only option is fold now for Neville.
In Needles and says Liverpool winning 2-0 and looking good, 5 points clear after Man City lost to Brighton. Who you play tomorrow?
Ipswich at home.
Ipswich, oh what? Ipswich at home? If you're not 5-0 up at half time, you need to change the clubs.
Weren't Ipswich 1-0 up against City at one point this season? It was for about 50 seconds, but they were 1-0 up against City at one point, yeah.
Well.
And then Haaland scored a hat-trick, like, first half.
I'm going out on a limb and saying -1 half time. Tottenham. That's all I'm going for. Mine even go -2.
What, half time?
Yeah.
You're brave.
What price will that be?
Have you seen how Spurs perform in the first
They're
half?
great. What price is Spurs -2 half time?
I reckon about 12 to 1.
No way.
I reckon about. We need to be 3-0 or 4-1 up at half time.
Yeah.
Nah, it's going to be about 12. It's got to be. I wouldn't take anything less than 12s.
Would you know?
Ace high flop for Tim. Assume just going to continue range. Bit loose from Tim. 10-5 suited from cut off. Does continue and take it down. Goes for the big bet. Over bet.
Twan just fold an ace.
Lynn and Ravi been having some battles today. There's the walk for Ravi on this occasion.
Evening, Johnny. Johnny Round.
Oh yeah, it's really getting under my skin, people saying that. I'm not even joking. Congratulations on Tails Treble. It didn't win. It only won if you were betting with a certain provider. It did not come in.
But if you're on with a certain provider, congratulations, because there were plenty that did. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Well done, Jonathan. Congratulations. It would have been so sweet if it had stayed 2-1, but it would have been good.
And Neville here off at 20. Either or is going to be fine. Like people out of position generally just jam for 20 in position with ace king, go for the free bet, not all in. Does go for the jam and then having to fold on the button.
Not easy to win though, are they? One, right? One. Should have won two. Maybe more. You come last few tables a lot. Yeah. Luton, yeah. Manchester. Manchester was like, had a good spot, but it wasn't like. Yeah. Was that the one where LinkedIn was taking 30 seconds? Or the 0.7, whatever.
Unfortunately not picking up Jack's cards, but does make it 18.
So Nev with the blinds at 8,025.
Ravi up to no good as usual. I saw him do it with the Queen 5 off earlier, this time Queen 4 off. Has his own sort of select combos with his free bets. I personally would never choose this one, but Ravi has his own game, he builds stacks and he gets results. And gets the result there, folds out whatever Jack had.
Hey Bill Jill, there's no hole cards if you notice on the stream on the right hand side that we're looking at right now. There's no hole cards, they just use it for information purposes. Maybe not looking at the stack sizes of the players, don't want to try and get any tells. They just use it for information purposes only. They can't see any hole cards, obviously.
So Queen Jack for Jack. We are six-handed, so we are effective low Jack here. I think could still open as Jack, and will. Lynn, hijack, King Jack. I'd personally go fold or free bet here. Maybe fold most of the time, free bet some of the time as Lynn. Let's go with fold. Next queen suited for Neville. And it's really close whether to free bet core or to free bet jam here for Neville. 23 bigs. I think it's going to be really similar in terms of EV, whether we jam or whether we go for this option as Neville. One thing I wouldn't have done as Neville though is go this large. It seems way too big at this stack depth, but same result, Queen Jack out the pot. Ravi with over a milli.
So the final session of the day. Cool. We saw Tim Slater busting out. So we're on 18.
B says, planning my first tournament to be with Grosvenor next month, so hopefully it goes well. Is that the Behemoth you're going to be at?
Yeah, planning my first tournament to be with Grosvenor.
I'll show you everyone who's left in half this hand mark. I'll pull the chip counts up as we've only been back from break 15, so they wouldn't have changed that much. We've lost Tim Slater, that's about it. Wow, Queen 8 off folds, blind on blind. That's fairly tight from Jack.
The final 18, final 19.
Yeah, so the only difference is Tim Slater.
Yes.
Gone.
Unlucky for Tim, busting out. So now we're on 18.
What
big TR. What a day.
27k he come back with today.
What a day. Whenever you're playing your first tournament, good luck.
Glad you're enjoying the coverage, Bill Gill. Thanks for tuning in. We've got about 2 hours left today, and we have a giveaway to go to shortly. And we have actually just lost another Paul McTaggart out in 18th. Unfortunately, didn't catch it on the outer table, but 18th of £2,950. So 17 when that number updates. As Ravi opens King 4 suited from gun. Tim on the button. Pocket 4s out the way. Free deuce off a Lynn. Not going to be able to defend. He's going to be getting sicker, Ravi, though.
5 bigs at this stage and a million chips.
Yeah, I mean, you say. Not do. Oh, say whatever you want, man. Oh, yeah, I wasn't aware of it.
Heading south. Are we ready for 888 or GUKPT next year?
888.
888. Awesome. Hopefully get everything cemented, concreted, and we can show you what's happening next year when we get to Luton in 12 days' time.
And Johnny says, just booked DoubleTree Figure Live 2025, standard double, £112. It's now £230. So the costs are going up. Get a room and get your tourney entry, says Johnny.
That's if you want to just go upstairs. Loads of hotels within a 10-minute drive.
Yeah, a lot of people
of
say
the arena.
it's that Novotel, which is just over the roundabout. There's loads of hotels round if you want.
And you can take a nice stroll in if you want to as well.
Yeah.
With the Goliath being in July and August. Nice walk into work if you're not in there. You go into the Novotel. Jack with the Ace King suited.
Big line, 120,000.
There's a 4-bet to 120,000. Then the snap fold. The streaming schedule in Luton looks a lot like this. We'll have to tell you, but that's the schedule for the tournament. We're there Thursday, so we set up Thursday, don't we?
I'll be there.
Well, we set up Thursday, and then we'll be streaming the later stages of day 1A of the midi. So we're literally concentrating on the midi Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll give you plenty of information what's going on there. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday the first week, and the second week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know if it's cash on, or the mini day 3 will be on the Wednesday, the high roller day 2 on the Thursday, and then we'll be concentrating on the main event, the 250k guaranteed main event, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And don't forget the online closer on the Monday and Tuesday if you want to play some online poker. So that's the streaming schedule. First 4 days, second 5 days.
Yeah, the Koda says the satellites on Grosvenor Online, incredibly good value for money. Great way to get into these main events for cheap.
They are indeed.
I know people that just grind the satellites because they're so good and such value.
1 to 5 to 30 to 100 to 110 to 550 or 250 credits or £1,000 seats. So many people do grind them. Well worth getting some live credit into your accounts because you can use them for anything. And Weebrick does, he grinds loads of them every day, usually at work. You know, while the pier's blowing away.
Yeah.
Brian's just grinding online.
What's he do for work, Weebrick?
He's a security on Central Pier.
He's a security.
So when when half of the roller coaster fell into the sea, he's like, it's a bit windy out there. What the rules are going in playing at the feature table, watching the stream on the phones. It's supposed to be not allowed and needs to be detected by the dealers. If they've just got headphones in, the phones are turned upside down and they're not watching it and listening to it, then that's one of the things we can't stop unless you stop people wearing headphones. But as it's not final table, I wouldn't stop it. But maybe at a final table. The World Series don't allow headphones on any final. For probably that reason. Magical Jack's got 3 110s and 3 off 3 5s. Very nice indeed.
So Neville on the bottom can't do anything with the old 8-3. Twan will raise it up from the looks of things, or is that a call? No, it's just a call with the Queen 10, so it completes in the small right. No, it is a raise, okay. And Tim 10 deuce off here. It's really annoying because Twan's chose this size, which is just north of 2 BBs, and Tim is going to attack with the 10 deuce off, making it 51k. Just, I'm guessing he's reading into the sizing that's weak here from Twan. Doesn't expect Twan to go just north of 2 BBs out of position with any legitimate hand, perhaps. He does get the Queen 10 to fold. Line on blind battles.
It's a bit drastic. Ban headphones. In fact, ban phones as well.
Just ban the lot.
Ban the lot.
I should get.
I want to be able to put Towers Treble on today if I didn't have a phone. All them people watching the stream on the outer tables.
You keep going on like it come in.
I know. Well,
you forget about poor old me every time you mention it.
Sunderland. They're on the list. They're on the list. Yeah. Here, have a throaty.
Thank you.
No worries. Latest Premier League odds: Liverpool 11-8, City 5-2, Arsenal 7-2.
What price does Spurs feel out of interest? Don't laugh.
Where are you in the league? I don't even know. That's a genuine question.
We're like just scraping in the top half at the moment. But I think we're only like, if we win tomorrow, I think we're only 9 off Liverpool, maybe 8. And here we go. This should be getting in here between these two. 10s versus ace queen suited at 24 effective. So Tim 3-betting to call. Neville clear as day jam, and Tim should snap off. There's the all in. There's a call from Tim. Grimace from Neville, but he will like what he sees. We're in a flip situation.
Once we get snapped, we just don't want to see the Queen's Kings or Ace King or Aces.
Big Nev, Ace Queen, Tim Chung, 10s. 10s are good.
Some back doors, but just fading Aces and Queens. Looking like losing Neville Betty here. Needs an Ace or a Queen.
Oh, one of them, Barry's.
It's a bit late for Barry. This time on a Saturday night.
Wow.
Neville finds it on the river and leaves Tim with 13 big blinds. Huge flip to win for Neville Betty. And as the dealer counts the chips, we're heading straight over, guys, because Sinead is all in and at risk against Stato. Stato, Ace King, Sinead, Ace 6.
It's some grind for Sinead. She was short on the bubble and she's managed to get to 17th, 18th. Fantastic.
Oh, 6 in the window.
And we're going to carry on.
Don't mind if we do. So Sinead gets there. Still got some fading to do. Oh, does bring in a slight sweat. We have the clubs covered, but 10 additional out for the Ace King of Stato. So offsuit 10, offsuit King to fade.
And does. Sinead still in and grinding away.
Nice double for Sinead. What's going on over here? We spin
Big
over
TR stood up.
to this table.
Oh, aces.
Nathan Slater with the Queen Jack. And it's a 6 of spades river. So Rob Bickley taking out Nathan Slater.
Unlucky eighth. Great effort, sir.
Nice to catch both all-ins there.
Yeah, good run.
It's Rob Bickley who eliminates Nathan. And you know what that means, Tower. It's giveaway time.
Question time. I don't mean Robin, what was his name? I almost said Robin Cook, but it weren't Robin Cook. Who was it? Who did question time? Anyway, giveaway time. Get me pen
I've
out.
got to get my question back up.
Oh, no, sure. So we're on a break. We're on a slight break, so we're gonna do this and we'll get on there. So go on then, run the rules through.
So guys, if you are new to the stream, we have a giveaway. It's as simple as this. I will ask Tower a question. He will write down that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer, not the correct answer, will win a €50 Coliseum Cup ticket. You get one guess per account. Any guesses, multiple guesses that is, you will be disqualified. One guess per account, please. And do not guess until Tower says go. Don't give him any clues at all. I couldn't actually think of anything because I forgot to ask for a question, so you put me on the spot. So I'm going to ask you, how many Asdas are there in the UK? How many Asdas are there in the UK? You remember that? The advert years ago? That's adds to the price they used to the change in the pocket.
Go on then. No idea.
How many Asdas in the UK? Towers guess is in. Good luck everyone. We'll give you a few minutes, probably longer this one because we got the 3 table redraw. Sorry, the 2 table redraw.
Absolutely no idea. And I really haven't. And Robin Day was the best questionnaire and main chair of the question time, and it's not been the same since. So I don't watch it anymore. Nick Marchington in the last 16 of the NAPT.
Is that the main event, Manasraw? There must be a chunk up top in that. Go on, the Marchington. I'm going to have a little butchers now while everyone's getting their guesses in. Must be a chunk up top in this tower. Yeah.
Wow. 3/4 of a milli up top.
3/4 of a mil. Good luck, Nick.
Is that a regular thing in Vegas, the NAPT? I've never heard of it.
First year there, I think, this year. I'm pretty sure it's one of the first ones, or maybe they've done one earlier in the year. Yep, Mrs. Davenport still in. We just saw her double up Alan Budge on the outer table. So the question is, how many Asdas are there in the UK?
How many Asdas do I think there are? And don't forget, I don't go shopping.
MO, yeah? Oh, okay. Smash you. No, I don't know.
Hello. Hey, Karen, how are you? Typo, she meant 3333. Fair enough. Quick reply, quick response. Typo.
Yeah, just tell me, bro. You can't do that. Just message me.
3333.
Ah, yeah.
That's hard work, that.
Honestly.
Saw Chomper the other day at Luton. Oh, nice. Not too choppy. Anyway, so get your guests in. How many Asdas do I think there are in the country?
When was the last time you had a golf bet, Jay? Too long ago, man, a straw. All these football trebles are knocking the balance down. Sort of out of season now, though, golf, isn't it? With the
Yeah.
tournaments, it's not as many
Wow, that was
names.
Surely we can't have got the chip counts into the box already. Not a chance.
No chance.
They've not even told the action tracker. Nah, they haven't.
They haven't.
They haven't told the action tracker. We need the chip counts. The action tracker needs the chip counts. They've sat all the players down and not told everybody what the chip counts are. So, we will carry on and we'll get to it. But what we need to know is how many Asdas do I think there are in the country?
Asdas. It's Asda.
How many Asda are there in the country? Well, one plural of Asda surely is Asdas.
It's when people say, I'm going to Tesco's. You're going to Tesco.
Tesco's. Tesco. Yeah.
The only one it works with is Sainsbury's because that actually has an S on the end.
Yeah, but what gets me is why do people call it the Asda?
I've never heard anyone call it the Asda.
What? I'm going to the Asda.
No way.
Yeah.
No one's ever said that where you're from. I'm going to the Asda.
I'm going to the Asda.
Morrison's another one.
Try saying Morrison's without saying
So we're just waiting to get chip counts in, guys. Hopefully it is all sorted and we are off and running. So two table redraw is done. And we are still going with this giveaway. So get your guesses in. You're looking for Tower's answer.
Yes. Has it done all the stats?
Pocket threes for Ravi. Opens to 16. And 4 do suited for David in the big blind here. Suited and gapped, fine to defend. Facing the button open. The question is, random mister, how many Asda in the UK? How many Asdas in the UK? King 10-7, 2 hots. And probably just going to be Ravi's board as the opener on the button. Probably just going to be check, bet, fold, hand over. It's closest to Tower's answer. You don't have to get the exact answer. Whoever is closest.
And you could Google the correct answer because I'm way off. Just thought I'd let you know. Just thought I'd let you know. I might not be. I think I am. Go on then.
Any tells, if you've not guessed yet. So, according to Google, there are around 1,200 Asdas in the UK.
Does that include Asda Express and all that malarkey?
All the Asdas. All the Asdas.
I was thinking of big Asdas.
And little Asdas.
No.
Do they have little Asdas?
Yeah.
Do they?
Aye. Everywhere.
I don't think I've ever seen one.
Oops.
A few more minutes, guys. Any tells there from the tower?
Are you sure?
I'm Google.
sure.
Any free bets for Ravi here, Tower? Nice little spot to free bet. Ace 5 suited, facing the gun open, and does take it instantly. Free bets to 48. Ace 10 off here for Twan. So, gonna be fold unless we do want to get fruity and turn the Ace 10 into a bluff. And if there is ever an opponent to take it against, it may be Ravi, who will find a lot of light 3 bets, as he has done here with the chip lead. And the Ace 10 off is one that will 4-bet from time to time. Only a small frequency, but if there's ever a time to take it, Ravi may be the customer to get after it. But Twan shakes his head and says fold. The approach you expect to see.
My mother-in-law calls it Mr. Tesco. I love that.
About midnight we finished tonight, Gary.
Yep.
We got one more hand and we will close the giveaway. He had no time banks. Keep missing that. Twan Lee ran out of time with the Ace 10. They will be replenished at the start of day 3 if we can make it there. Still another hour and a half to go though. Prize pool bottom of your screen. Did I miss something with Ravi yesterday when Jamie was doing the last part of the day?
Missed something with Ravi?
Yeah, because Peter Mock says Ravi chip leader after the runner Queen 10 yesterday for his tournament life.
Yeah, that was a 4%er. When he was up against Floyd, but Ace King against Queen 10. King on the flop, Queen 10.
I weren't here. Must have been with
Jamie.
Jamie.
Yeah, he was with Jamie, yeah. Just a 4%.
That's how it goes.
He had 4% on the flop, and he just basically said, yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, I think the guy raised, and then he just jammed the Queen 10. Obviously got called.
So Dan opening the Queen Jack. Nice clean c-bet here for Dan. Ace high board, double gutted, diamond in hand. Nice clean one on the Ace 10-8. One of the boards that we can have some bigger bets on as well. Does go for the bigger bet, 26k. Good for just shy of 60%. And Twan going to take one off with 7s here. Undeterred by the 3 overcards on board. He must have known. Sometimes you just know. Turns the 7. And Dan, with Jack of Diamonds in hand, turning straight flush draw here. Kind of awkward at this stack depth, because say if we go for like a big bet here, 60, 70k, like Twan can have some jams and we'll have a lot more flushes in the big blind. So I actually really like this from Dan. Just recognising here, if we bet and we get ripped on, it's an absolute disaster when we've got all this equity. So does check it back and take a freebie. And now Twan, I assume, is going to lead here with his set of 7s. There will be some ace-x that Dan wants to check back, or a lot of ace-x want to check back on this 7 of diamonds turn, so potential to get called by these. But Twan checking it over. And it is a fairly well-timed check, because a bet would have got Dan to fold, and now he has the chance to bluff at it, but Dan not taking the bait with the Queen Jack. And Twan, set of 7s is good. So guys, I'll give you 10 seconds.
Give you 10. I've got to write it in here. I'll give him 30.
And then I will be closing the giveaway. We have one more left today. This is for a €50 Coliseum Cup ticket. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Comp is now closed. No more getting to Mike. No more guesses.
So, the question I asked Tower, how many Asda? Asda's in the UK.
Yeah.
The actual answer
just go to the Asda.
was 1,200. What do you come up with, Tower?
Well, I misheard the question. I thought you said is how many Asdas have I been in? That's what I thought it was.
You have not been in that many Asdas.
That's what I thought it was. I just no idea that there would be that many. I didn't think there'd be that many at all. I weren't too sure if there's one in every town. There can't be one in every town.
I think there is.
I know there's 2 in Swindon. It says in chat box. But I just can't believe there's more than one in every town. There can't be. So I didn't think it'd be that many. And I actually thought it'd be just less than Morrison's, because I know Morrison's a bit more. So I just thought it was a small number. I didn't think it was big. So I just went for 285 the Asdas in the country, because there weren't that many.
And surprisingly, actually it's not really surprisingly when you went that low, no one really got close for a 3-digit number. The actual closest guess was 29 away.
Oh, that's not bad. More than 50,000 away from your guess.
And that was 256 of John Whale on Facebook. So congratulations, John.
Well,
you are the winner of this €50 seat.
John Whale. Well done indeed.
All I need from you, John. Alias in chat box, please, and I will get you put on the spreadsheet.
Well done indeed. I didn't realise there were that many. No idea there was that many. That's just a lot. Lots of Asdas. Aero put 333 and then instantly changed it to 3333. It stuck to 333. Hey dear. I didn't realise there was one like in every town.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, there is.
Anybody got shares in Asda?
So next giveaway, we've got loads to get through. We're going to do one more today, another €50 Coliseum Cup ticket. John Whale, I need your alias in the chat box ASA, please, sir.
Yep. Well done, Mr. Whale.
You can't call someone that. He may not be very good at poker and he may have a lot of money, but you can't go around calling people Mr. Whale Tower. Cheers, John. Thank you very much. Well done, sir.
Cheers, Alfie.
Good luck in the Coliseum Cup.
There's 2 in your porky little village. Really? Jeez. I need to get out more. Usually probably to Asda.
It's David with the C-bet. With the Queen 10 on the A-side board, gets it done.
So Nathan Slater meant we got the redraw out in 17th, well than Nathan for 3,170. Good effort.
No, we won't, Ian. I'd be shocked if we got to an FT tonight, just with the chips in play.
Yeah.
I said I reckon about 11, 12. Seems like a good line for day 3 when we come back. There are obviously scenarios, callers can happen, cold decks can happen. Ravi with all the chips is deciding to open ace-5 off from gun. One in the cut-off. Pocket 6s. 3-bet 6s here versus the gun open. A bit of spice from Twan. Maybe just aware of what Ravi's up to, or what he has been up to the last hour or so with all his chips in front of him. And this will work. Well, it will work unless Ravi wants to 4-bet. And if anyone's got it in the lockup, it is this man, but I don't think it's the combo we want to choose, Tower, and does think better of it.
Well, Sinead has had some spin from grinding from the bubble. And we just saw a double up as well, ace-6 against ace-king. Still fighting on.
4 for Jack. Out of the way, leaves room for Rob to open an ace on the button. Makes it 16k, 6-7 off into the mark for Dan. Over to Ravi in the big blind. Pocket fours here. Just going to be cool for Ravi. Not going to 3-bet this one. If Rob had like 25 or less, potentially could shove, but Rob way too deep to do anything other than call. And we're off to the flop. It's Jack 10 deuce, 2 spades. Nice board for Rob to continue on. Going to get a lot of bets on the Jack 10x board. And we've also got this ace of spades in there, which is nice, blocking some continues of Ravi. You can't have the nut flush draw, but it's going to check back. To the King of Diamonds turn, and didn't choose to fire flop, Rob, but this just seems too good a card not to delay if we are choosing to check back the A6.
Option is on Rabbit. Leading for chips, and Rob just gets out of the way.
Would have been a strange lead as well, Tower, on that king turn. I don't think we get any leads there. And Ravi just reaches for chips and doesn't even need to put any over the line. Rob's card's already in the muck. Karen says Sinead's going to take it down.
There's only 16 left. Nathan Slater out in 17th, the last one out.
Queen Jack for Jason. Only got 7.5 BB, so I think this is perfectly fine from him. Going to be in the blinds in 2 hands, so have to take this Queen Jack off. And we're just hoping to get it through. Just the blinds to get through, and it's looking good. Just got a fade Neville from having something. Oh, when 6s is a call. Jason will shove 5 through deuces. Jason will shove ace 5 through ace deuce suited. Enough of the range in there that we dominate. Queen,
there we go.
Queen Jack needing to win a flip.
Jason Barn from Liverpool. Having to get a bit lucky here. Any paint, please, says he says to the dealer. Big Bev. 973. Needing paint. Jason, or his tournament is over. Ooh, any 8s, any kings, any jacks, any queens? Literally, paint please. And it's not, it's a 2. So Neville takes out Jason Barton, but Jace out in 16 for £3,170. Great effort, Jason. Good effort. Neville betting up to 60 bigs.
Sorry, son.
Ace 10 suited for Jack. Should see an open.
Where's 16,000?
Makes it 16. Jack 3 off for Dan. Out of the way in the cut-off. Ravi is just absolutely relentless, Tower. And to be fair, when we've got this substantial chip lead on the table, why wouldn't we be? When we've got some nice removal and some good hands to potentially use. But there has been a lot of this going on from Ravi, and Jack with a candidate that for 25 could potentially run it here. Lets it go. And I remember on the bubble we saw Tin Chung 3 deuce off. He ended up 3-betting Jack, if you recall that, Tao. I don't know if you remember that hand. Tim 3-bet 3 deuce off on the button.
Yes, I do.
Against Jack on the bubble. And I said at the time it may have been to do with he maybe feels like Jack is overfolding and he's playing too tight, and that may have been why he elected to take a nonsense combo. And maybe the same idea is going on with Ravi, thinking that Jack isn't continuing enough hands and he's folding too much, he's not 4-betting enough, so they're all just trying to potentially attack his opens, knowing that he's only going to continue top end of range.
Oh, no way, Kirsch. Kirsch, why are you in somebody else's bed? Eh? Why are you in somebody else's bed? Get out of it and get yourself playing poker. Kirsch, want to see you back playing sometime early next year, please. Get better. Now. Will that do?
That will do. So Jack now, with that top end, finds kings. Rob just flattened ace-jack suited. Over to Neville on the button here. With the ace-deuce of clubs, we are fairly deep with Rob. I don't think it's one we'd ever squeeze here now once it goes gun open +1 flat, but I think fold or call. I'm actually not sure what avenue would be best. He is going to land on call. Tuan not defending the big blind, so three-way action. You know what you say, there's always an ace. I think there's only one left. How's there going to be an ace now?
Ace. Magically appear. Soon.
Soon. Queen, Queen 7. Rainbow. It's not the best flop here for Jack. Obviously, we now go behind Queen X. Neville would pill Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited on the button. Rob would call Ace Queen here as well. He's not always going to 3-bet. He will play some flats, +1 versus gun. Also got the King Queen in there for both, as well as Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited for both as well. But does just come out firing. We can get some value from some pocket pairs. 40% will do the trick. How on earth can Neville do anything but fold? JG says, I wish I had the instincts of the 3-bet as Ravi. It's so good. He always just chooses aggression. Timing's very good a lot of the time for Ravi. Sometimes, I'll be honest, he won't mind me saying it, he's a good friend of mine off the table, I like the guy a lot, but sometimes he chooses some nonsense combos that probably aren't in there theoretically, but in his head, he'll have an idea of why he is choosing that combo. It will probably be an exploit. The player that's open's done something that he's picked up on.
No, gentlemen, hope he gets well soon, old Kirsch. I hope to see you in Manchester in the new year. I know you're well as well, looking after him. Getting better for us.
Exactly, JG, you're exactly right. No one really 4-bets him as a bluff. It's always, when he gets 4-bet, they usually just have it, and that's how we sort of counteract it. Like the ace-10 of diamonds there for Jack. If I'd been sat at this table for as long as I had been, and I'd seen what Ravi had been up to, that might have just been a combo that 4-bet sends. When someone is 3-bet percentage is probably at like 20%, probably slightly less, 15% to 20%, I'd say. We got about an hour 15 left, Lee. About midnight, let's say hour 10.
Yeah, the clock's 3 minutes until the next level, and the clock will pause around about 10 minutes and then a certain number of hands. So between 10 to 12 and midnight would be the time. plenty of chance to watch. We've got one more giveaway to do. I better have a look at the questions. I've got a great question.
You've got 25 minutes, so you've got plenty of
I
time.
don't even need to do it.
Okay.
I've got it. I have nailed the question. Best question I think I've ever asked.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Look forward to it. Blind on blind. Going to get continue from Twan. Nice easy call for Jack with ace high. Okay, yeah, it's starting to make a bit more sense now. Why Ravi 3-bet Jack earlier with Queen 4 off. Why Tim 3-bet Jack before that with 3 deuce off near the bubble. I think Jack is maybe playing a little bit too tight tower. He's not, like there for example, ace high should definitely call once there, blind on blind. On 10-8-5 rainbow, getting that price with position, but decides against. But when you get to this stage of the tournament, like the field dilutes the better players, and more often than not, you're going to be on a table with a lot of good players when you're 2 tables out, and they will put you in spots, they will be aggressive. So if you're just sitting there and waiting for a hand, that hand may not come before your chips deplete. So you need to be in there fighting for these pots, trying to make chips. Ravi. Jack deuce of diamonds?
Playing them all.
He's going to get called in 2 spots here. Twan making the call on the button with Queen 10 off, which personally is slightly too loose, but we know Twan's game. We've seen it for 12 months. He likes a loose pill here and there in position. And Jack in the small calls with an unknown holding. All about timing, Tower.
Certainly is. They know these things, some of these super players.
Yeah, top pair for Ravi. One that he might check though, Tower. Like, it's important to have some top pair checks, and usually the ones we choose are the ones with the worst kicker, especially if he's got a backdoor flush draw to go with it, and the fact that we're out of position to Twan. So I do fancy Ravi to check this here, but he's mulling it over. Well, he has checked. I didn't actually even see him check, but says he's checked over to Twan. And Twan with the Queen 10 wrapped round this Jack with spade in hand is going to have a little bet. It won't be working. Ravi not checking to fold will be a nice clean check call and off to the turn. Six of clubs turn here. So Ravi's still best with the Jack. Doubt we're ever going to see lead once Twan takes the better lead on the flop. Now, decision point for Twan, whether he does potentially want to barrel here. We do have overcard, we do have the potential to bluff spade rivers, however, maybe not the best one to choose. Maybe king queen is better, having 2 overcards to the Jack, blocking some king jack, queen jack. I'm not actually too sure here for Twan, but this is the thing, you get yourself, when you pill hands like this at this stage, a lot of difficult decisions knowing what to do down the streets. So Twan does go for the check back with the Queen 10, and Ravi with the Jack deuce suited. Not going to love that river. Twan will have all the ace-x of spades and may even pill down to as wide as like 10-9 of spades. I think he is the type of player that will have more flushes here on the button than most. So I don't think we can go for value here, as he might block. If he's reaching for chips, he might go for block. It's difficult to get called by worse, I think, Tower. Once there's 6 pairs, like what on earth are we trying to target as Ravi? Better Jack X has obviously got us out kicked. 6X, like a 4's not calling. No 8X for Twan, really, once he bets flop. Maybe like 7-8 suited that gives up, but I think this is cutthroat from Ravi, Tower. Because struggling to arrive at hands that might pay us off here that we're ahead of once the hand's played in this manner. But Twan can't do anything with Queen 10 high anyway. Ginger Ninja says, do you guys ever get to play yourselves? Unfortunately not. I've not played a main event in about 7 years now, and Tower's not played one ever.
Nope. Not ever.
Yeah, never had a chance. Obviously, commentating on the mains now, so don't get to play them.
Jay plays the sides and then cash on a regular basis, but not me. I just play when I go away. Like Malta, cashed. Dublin, cashed. Vegas,
Cash.
cashed. You know, them kind of places. Hoping to get over to Dublin again sometime soon. Maybe Prague.
Here he goes again,
Look
Queen
at
ten of
this,
hearts.
relentless, this man.
This one should open though. I wonder what he's listening to. What do you reckon gets him reared up in the earphones?
Us.
Us too. That wouldn't get me reared up, I'll tell you that.
In 20 minutes time, if he smiles, if there's a right smile.
Okay, we're looking so at 11:15 as soon as we start the giveaway. Really like this from David, just recognising the situation and picks a beautiful combo of choice. So it's not the fact of the matter, we know Ravi is opening a lot of hands and we just want to free bet any combo. We need to be selective with what hands we choose, and the suited wheel aces when he opens from EP are going to be the prime candidates as a bluff. So it's a nice little find here from David. And Queen 10 of hearts at this stack depth, starting the hand 22. Awkward for Ravi to pill out of position here in general. Probably going to be 4-bet or fold with all our range as Ravi. I don't think we'll get to play many flats at this stack depth, 20 effective out of position. But with Queen 10 of hearts there, it does just go for fold. We got PK with the camera, so we're going to head over and see what's occurring on the outer.
Straight on the turn.
And we've just caught it on the turn, and it's 10s versus ace queens. Zecheng versus Tom Kazalets, and Zecheng wins the flip. Tom out in 15th place. He takes home £3,430.
Well played, Tom. Zecheng pulling in more. Every day is a good day. Who's in the chat box?
How you doing, Nixon?
Hey, Nixon.
Early finish.
God, believe it.
Must be nice. Look at Derek there, still dealing at the feature table, while you're sat at home with your feet up.
Oh, Derek.
I didn't actually do that on purpose. Then, of course, Brian at the feature table.
That was the best ever.
That was the best ever. I felt bad for him because he was so polite that he just didn't correct me until eventually someone corrected me. Ace of diamonds turn. And trip deuces for Dan. Potentially want to start leading now and should get a street here, Tower, from King 9 height. I think Ravi needs to call this one once. King 9 with a diamond seems like it needs to be calling with position blind on blind. It's half pot. I personally take one off as Ravi, but he has been in the zone this session. Does go with call though. Queen of spades on the river. So, going to be an interesting spot here for Ravi Tower. I wouldn't be shocked if he heroed King High here, because Dan may play some jams with some ace-x, not all of them at 20, but he may get aggressive with some. So we take out some ace-x at Dan's range. Well, Dan's actually checked here and not gone for value, and Ravi's just got clear as day check back. Showdown King High, we beat enough. This guy, he's gone for value. He's gone for the King High value bet. This isn't a bluff. He's trying to get called by Jack High. He's trying to get King High off a chop, but I would have just checked this back, Tower. Like, we never fold out better for this size. Queen doesn't fold, 6 doesn't fold. It's one of those that never dislodge dislodges better and Dan straight in with the raise. And Ravi going to snap call king high. Bet call king high.
Wow.
Ravi with the old bet call. So was it like an induce? This guy's just, I'd love to get in his mind sometimes. Just bet calls king high.
Sometimes you just can't win the hand.
There you go. He actually does have his feet up. I knew it. Lazy Nixon.
Wow. Unbelievable.
If you want a game later, Luke, I might be about. If you can get a score, I'll be done in about an hour's time. So if you can round everyone up. I know Josh is here as well, playing the cup. You could get a little score this evening.
Is Josh playing, is he?
Yeah, he's in the cup.
Oh. So play continues, final level of the day. King Jack for Nev. Flopping middle pair, Dave Hudson, Old Hoodie in C number 9. Good to see him running deep. Love it. Queen Jack 6 flop. Check over Nev. Can't see Hoodie's cards unfortunately, but he has bet the flop. But check the turn. He could have 6, 7, 5, 6, 4, 6. Maybe the 6 players, but we're not going to get to see Hoodie's cards because he puts it in the mug. Nev chose the Jack for 2 pair. King 10 of diamonds for Rabbit, so obviously opening. The blinds now at 5-10, makes it 20. Never out of the way. Hoodie. defend for 6-7. Ace, Jack, 3. Whiffs both. One in line for Ravi to take down the pot. Should be one bet and done. So final level of the day. Been a great day. Start of the day. With 108. Money was 38. We got there level 6. And we're now down to 14. So Tom Cazalet's out in 15th for 3,430. So we're on 14, final level of the day. Everything else is finished in the room. Cup's finished. We'll give you the cup roundup.
I'll give you the cup.
Shortly. Oi, oi. Full cup again.
Slightly less this time. Different tea maker.
Here's King. And on with the ace king, raises to 20, pretty standard, comes ace high, ace 7 queen. Odds I think he's going to get paid. See, Lewis Cowell bagged well up in the cup. I knew that. I knew he was going to run deep in something.
You said he'll be top 20 in the main event. He was flying. He was flying first session of the day, chipping up.
I'm sure I said top 20 in the comp.
You put the... Well, now you've said that, he's not getting top 20 in the cup either. What are you doing to Lewis?
Oh, Cole's just told us. Also a shout out to Nick Slade. Oh, Salad doing all right as well. So Rob up to 5, 8, 9 and 60 bigs.
Race 20.
Another giveaway coming up in 7 minutes' time, guys.
Yes. I'm going to ask you who you'd like it on.
Who?
Yeah.
What is it like?
Yeah.
Historical figures?
It's guess who.
Guess who? Has he got brown hair?
Does he have glasses?
Raise and take for Rob, chipping up nicely. 60 bigs, beautiful stack to have. Couple of queens for Dan. Will be an open from gun. Bit some form as of late, Dan Myers. They lost 2 tables. EPT Barcelona had another run at it in Cyprus recently. Haven't really seen much of him until the last month or so, but getting some results in the tournaments, and would you look at this? Ravi. And this is just filth for Dan. The guy you've seen free bet about 20% for the last hour has free bet you, and you've got queens, and you're doing cartwheels and handstands in your head.
You're just thinking, please, Rami, just call. Rami, call or free bet, please.
Oh, and just for 25, it's going to be a nice, clean shove for Dan. Maybe against Ravi, there is some room to 4-bet, not all in, but then we're just going to give him a ridiculous price in position if he does ever play any pills. So
all of it snap.
Does just go for the jam, and Ravi with the snap call, and Dan Myers with 1 foot out the door.
Ouch.
Ravi could have 1.4 million tower, which would be good for nearly a quarter of the chips in play if he can hold.
Here we go. All in for 27 bigs. Oh, the window, baby!
Lady in the window. And Ravi now needing a king or a 10, and Dan needing to hold.
Oh,
just quads.
Just daily quads.
Just lock it up for Dan Myers on the turn. No sweat for him.
Wow.
Doubles up through Ravi, and it's sort of the first bump in the road Ravi's had all day.
Oh, here we go.
I'm so unlucky.
Oh, my God. Believe that. What do you think you're doing?
Oh, run so bad. I do. God. Shh. What's he doing? You hit a 4% shot, sir, to stay alive yesterday.
Forgot that bit.
Yeah, do you remember? Yeah. Did you have queens? No. No. What threes?
So we'll go to the giveaway in a couple of minutes, guys. Tao's got his question. I just need paper and a pen. I'm sure Tao's got plenty.
Mm-hmm. New bit.
This is fine.
I'll do it. Come here.
I know how to chop a piece of paper in half.
You're not very good at
I'm not.
No, Orange not your favourite subject. I know these things.
Well, all the hands are out in force the last 10 minutes. Neville's turn to pick up a premium. Pre-flop nuts.
The boots, baby. The boots. Rip with me. Rip with me. Some more.
Neville with the raise. Will he get any action from Dan in the big blind? Yes, he will. Queen 10 should be defending for Dan. There is the defend.
Yeah, flop king 6-4.
That will be that. Check that fold. Third seems good on king 6-4. EP versus big blind, around 20k from Neville. This size I'd go. Goes for 26, and we're going straight over to an outer table, guys. And it's Tim Chung. All in.
Pretty short, isn't it?
Ace 4, holding. Got to fade a lot though, up and down for the king 8, and finds the 6 on the end. So Tim Chung, another good run at it, but he will exit in 14th place for £3,430, and that will leave us with 13 players. And after this hand, guys, we will head to the final giveaway of today. I've got one more €50 Coliseum Cup token.
Why are aces called boots? Because they are nicknamed the bootlaces, which is shortened to boots. Bootlaces, aces. And why is it not shoes? I don't, because it was men in cowboy boots or boots that started it all.
I think that's where the term nuts comes from as well.
Yeah,
they used to take off the nuts of their wagons and put them in the pot.
Yep.
Signified a very strong hand.
And if you won the hand, you got the wheel nuts. And then you got the nuts, then you got his wagon, then you got his livelihood.
What is the Coliseum Cup? It's part of our Bounty Hunter series on Grosvenor Poker. There's 3 mains. There is a low, a medium and high. There's a €10, a €50 and a €250. The €50, the one you'll be playing for in about 10 seconds, will be a 100k guarantee. I'm going to go for some value with his 3. Ravi thinks better of the ace high, and off we are to the final giveaway of the day. Quick rundown of the rules for everyone. Tao will ask me a question. I'll write my answer down on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer will win the €50 ticket.
Yep.
1 guess per account, please. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified, and please do not guess until I say go.
I did say I'll give you an option on who. So would you like a question on...
Go on, get it out.
Would you like, what would you like a question on Uddy, Dave Hudson, in C9?
Did you forget his name? Is that what happened?
I only ever call him Uddy. I only ever call him Woody, and I forgot his first name.
He's trying to do it so
anyway.
Oh, no.
Would you like a question on Dave Hudson, Uddy, or would you like a question on Trevor Reardon?
TR, as I know TR better.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
He ran the 100 metres in 10 seconds, was it, TR?
11.1.
11.1, Trevor Reardon done the 100 metres.
11. So, question is, Trevor Reardon's brother, Ray Reardon, snooker world champion 6 times on the trot in the 70s, unfortunately passed away a few months ago. But all I want to know, in his career, in his illustrious career of 6 times world championships and played snooker for 42 years, how many century breaks did Ray Reardon have?
I know this one.
Boom! How many century breaks did Ray Reardon have in his illustrious career? Off you go.
Where'd you pull that from?
I was thinking of my mate Trev.
It's not his actual brother, is it?
Ray Reardon?
Yeah.
Oh. No, it's not. No, it's not. Ray Reardon's well.
42-year career with 6 world championships.
1977 world championship, I think it was 7 years. So we were like world champions 6 years. How many century breaks did he have?
A couple of ladies for Rob. All the hands are out out the last 10 minutes.
Oh, indeed, Rob with the queens. Love it.
Ravi, ace-5 of diamonds here. Perfect candidate to go for the free bet bluff with Tower. But that Kings versus Queens hand may have just knocked him back a bit. No, it hasn't. He is going to go for the free bet and take the spot still. So not effective by losing that massive one to Dan a couple of hands ago. Still putting on his aggressive shoes. And as Rob here, we don't want to jam for 59. We want a 4-bet. We want Ravi to shove jacks. We want Ravi to shove 10s. We want Ravi to shove a bluff like a king-queen, something along those lines. And to be fair, Ravi's actually got the hand. If we are ever going to find a 5-bet bluff, this is the one we do it with. This is the candidate. This is the one we choose. We block aces, and against any other hand in the deck, we've always got 33%. Always going to be a 1 in 3 shot as long as we don't run into aces. So we'll see what Ravi comes with here, Tower. But if we are ever going to find one, this is the combo to use. So I'm going to be back on Ravi. And Rob, waiting to see what he does. I feel like he would more likely take this if he didn't just lose that pot to Dan. He's taking it anyway, and it's a snap call from Rob. And ace-5 suited for Ravi, the 5-bet send. He loves it, this guy. And we have got a chip lead pot here, guys. 1.2 milli in the middle. This is massive. This is good for a fifth of the chips in play.
Has this anything to do with losing with the Kings? Here we go.
And it's not looking good. We do pick up an additional 2 outs, although a 5 in the muck and ace in the muck, so we only have 3 outs here as Ravi. If it's going to be an early Christmas present for Rob, it's looking likely. So Rob just fading a 3-outer, and he will be our new chip leader.
Couple dead already. Ace or a 5. There's 3 of them about.
Ace!
No! River!
How's he do it?
Barry, baby!
Ravi Chef! 5-bet sends the ace-5
man.
suited and gets there.
Wow, Rob.
That is ill for Rob Bickley. And now Ravi is running away. He's nearly got a quarter of the chips in play. The powerhouse, the ace-5 suited, gets the job done and sends Rob Bickley packing.
Unbelievable from Ravi.
What a hand. I can't believe he actually found it, Tower. I mentioned we could find it, and if we are ever going to find it, that's the hand to choose. But to actually say the words "I'm all in" at this stage of the tournament with 13 players left, it takes some kahunas, I'll tell you that.
Well, Ravi doing what he does best. Oh my days. Wow. The send with the ace-5. So back to the question. How many...
I've literally...
No, you can carry on.
I've not even checked the chat box. I was so engrossed by that hand.
That was
so
a massive hand.
I am going to have a little scroll up.
You carry on. How many century breaks does Jay thinks Ray Reardon had in his illustrious career? Trevor Reardon's brother.
It's not his brother.
I know, but it's reminding me. How many did he have in his career? He won the World Championships, I think in 77, won it 6 times. Played for years, didn't start till late, and passed away earlier this year, did old Ray, God bless him. He was called Dracula on the table, because he looked like it, basically. He was a great one. So we'll give you the correct answer straight after this hand, and then brilliant stuff.
Ravi right back after it, pocket 7s, raises to 20. That was something.
That was huge.
And we could have something here between Twan and Ravi. Flush draw for Twan. Ravi with a nice spot for the 7s to see. Continues for 15k. Twan with the flush draw. Goes with the check call. The Know You Know show says Ray had one brother called Ron, and Ron lived in Blackpool building snooker tables for the last 20 years.
I didn't know that.
Oh, the Know You Know show knows.
I like the Now You Know show.
Sorry, the Now You Know show.
The Now You Know show. I like that. Now You Know. So,
after this hand, Tao's going to give us the correct answer.
Yep, we will.
Five on the end here. I think Ravi's going to have a pretty easy fold here, Tower, with 7s. Like, we specifically need Twan to be turning a 4 into a bluff. Like, we don't beat a 10, we don't beat a flush now, the flush completes. We need like 4x to be bluffing, or if he's like floated like a Jack 9 of clubs or something along these lines, should be an easy fold for Ravi with 7s straight into the muck.
So, Trevor Reardon's brother.
It's not his brother.
Ray Reardon.
Thank you.
Snooker player, 6 times world champion. Played for a few years. Played for a lot of years actually. A long time. We're on Port Black and all sorts, which you won't remember. In his illustrious career, Ray Reardon had 54 century breaks.
He wouldn't even get in my pub team these days.
not a chance.
54 in 42 years.
54 in God knows how many years he had.
He was rubbish.
They weren't as good as they are now.
Did they have tips on the cues back then?
Pockets were that big. Balls were that big. Must have been. 54 he had in his career. And it's nice that some people have actually got the correct answer by using that thing they called Google.
You've got to get in my head.
But you haven't, that's not the answer we need. We need the answer that Jay's written down on that piece of paper right there. And we will give you the Jay's answer straight after. Jay's Sean Bevan, 54. I know any snooker fact. So does Google.
Round balls weren't invented in the 70s, says oh my lord.
What you got to think is, back in the 70s, there were only 3 tournaments a year.
And Gully Mash says, if the Trevor Reardon question is about Ray, does that mean Dave Hudson question was about Alan Hudson?
No, it was going to be...
Jennifer.
It was going to be about the Hudson River.
What are you like? I don't know why I bother.
So 30 seconds to get yourselves your final guesses in, and then we will close the comp.
Queen 10 suited opens from Dan from gun. Ravi flats ace jack here. 6-handed, could go either way.
A9-2. Good to go for Dan. So we better watch this answer. We've no idea what Ravi's thinking. He's got the overs.
Yeah, should call once here. Tower versus this size.
Yeah, but he could
Call
raise.
pot. No raising going on, I don't think. It's just a call for Ravi with position. Jack would be fun. How about a heart for Dan?
Heart for Dan, yeah.
And when he picked up a lot of equity last time, he had a stack size where he could get check ripped on. However, this is different. We could potentially just barrel here again now as Dan. Like, if Ravi went for a raising position, we'd still, unless he went extortionate, potentially still get to continue. But I might have gone for another barrel here as Dan fold out some ace highs, fold out like 6s, 7s. The thing is, like, Ravi shouldn't have too much 9x or 8x once he calls gun versus hijack 6-handed. Like, even stuff like 8-7 suited should fold, I think, for Ravi. So kind of interesting what Dan would think about Ravi's range here or what it looks like. But 8 on the river, and Dan now just with queen high. And he's going to wave the white flag, and no need to bet for Ravi. We beat enough hands from the gun opening range. Should just be a check back.
So we'll give you 20 seconds.
10.
Gillies,
We'll give
Dad
him 10.
says, never chase centuries unless it was for a top break prize like they did nowadays, once a frame. I remember back in the day, a 147 in the World Championships of the Crucible was for 147,000.
Yeah, I remember when it was big as well.
And now it's like 10 grand.
Yeah, because
it's just like...
easy these days.
Easy.
Well, not easy, but for a professional snooker player, it'll happen.
So, 10 seconds until we reveal the nailed-on answer from Mr. J. Harwood, because that is what he said.
And you didn't tell me that, did you?
What's
About
that?
them stopping after the frame was over, they didn't continue. You didn't mention that really important fact.
I didn't know that. I didn't watch it all the time. We only had black and white. Every time I watched snooker in black and white, the brown was behind the blue. I had no idea where it was. 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Competition's closed. So, 54
centuries Ray Reardon had in his career, and he was champion 6 times of the world. But Jay, you said you nailed this one. Over to you, sir.
Well, I thought I'd start with Ronnie. Ronnie's played like 40 years, hasn't he? 30, 40 years. I know he's got over 1,000 breaks, so I thought similar time frame.
Is that how many he's got?
Yeah, he's got over 1,000 century breaks.
Has he really?
So I thought similar time frame he would have been playing as Towers' mate Ray. And back in the 70s, same with any sport, they weren't as good as they are nowadays.
Nope.
As we evolve, we get better at things. So I thought they wouldn't be as good, but I still thought as a professional snooker player, you'd make a lot of centuries playing for 42 years. So I went with half of 1,000, a little bit less, because I always put a random number, because loads of people might put 500. I went with 481.
481.
481 for the final giveaway of the day. Not a single person got this one, but there was one person that come in at the last second and guessed 480.
And he's been in the chat all week.
And that is Magical Jarrett on Twitch. Congratulations
Well done,
to you.
The Magical Jarrett.
All I need from you, sir, is your alias in the chat box that you play on Grosvenor Poker, and we will get that sent to your account. Kev, I saw your question, but we had that hand to cover. I will message Tom now regarding the Coliseum Cup, and if the last day one is tomorrow, I'll make sure all those tokens are sent to you for tomorrow.
I did look up facts about Rock Hudson as well when I was looking at Dave Hudson, but I didn't know if Jade even knew who Rock Hudson was. $1,274 breaks. Jeez.
Nailed it, I did, JG.
Magical Jarrett is his alias. Capital M, Magical Jarrett. Very nice indeed. Congratulations. That's them over for today. A couple more tomorrow.
Swan with the flop set. I'm just calling with position. Goes for this bet on the turn. Neville wants to have a look. And it's a deuce on the river. So just going to be check, bet, fold. Not much to say about this one. See, Lance was in my head. I guessed your line of thinking Ronnie 1,000 plus and half in it, but I went the other way with 504.
Oh,
he was in my head.
See, I had a bit, he doesn't.
So, Swan, regarding size here of something to talk about, it's never getting called by Neville, but once Neville check calls the turn, could still have some potential 10x in there. Does go fairly meaty. Good for 2/3 pot. And that will be the end of the hand, and we're heading straight on over because we have an all-in and a call. Neville, we're heading straight over because we got an all-in and a call.
Neville.
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 There we go. Off we go. Who is it?
Oh, Sinead placing the cards on the table.
And this is Davenport with the pocket eights, and it's Stato that she is up against again.
Brian's perfect for this. Thanks to Brian with all these outer tables. It's like he's on the feature. Love this from Brian.
Sinead. Oh, she's flopped the set though. I saw the queen first.
That'll do it.
It will. Just fade him running boat now. Don't want to see a king, queen or 4 on the turn to give Stato outs, and that will dead it. So Sinead with a big double. She's going to be up to nearly 400k.
Another double again.
And once again, doubling up through Andy Hume. Stato takes a hit.
Rob Bickley out in 13th. Sinead could have been out in 12th, but survived again. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Loving it like that. You think it was a live band though?
She was good. When I went for to get the last tees, she was very good. To be fair, credit where it's due. I've heard some poor live singers in my time, and the lady on stage right now, very good.
Worked it out, yeah, but it's buzzing on that bar area.
Queens for Jack, 16 bigs. Maybe one we could go for like a little 55k free bet here, Tower. Try and induce something from Twan when our hand's this strong facing the cut-off range. He may just jam for 16 with the ladies, but I would love to see a little 55k here. I think it just ekes out that little bit extra. Does go for the free bet, not all in, but it's effective all in. As soon as we put in this amount, Twan's just aware he's got no fold equity, so that will be end at hand. And once again, we head over to that outer table, and this time it is Lin Chen at risk against Zi Cheng.
Here's King, here's Jack. Here's Jack needing help. Chop about, 25's about for a chop.
How about 3 for a chop? 5 would chop, 3 would chop, ace would chop.
Jack will win. 10. Lin Chen.
We could have.
What are you going on, Mama? I like you jumping. Ace of hearts. Well done, Lin. Lin Chen finishing in 12 for £4,050. 15 minutes left on this level.
So 11 left for the last 15 minutes of the day. I wonder if Ross has got any swaps or any pieces of anyone. I wonder.
I'm thinking maybe.
Eights for Twan, opens to 20k. Ravi out the way in the small blind. Neville King 5 off in the big. Seems slightly too deep to take anything with this one. Seems kind of close versus hijack. Having us covered, wouldn't mind fold. I don't think call's going to be bad, but kind of a cuspy one with the King 5 off. But I think that is the best option to take.
Question was, will Sinead close on anybody? Well, with a deep run, it wouldn't really make a difference. Can't really catch Abdul. Be surprised if she does. Abdul Kadir's already had a win as well, so it's not even that. It's more than takes him up. Abdul Kadir 593. If we won this one,
we would get
round about 40 points.
40 points for winning it. Just plugged it. So if she won it and you got 40 points, you would potentially close in on Tom Clack, but catching Abdul seems.
Yeah, well, Abdul's already won one this week.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
So 8-9 for Jack. Maybe some tanking going on now just to slow things down. Back end of the day, looking for that bag. Evening, Joe. Mr. Brooks, welcome.
Evening, Joe.
Missed out on. What did you miss out on by one shot the other day, Brooksy? A big golf event. He's the plus eight.
Plus eighter.
The plus eighter in our swindle. Plays off plus 8, I think it is, in the swindle. But he missed out on. He'll let us know in the chat. One of the golf tours by one shot. Wow. I don't think it was PGA. I think it was the one.
The European Tour, or whatever they're called these days.
It will come, mate. He's only young. He's mid-20s. Ravi back into the day, starting to put some pressure on. I'd defend this as Dave. Well, actually, I probably wouldn't. Ravi's gone fairly big. 2.6x here from the Ravster on the button. DP World Tour.
Oh, the DP.
Missed
Wow.
out by a shot.
Oh, that's very unlucky. Very good tour to be on that, Joe. Good luck with that, sir. You're watching out for your name.
To be fair, if he had me on the bag and he was at 200 yards from the pin, and instead of taking his 5-iron, I pulled out the putter tower, he might be there. Here you are, Brooksy. Try this. See how you get on with this, sir.
Never been done on the DP before. just about to cream a putter. 200. Oh, brilliant! Wow, DP Tour qualified. Unlucky, Joe. Hope it comes off for you. Oh, really hope it does. I wonder if they're going to flash how many hands at the end of this, like they did the other day.
Yeah, hold it to the camera. That was nice, wasn't it? Queen Jack suited for Dan in the hijack. Should see an open from here. Cheers, Joe. We'll see you at the Goliath in a 7-8 months' time. All been confirmed.
Yes.
And yes, Brad, 11 minutes, and it will be the end of the day. We've got to draw for number of hands first. Clock will be paused around 10.
You know you need your view to sleep.
Could be a free bet here for Neville Tower. Free bet going to be fine. Flat going to be fine. Does land on call.
Wilco makes a point of calling him Rosser.
He's Rosser to me.
He's Rosser.
He's Rosser to me. He's Michael Rosserman. He's not Michael Roserman. He's Rosserman. So he's Rosser to me. Everyone else calls him Rosser.
So 3-way to the flop. King 10 deuce. So open ender for Dan. Now we top pair, decent kicker. And good shot for the bottom end. For Twan.
So Dan just going to bet his equity, and it's the king high board. We have strong hands that opponents cannot have. Kings, 10s, ace king, all in range that nor Neville or Twan can ever have. And Neville with the top pair should just be calling here with position. And that should lose Twan. And clock has been paused.
3 more hands. Is he going to do it again? Oh, we're doing it now. 3 or 4 or 5.
Oh, you slow rolled me, Tower. I thought we had 3 then for about 2 seconds.
Frankie says we're gonna make a deal. We're gonna do a draw for the final 3, 4 or 5 hands.
Any barreling going on here for Dan. Think about the button range, what hands are going to call in position that we can target. There's going to be some 10x in there that would have to fold to this turn barrel. Stuff like ace jack that flats pre and doesn't free bet. We could potentially get that out of there. If Neville got sticky with something like 7s or 8s, another hand that could potentially fold out, but could potentially line up the triple here. Always say the queen jack on the king 10 board's a really nice combo to use because of the king x removal. We have king queen less likely, king jack less likely, and then we still just have strongest hands in range, which our opponent should not have. Kings, 10s, ace king, aces. And there's the call from Neville. Has Dan Myers got the triple in the locker here, Tower? Because he sized it like he is going to go for a river jam on some run-outs. Well, here we go, because that's as bricky as it gets. So we could really attack some one-pair holdings of Neville here. Like if he did have something like 10x of clubs as well, that's a hand that would call twice, have to fold all the like combo draws. Ace 4, ace 5 of clubs, jack 9 of clubs, queen 9 of clubs, ace jack of clubs that doesn't elect to free bet, another hand that's beating us that we could fold out. And does he feel like we are going to get the king x to fold? That is the question. So there is the jam from Dan, And now Neville in a real grim spot with the king queen here. Dan has ace king that beats us. He has aces that beats us. He has king 10 that beats us. Pocket 10s, pocket deuces, 3s potentially that c-bet flop and turn a set. 8 shouldn't be a thing, but there are some fair amount of value hands there. But there's also a lot of bluffs on this board, Tower, like the obvious one that Dan has. It's the queen jack, ace jack, ace queen, these type of holdings. And Neville has run out of time bank cards again.
Oh no, he's dead again.
Second time today, and Dan loves that. Cards into the muck for Neville. And people forget about the clock sometimes, Tower. You're thinking about your decision, you're running through everything in your head, and the clock's ticking and you don't even realise. So, lovely triple off from Dan. But king, queen for Neville. He might have found the call if he had more time, Tower. That's why these time banks are so essential sometimes.
And I have no idea how many hands.
Probably 6.
I'll go the unders.
You'll go the unders.
Because the options were 3, 4 and 5.
Probably 5. Still want the unders?
I'll have the unders. I'm 2-1 favourite.
Last 4 for
Is
us.
it 4?
Yes.
How do you know?
I just know.
Oh. Eh?
The thing is, you always see me do this now. I don't pick up my phone. I don't look anywhere. I just know. It just comes to me.
Unbelievable.
Telepathic.
Unbelievable. Last 4. This is 1 of 4.
And if you have enjoyed the coverage today, guys, it's actually been a fantastic day. There's been some great hands. Last couple of hours has been brilliant. Saw that huge pot with Ravi and Rob. But make sure you give us a follow on socials. Facebook, Grosvenor Poker. On Twitch, we're Grosvenor Poker Live. GUKPT on YouTube. Give it a follow. Give us a subscribe if you haven't already. And you can also set notifications on with the little bell symbol so we go live. So you are notified every time we go live.
1 of 4 done.
And then don't forget, if you like the tables, this is the man that makes them.
Which one? They've all got hair?
Oh yeah, they've all got hair. We still don't know if he photoshopped that one or not. But there it is. Andy_card room on Twitter or X, whatever the kids call it these days. But Andy makes some fantastic poker tables, so you can go check that out. Got his website, have a look.
So this is 2 of 4.
Thanks, Ian. Glad you've enjoyed the stream.
Cheers, Ian. See you tomorrow. Plenty going on tomorrow, including... How many tickets have you got? Was just 1?
No, I've got 2 50s and 1 closer tomorrow.
Excellent.
So 2 of 4 done. Last 2 hands. King, Queen gets the jam through.
What it looks like making day 3. 11 players left.
This is the last hand.
Six-two suited for Jack. Dan going to give Ravi a walk, not going to battle with the man on form. Ravi gets a walk with the King 3, and it's going to be Well, the bags are coming out, so that is it. We must have missed one. The first one that we saw when the clock was paused must have been 1 of 4, but that is that, guys. Let's go to the chip counts. There they are. And it's Big TR and Ravi over a milli, but Ravi with a huge chip lead, Tower.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Look at them stacks he's got to put in the bag. Might need 2 bags. Might need 2 bags there, looking at all that lot. That is a huge stack. 126 bigs with 11 left. Hoodie making day 3. Jack, Sharp, Maguire and Neville. So the final 11. We will see them tomorrow from 12:20 p.m. Don't be late, it's going to be a cracker. He's got lots to give away.
I have.
Plenty to give away. Amazing. And the top 3 in the stacks were bottom 3 this morning.
Are they?
Well, one of them was
Ravi had chips, didn't he?
Some of them are. That's some of them, maybe. He had a lot. Trevor Reardon had 27.
Okay.
That's a
yeah. Trevor Cheng was short for sure, but Ravi had some chips at the start today.
Anyway, on that note,
we'll move on.
On that note, quickly moving on. We will see you tomorrow from 12:20. Thanks everybody in the chat. Been a great day, had a good laugh, and we will see you from 12:20, starting with 11 down to a champion. No champion. It could be in Blackpool, or will it be another former champ? You'll find out tomorrow on the stream. Great day today. Enjoyed it. Thanks to the team. We'll see you tomorrow. Ta-ta.
Good night.